Hi guys. Could you hear me? Hi Lee. Lake. Okay, there is no one in there. Should I end it? Hi everyone. Okay, let me see if anyone can hear. Can anyone? Hi, could you guys hear me? No one here. Hi everybody. So um, today is of course Saturday. Hi. So we are going to have this live. Is going. Hi guys. So, hi. I know this is so early. It's because Keisa is going to be on the live and she is in what is called Nairobi. And Nairobi is right now, it's like 6 p.m. So if we had done it like, around 3 p.m. here, it would have been too early. It would have been like 2 a.m. in her time. Um, but right now she is out in Nairobi, and she said it is way too noisy where she is, so she's gonna go home and she will up on the live, and hopefully we will have this live simulcasted on her live and see how it goes. Um, but I wanted to say something. Okay, I think this already know. Oh, hi, Nicole. Oh, okay. So South Africa is just an hour behind what they call it, Kenya then? Hi, Femi. Come up on. Hold on. Let me send you the link. So I don't see people in the chat, but I see 10 people watching. So what I'm going to do is, so until Keisa gets here, I wanted to talk a little something that I was planning to talk about because last week I had a live and this guy came on the live and he kind of implied that I attacked Aston's mom. And I wanted to reply to that because I did not attack Aston's mom. I criticized her and I criticized her for what she did. It's not for what her son did. I didn't criticize her or attack her because I hate her son. I criticized her because I hate what she did because she was on the chat in the live in one of Aston's live. I mean, anyway, I mean, I come from a very conservative family, so the relationship between her and her son is not how I was raised, but that's neither here or there. But she was on the chat. Hello. She was on the chat and she said that she wanted to come on so that she could defend Black women because the chat was attacking Black women, Black American women, calling them all kinds of things. And she said, she wanted to go on the chat and defend, Black American women. And she got on, and I'm expecting her to defend Black women because that's what she said she was going to do. But instead of defending Black women, what she did was she tried to put down other Black women to elevate herself because it was very obvious there. She was up there to to show off because she was dressed nice and everything. But I think she was dressed to go out on a date. And, that was fine. It was fine for if she had gone there, she'd be like, you know what? I am dressed nice. I look nice and I want you guys to see me. I would have, applauded her. But she went up there claiming that she wanted to defend Black women. Instead, what she did was elevated herself by putting down other Black women. She said how her house was clean, unlike other Black women. She is clean, unlike other Black women. So that is offensive. She is in a male-dominated space where usually they are attacking Black women, especially Black American women. And she is one of the few few Black women who have a chance to go up on that on the panel. And instead of defending other Black women, she used it to attack them. I mean, I would be fine if she doesn't even defend Black women at all. If she just went there and try to make herself look good without putting other Black women down. So that is why I criticized her. I criticized her because of that. That is very credible. That is, that's right. I mean, it is right to criticize her for what she did. If I had attacked her for what her son did, that would be something, bad. But I criticized her for what she herself did. I would have criticized her if she was Aston's mom or if she was not Aston's mom. So this idea that I attacked Aston's mom, I attacked a family member because I have a problem with Aston is not true. I never attacked her because of Aston. I criticized her because of what she did. In fact, to be honest, I have defended her more than her son did because the first time she went on the live and Peso was making all kinds of sexist comment at her. I am the one who went on my community wall and defended her, whereas her son, when people asked him, why did you let Peso insult your mom? He's like, well, it was good for the view. I was getting a lot of super chats, and basically saying that he is willing to sell the dignity of his mom for money. So I defended her. He didn't. I have never criticized her for the way she dresses because I see absolutely nothing wrong with the way she dresses. I see absolutely nothing wrong with the pictures she posts on IG. I have never criticized her or attacked her for that. The only thing I criticized her was because she was up there, attacking Black women, trying to make herself look good by putting other Black women, which is, ridiculous. And then the fact that she kept on saying, she's like, I am Creole, I am Creole, I am Creole. And it became very obvious that she thinks her Creole side is better than her African heritage. And that, of course, offended me, and I criticized her. So no one can say that I attacked someone else's mom. So I don't know what people think about it, but she is. I mean, she is not. What she did was not right. Was not correct. Black women are being attacked on YouTube. I mean, YouTube is literally right now there are accounts with hundreds and thousands of followers who is there day in day out attacking Black women, and she, a Black woman, gets a chance to go on on a male dominated platform, and instead of defending Black women, she contributes to to the attack against Black women. So of course I criticized her. So that's one thing. Another thing I wanted to talk about was the sexism of these passport bros. There was this Colombian cook who cooked food for the passport bros, and the passport bros asked her, how, I don't know if they asked her if she was faithful or something, but I don't know what the question was, but she answered that she would be, while dating, while she's dating a guy, if she finds another guy that she finds attractive, she's going to go and have sex with that guy. So she is like, she was talking about having sex with different guys, and the passport bros are attacking her. They are calling her all kinds of names. In fact, Aston made a whole live attacking her, saying how women like her were Americanized, and I'm like, don't you guys have shame? Because Aston's whole thing is going around sleeping. He is always, bragging about how many women he is sleeping with. The same thing with other passport bros. So, I mean, you think that you sleeping with so many women is an achievement, but when a woman does it, it's the worst thing that could ever happen. I grew up in a very conservative family, and that kind of like sex outside marriage was something you're not even supposed to think about. But that rule were applied to me, my sisters, and my brothers as well. And here is the thing: let's say well, what, men are men, let's but men sometimes they are not sexually disciplined. If it is that way, then let us not praise when they do it. Let's see it, what, something they do by mistake that we have to live with, but let's not praise it. If you praise it on a man when he is sleeping around, you should be fine with a woman doing the same. How do you want a traditional woman, but you yourself are not traditional? A lot of us grow up with traditional fathers, and traditional fathers do not go around sleeping tradition, and then demand that their wife be faithful. Or traditional brothers do not sleep around and then demand that their wife be faithful. Actually, if they sleep around, at least they are embarrassed about it. The men, they're sleeping around, they're embarrassed about it. But these passport bros are actually very proud of sleeping around. I mean, there are so many videos of passport bros, bragging about how many women they sleep with. Like, I have 20 bodies in Chile. I have 200 bodies in Thailand. Bragging, but then they are angry when a woman does something. So I don't know, but anyways, hi, thank you for coming, and I think my rant is over now. Go ahead, my dear.
It was a great rant. Can you hear me?
I do.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of like piggyback on your rant, some stuff I didn't say on the last session was like, for the last couple of years, I think I had like a hot take saying like one of the biggest problems with not just passport bros, but incels and just men in general is the definition of masculinity needs to be redefined. It's obsolete. And it's not saying that the definition of manhood or masculinity doesn't give men a good target to aim for. But the problem is that what happens to the men that can't achieve the definition of being a traditional man or a traditional husband, or as they call a trad con
Mm-hmm.
marriage? And it's like that's why we have the incels. It's a legion of men who have failed to achieve the the definition of the American dream or the definition of manhood, and they're struggling to find their place in the world, and they're attacking everyone else except for looking themselves in the mirror and saying, "Hey, this definition of manhood is not just sexist to women because they deny that, but they deny that the definition of manhood is destructive to men because like the men who can't achieve the definition of manhood, they
Mm-hmm.
are depressed. They are, that's why they're turning to incels. They are addicted. We want to talk about modern women and they want to talk about that. But let's have an honest conversation about modern men. They are addicted to adult content. I'm not going to say the word, but I think we all know it. That's why OnlyFans is booming. They are not going to therapy. They are in a lot of cases underachieving. As I said, like I forgot to say in the last panel, men are in crisis, specifically black men. We have been in crisis, and I think one of the strongest things about misogyny and patriarchy is gaslighting. It is gaslighting, and it's making people adopt a status quo. So if you look at the passport bros and the incels and red pillars, what they're doing is it's a fight against status. It's a fight against it's a fight to try to normalize a new level of status quo, because the status quo from 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it doesn't serve them anymore because they're like, hey, now, because 5 years ago, 10 years ago, women weren't really, they were, and not in mass, not in the ways that they are now. They were not, surpassing and breaking the generational curses. Now they are. Now we look at women, specifically black women, and black women are the most enrolled in this country. Black men are the least educated. They're the most unemployed. But are the red pillars, are the angry mans, are the Austin Hallmans, are the um, Kevin Samuels, are they talking about that? No. What they want to do is they want to bring up this concept of boss babes. They want to bring up this concept of, well, women are going to college, but they're drowning in student loan debt. You know what, dummies? You have to kind of like, I think they say it in gambling, scared money don't make no money. You have to take a risk. You have to take out a little bit of student loan debt. Unfortunately, some of these women have full ride scholarships. Some of them have some decent other scholarships or state scholarships. So we can't set this narrative of, oh, they're drowning in debt. They use all. So what I said on the last panel is the whole red pill thing. It's a misinformation movement, and it brings up what this term that they call debate bros. What they try to do is they try to debate you to death, so you're caught off guard. You have to accept what they're saying is fact. But if you actually quote and look at what they say, it's not true. One of the biggest ones that they say, two of them actually, is they will talk about, they're so men's rights, they're so fathers and husbands' rights. They'll bring up, oh, the marriage laws need to be changed because all these women are getting alimony. Look at the stats and don't quote me because I don't have it by my hand, but next to me. But I think only like 5 to 20% of marriages end in divorce. I mean, end in divorce. In 5 to 20%, I think, of marriages. Maybe it's like 5 to 10% in alimony. So yes, marriages, it's a risk. You can risk losing your wife. You can risk losing your place in your family. Um, but it's a risk. Dating is a risk. You could date a woman and you could break up with her and you could your heart could be broken. Well, you need to go to therapy. You need to lean on your friends. But let me go back to the point. The other one they bring up is um, they'll bring up about paternity fraud. And if you look at the stats, and again, don't quote me, go look it up yourself. The paternity fraud is like when they did a sample of like 300,000 cases a year, maybe 30 to 40%, maybe it might have been something like 60%. Like let's just say 40 to 60% of those 300,000 came back as the person not being the father. So what they like to do is they like to say all these pregnancies need to be checked for paternity fraud. But the problem is those dummies don't look at the numbers. 300,000 compared to like 180 million births. It's less than 0.1%. But they want to try to take that 40 to 60% and attribute and say, all these married men, there's no reason to get married because if you get married, your wife's she's sleeping around and those kids ain't yours. That's not true. So what I tried to tell my friend who said this is, you know what, buddy? In those 300,000 that you found 40 to 60% of those fathers not to be the fathers, I guarantee you they didn't marry those women. So if you want to change these things, you need to invest in a relationship. You actually need to be a good boyfriend and husband. You need to value marriage, and that's one of the things that the red pillars are trying to do. They're trying to destroy the fabric of marriage. So it's like if marriage isn't for you guys, fine, do that. But don't influence other men to throw away their happiness. Like this whole men's value, high value movement, it's telling men, hey, in your 40s and 50s, you're going to reach a financial peak. Well, let's double click on that. Can we guarantee that financial peak is going to be an all-time financial peak? It might be a financial peak that gets back to your 30s because you dropped down or inflation is set in and you're not making as much as you were 20 years ago. So this guarantee that in your 40s and 50s, you're going to reach a financial peak that's going to be inflation adjusted. That's going to be all these other things adjusted. It's a lie. We're talking about like 1% of men. And then we talk about attractiveness. Are these 40 and 50-year-old men are going to still be in peak health, peak sexual health, peak physical health, peak mental health, peak financial health? Are they not going to have comorbidities? Are they even attractive? So there's and then you would think, hey, okay, if we believe all these lies, okay, 40s and 50s, you're going to be the most desirable. Okay, you're going to be able to get the most desirable men. You would think that these men would be now like, hey, now I can go find a woman to start a family with. They're saying, no. This is now your time to be able to attract the most attractive women you could ever have gotten in your life. So it's telling men at 40 and 50 to just keep playing the field. So it's like, at what point do these men settle down and become family men? And that's what this whole red pill thing is about. It's about a couple tenets. It's about anti-marriage, anti-family, and that's okay. There's some men who don't deserve to be family. There's some men who are not going to be able to pass their genes down to generations. That's a competitive nature, first of all. There's a couple tenets. One is competition. I want to address that one so I don't forget it. These are men who are not competitive. These are men who want to date women who don't have a roster, who want to date women who are smoke shows, who want to date women 20 years their junior. How do you get those kind of women? You have to be competitive. They're not going to just fall in your lap. They're not going to just stay in your lap. They're men who don't want families. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Every man doesn't have to have a family. That's not the definition of manhood. You can be a man and give back to your community and not have any children. You can be a man who's a stepfather. So we need to stop that notion that the rap culture has tried to and incels have tried to put through is if you're a stepfather, you're a beta. You're raising some alpha man's child. That's not true, man. There have been a lot of great fathers who stepped in and become stepfathers and to someone else's kid and had their own kids in that same family structure. So we got to stop that. They have also, so they're not competitive. They don't believe in family and marriage. Another thing that's really shocking that I don't think that the podcast space even got to yet, but I got to it by asking some of my friends. These are men who don't believe in love, and that's sad.
That part.
They don't believe in love, and as a grown person, man or woman, you should know at some point what your love language is. I'm not saying you should know necessarily in your 20s or 30s, but at least figure it out at some point. And these are men who feel like men give love and women don't give love. It's men who give love. That's not true, man. Like when you say that, you're telling on yourself, and you're telling me that you've never felt a woman actually love you. Because if a woman, and the way they say that is they'll say every woman is just looking to lily pad to the, if she can find a man who makes more money, she's willing to leave you at any point in her life. And I'm like, hold on. Again, debate bro stuff. And I'm like, no, let's think about that. That's not true. If a woman has 2 or 3 or 4 kids, she's not going to just leave and jump into the competitive pool again and date another guy who might not even love her, but might be gaslighting her. Like, that's not true. So it's like, when a woman really loves you, she's not going to want to leave you. So these men have never felt, they don't believe in love. They think that it's a fairy tale. They think it's a Disney concept. They think that, this is made up. This is for women. This is, this is not for men. Men deserve to be loved too. And you shouldn't feel insecure in being loved. I know my love language. I kind of learned it in the last few years of dating, and that's a standard now. If people don't want to, that I'm dating don't want to love me in the way that I want to be loved, then they can't. I'm not dating them. Two, another one. So I want to piggyback on the Austin Hallman point to that. Austin Hallman, and I want to put pause before and after pause. I'm going to say pause. This guy is in good physical health. He's got a 6-pack, and he's trying to tell these incels, guys, I'm having so much trouble in the States getting dates. Come on, man. That's not true. And it's like, let's talk about let's bring some stats to the table. Like 30 to 35% of Black men are married. So I tell all my friends, if you are struggling to date as a Black man in America, if the problem is you need to start looking. Some of the problems are you, because a lot of these women are single. They're not married, never been married, and that's not necessarily to their fault, because the red pillars will try to spin it and say, well, the reason why 65% of Black women are unmarried is because they're not wives. No, that's not true, because men drive marriage. Women can't marry themselves. They can't. They're definitely not going to propose to other dudes. So we just have to go down the line. Like I said, I wore Austin Hallman out. He unsubscribed me because he posted some stuff, and I want to pull up the screenshots. He said something like, man, even as an attractive guy, I got it hard out here, just like an unattractive guy. I go through periods where I'm not able to get anybody, or I go through periods that are dry. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? You're like peak physical condition, pause. And you're trying to sell it to incels like, guys, I know you guys are, not able to get dates and not able to, these women are playing games with you. And Austin, you can get a girlfriend or a wife in the States right now. You can, but you don't want to, because you want to have it on your terms. And it takes sacrifice from both the woman and the man. But Austin, and we've touched upon it, Austin is a child. He's immature. He probably doesn't have a father in his life, probably never really did. Shame on his mom.
Yeah, that part always surprised me because um, I mean, probably because the culture I grew up, but I talk a lot about my dad than I do about my mom, even though, my dad was, working like 12 hours a day, so I rarely see him. But there is so much influence that the dad have on you. I don't hear him talking about his dad, which I'm not even like, I'm okay with that. But it surprised me that, he said his dad was very present in his life, but he rarely talks about him.
The thing is, these red pillars want traditional wives, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you want that, go get that. But the problem is, there's no shortage of men who actually have a traditional husband or man framework to find a traditional wife. The problem is these men, these red pillars, these incels, these Austin Hallmans, they want to masquerade as traditional men. They might have a traditional thought or two. As Brandy said, almost doesn't count, buddy. You got to be the full traditional man. And that's the other thing. A lot of these men want to be traditional husbands. They don't have a single clue of what it feels like to be a husband. A marriage is hard, not just for the man, but also for the woman. And in this economy, listen, if you want to be a traditional man and have a traditional stay-at-home wife, that's actually kind of stupid. Depending on, I'm a guy who makes 6 figures. I'm not putting my whole salary out here, but I make a 6 figures. I've been making that for a little bit. And the math just maths. If you have a wife that makes a decent amount of money, maybe it just 6 figures as well, maybe even more than you, your household is more stable than you running that household with a wife that doesn't work. And if you lose your job, the whole family sinks. Versus if you have dual income households. And I'm not trying to try to sell that dual income households are easy breezy. They're hard. They have egos too. But the traditional, these red pillars, they think that if I have a traditional wife, that things aren't going to be hard. Well, raising kids costs money, so that's going to be a stress. Wives are going to want to be able to have a certain type of lifestyle, and you want to keep her happy. That's going to cost. That's going to cost too. And if you make $40,000, I don't know who's going to tell them. You can't afford a baddie on that salary. I'm sorry. You need to lower your standards. So it's like there's a lot to be said about these red pillars. They one of the things is just like their dating opportunities are drying up because a lot of them, like Austin Holloman, are not relationship seeking. So like they'll talk about like, hey, women gatekeep physical intimacy. I had to think about it, and I said, actually, they don't, because a lot of them are relationship seeking, and in this culture that men have kind of driven and manipulated, sex is kind of like an entry level thing to get into. So it's like after that threshold's been crossed, what are they really gatekeeping? They're just waiting for you to kind of be the man to kind of like usher this relationship towards a marriage, which you're going to be you as the man, most cases are going to be the weakest link in that. You're going to be the last one to the party. So it's like when I heard about this red pill stuff, and they said we're men who are struggling to find wives. This is something that every man can tell. No man, friend, family, or cousin has ever said that in their life. They have never heard a man say that. No man that's struggling to find a wife is really struggling to find one. You can easily find one. But they want, if they, like I said, if they want traditional wives, that's fine. But stop trying to preach to everyone else how to run your household and run their households. Because some of them need to be dual income households, some of them need to be with women who make more than them. I want to read some of the comments. Like someone said something about what's wrong with being educated in this country. There isn't. But the definition of manhood preaches against that. They're just like, no, the man has to be the sole provider, and if you're not the sole provider, you feel insecure about where you stand as a man, because as a man you want to have the final say. That's what's preached to us by patriarchy. But I'll be honest with you, there's some women out here who are 100 times smarter than you. There are some women out here who are 100% on their hustle more than you, and they need love too. And are they going to be able to find, a lot of men say, well, they should find their equal. They're trying to find men who want more than them. Some of them do, but a lot of them don't. If you get out here and really date some of these women who are like high earners, and I challenge you, because if you go on these dating apps, you will be hard pressed to not find a black woman without a graduate degree or a high position job. But it's just men who are very insecure that they don't want to date a woman who makes more than them, because they want to have the final say. They will lose the traditional nature of the relationship, and that's true. But like you have to blend in and adapt to it, because that woman who's also very high in her career or earns a lot of money, she's also going to be she may or may not. I'd probably guess that she's probably not going to take on the full provider role. I have seen it. I haven't seen it in the black community, but I'm sure it's being done. But it's just like you can work as a team in a marriage, and one of the things that's going to help with that, being with what they call boss babe, go to therapy, go to financial counseling, find a way to, even though one makes more than the other, to make it work. Because the funny thing about it, and I'll just end this point, is men, they want to preach specifically these red pill men, they want to preach this traditional man role and leave these women in these tradcon marriages where they don't have jobs, they don't have education, they don't have work experience, and they don't want to think about how insecure that might make the woman if they divorce that woman or just in general. But then when they want to get to a boss babe, they're scared to death. Men are, let's be clear about this, men, specifically black men, are scared to death of women who make a lot of money, twice, 10, 5 times their salary, because it's going to put them in the tradcon wife role where they're like, I don't know, I feel insecure about my say so in this. I feel insecure about my future in this. So they're scared of the same thing that they want to put women in. So it's just weird. But it's at the end of the day, it's like you have to be secure in who you are as a man. I can't tell you how many women I've dated that have given me compliments of like, Chris, oh sorry, I put my government out there. It's out there now. My name's Chris. That I find it to be very attractive about you that your definition of masculinity, and I see you as masculine because you stand on your own 2 feet and you're not a drone, an NPC. You're not one of these tater tots who just fall behind these Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tates and all this and Austin Hallmans. I have never been. My friends will always tell me I'm the most stubborn man ever. It's hard to get inside my head. It's hard to gaslight me. So I like to think for myself. It's starting to echo, but I'm trying to go with that is that be who you are. And the problem with these red pill men is every man is going to have a different starting point. Because some men are more attractive than others, some men more money than others, some men are smarter than others, some men are stronger than others. So everybody's dating experience is not going to be the same. So some men are going to have a different starting point, have a different ending point, and some of them are going to have to put more work in. And you're not guaranteed to have the other next man's marriage or the next man's girlfriends or next man's options. So it's like you have to be we need to redefine masculinity. It's just like be confident about who you are. You don't have to have necessarily the last say so. You don't have to necessarily make the most money. You don't have in your relationships. You don't have to accomplish all these tenets that the guy who's driving the Ferrari or the traditional high value man is. You can be a high value man at $30,000. Just be a good guy, be a gentleman, do the work as hard as you can to provide for your family, and really love your wife and your children. You are a masculine man. But the problem is like men are setting this standard way too high. No, you guys make 6 figures. No, you got to have a traditional wife. No, you got to your wife can't work. No, you have to have the final say so. That's not a lot of men are going to be able to achieve that, and it's going to leave a lot of men broken that we're seeing with the incels. That they think that that's what the reality of dating is, and it's not. Like these black women out here, they're really looking to, and historically, they're the ones who actually dated down. They're willing to date men who don't necessarily have as much education as them, or don't make as much money as them, or as successful in their career as them. But these men, and the last thing I'll say with this, because I've been really chatty patty about this, is
no, I like it. Keep going.
The red pillars. One of the other dangerous things about the red pillars is they're looking at stats and allowing stats to tell them what the real life is. Stats are not all inclusive in terms of it. They didn't poll every single woman. Where are the racial demographics of those stats? But they'll listen to those stats and say, and to tell them what the world actually is. But they really need to just put boots on ground and see like where is your tribe? And that's where I was leaning in. I was wearing Austin Hallman out. I looked at his video that said why I left the States. And I said, Austin, you quite frankly, you have not found your tribe. And that's why I want to say to men, when you have found your tribe of women who actually find you attractive, your personality attractive, besides your money, that finds you physically attractive, that find you emotionally attractive, it's like shooting fish in a barrel at that point. But the problem is that a lot of men are just falling victim to this. You need to date a 20-year-old smoke show and you're 40, 50 years old. Even if you're 30, like not every man is guaranteed to get a 20-year-old smoke show or whatever. And it's like, and then there's these concepts of Chad and Tyrone. So men, I had this other hot take, and I said, I don't want to hear anything about women from men. I want to hear it from women, because men will set up all these little boogeymen of, oh, there's all these Chad and Tyrones, they're sleeping with everybody's girl. And I was like, let's double click into that. Sleeping with everybody's girl? They don't have time for that. They don't have the resources for that. It's hard to date. It's hard to. There's not enough time in the world for these Chads, quote unquote, to sleep with everybody's woman. But it's like men will stand up these like defeatist mentalities of like, don't even try because Chad's gonna get your girl, buddy. If she took you on a date, you have an opportunity. Stop trying to think that someone's out there, a boogeyman is out there to like snatch the opportunity away from you. You are sabotaging your opportunity. But it's just like, I forgot the point that I was on. I've been rambling, but it's just like these dudes. And I'll finish on this one. Is they want to rely on stats. They'll look at Jordan Peterson, look at red pill stats, but they don't question where do these stats come from. Did they come from Republican think tanks? Did they come from conservative think tanks?
Exactly.
They'll say, oh, Black women have the most children in multi-parent statistics than any other woman. Well, the problem with that is that like there's a lot of different variables with that problem. One of them is I don't think black women want to have multiple baby fathers. That's one. Two, black men want to claim that, hey, there's a certain type of woman that we date, and there's a certain type of woman we sleep with, or there's a certain type of woman we marry. Well, if you look at the stats, black men, since over time, historically, they don't marry anybody. If you go back to the 50s, the time period that they want to go back to, the golden years, I think black men were trailing every other race, and it was like only like they want to say like 50% of black men families were married. That's not true. It was like maybe like it might have been like 40-50%, but it dropped, and every demographic dropped since 50s. But black people dropped tremendously. It like halved. It went less than that. So it's just like black men, like I said, like I think in the last panel, they're in a crisis, not just for like financial, mental, physical health, but mostly their purpose in the world, their purpose to their family, the idea of marriage, the idea of fatherhood. Black men are in a crisis with that, and we've got to address it. And I think we've just been allowing the men to just operate in status quo and keep lowering that status quo. But I want to keep going back to the point. They believe, these black pill men believe in stats. And I'll be honest, like if I'm listening to a YouTube and someone wants to quote a stat or a stat or a graph, I'll look at it, I'll listen to it, I'll hear you out. But that's not going to stop me from dating in the real life. The real life trumps the stats, because the real life didn't poll the people you date. The real life doesn't factor for you. It doesn't factor. Everybody's experience isn't going to be the same. So you can't look at a stat and say, oh, all the women are going to be like this. Dating experience is only going to be like this. No, you have to go out there and see what is you have to find your tribe, which is going to be shooting fish in a barrel at that point, and find the women who actually like you. And if smoke shows are part of your tribe, good for you. But if smoke shows are not part of your tribe, buddy, you need to move on. You need to, as they say in Street Fighter, you need to go home and be a family man, and you need to figure out how, what do you want out of life? Because we need to stop scaring men that it's the end of the world if you become a father. It's the end of the world if you get married. These same red pillars were congratulating the soccer player for hiding his money away from his wife and getting filed for divorce. You should be ashamed of yourself if you do that. That's not a man, first of all.
Who's saying that black men need to give up and go get married? Who's saying that?
Well, no. I'm saying that this red pill movement it's discouraging men from getting married. It's discouraging men from the concept of marriage. It's discouraging them from having children, because they're saying, oh, if you have children, you're going to be paying all this. You're going to lose your family. You're going to be paying all this in alimony. You're going to be
anybody with common sense knows that your legacy is through your children.
Ask the red pillars that. Ask the red pillars.
Let me finish. You yelling at me.
I'm sorry.
Finish, bro. I'm not yelling at you.
Yeah, I'm not yelling at you. I'm not yelling at the point.
What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, you can't save everybody. If these people want to watch what they want to watch and listen to what they want to listen to, that's on them. They need to get from out of the basement, their mother's basement. They need to stop watching corn, and they need to go out and live their life. The problem is not the people that is making the videos, because at the end of the day, it's entertainment. People need to go out and live their life. I think the problem is we're attacking the messenger when the people should be told, go out and live your life. Right. You live your life. Am I right or wrong?
I have something to pick up with you, because last week, is there what is called an echo when I speak?
Yeah.
I think it's because I'm on the other column. What about now? Oh, still, huh?
It was jarring for a second, but I had to walk into a different room.
I don't know if it's headphones. If you put your headphones in, you probably won't have echo anymore.
Okay, I'll do that in a few minutes. It's because I'm all on my phone and on here too, but I will take my phone to the other room so that it doesn't disturb us any longer. But last week you kind of implied that I attacked Aston's mom.
You did.
Could you tell me why you said that?
Because you came at his mom saying that I forget what you said exactly, but it was on one of your polls, and it's like I'm like, yo, you attacking somebody's mom, and it's like, come on, man, like that's just tactless. You know what I mean? Tacky. You know, his mom ain't got nothing to do with the decisions that he made. You know,
I want to interject there for a second. Sorry. Yes, she does. She raised this man. She is absolutely responsible for everything he's doing and is allowing to continue to do. Because let's be clear.
so Jeffrey Dahmer's mom is responsible for the decision that he made.
Okay, let's be clear. Austin's not killing people, but I'm just saying. I know if I was doing something on a perpetual basis, because you can't stop someone from unaliving somebody, but you can stop Austin. You can check Austin. Like if I was his brother, I would be up his butt. Pause. Wearing him out, saying, "Dude, stop this! Stop talking about black women like this. This is embarrassing. You're embarrassing me." Your mom, my mom we should be doing the same thing. I do not want to embarrass the legacy of my parents or my brothers or my family. Austin doesn't care about that. And neither does his mom.
Does any of us know Austin Holloman in personal, real life?
Good point. Good point. We don't.
You know, right? You gotta hit the mute button when if you don't have headphones, right?
I do.
So if you put the headphones in, it won't echo. If you don't have headphones, right?
I do. I have so many headphones.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Sorry.
I'm trying to give you some game on StreamYard now. I've been doing this for a very long time. If you don't have headphones,
right now should be fine. Is it fine now?
You're still not listening to what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you something.
Is it better now?
Yeah, I think it sounds good.
You're better, but I'm trying to tell you something. Can you listen to me real quick?
Yes,
If in the event that you go live and you don't have headphones, when a person is talking, mute yourself because then you can't hear the static in the background. Second of all, if you are live on one device, the other device needs to be turned all the way down. The sound needs to be turned all the way down because if it's not, you're going to hear an echo in the background.
Very true. In fact, that's how I got the echo off. Thank you. But I want to challenge you because I did not attack Aston's mom. In fact, I think I defended her more than her son did because her son was allowing Peso to insult his mom, which I would never have done if his mom had come to my pan live and Peso had done what he did, I would have kicked him out. He didn't. And it's not because he didn't find what Peso said insulting. It's because people were donating money to him. That is that is like, putting money, monetary value on your parents' dignity. So to say that I attacked her, how did I attack her? Criticizing her for attacking other black women is not attacking her. I don't know.
I think at the end of the day, when I look at your channel, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, your channel is based off of passport bros, a quote unquote stand out of Africa, particularly Austin Holloman and Floyd Wallace. So you have a very niched thing that you have going on here where you're taking everything that they do and criticizing it. While I don't necessarily agree with that, right? I'm not opposed to it, right? There's always another side to it. But I just think that you don't give them the decency or the respect to have the conversation with them before you make a lot of these videos and a lot of these, I guess I want to call them your assumptions of what you feel. I like the dudes, but I also live real life. I also look at this as entertainment. It's not my fault, and I'm a content creator too. I do celebrity news, YouTube news, and food reviews. It's not my fault if my audience, right, is not, they don't go out and live their own life. Sometimes we don't preach the best things. Sometimes we may say things that might not be the best to say, and that's just humans in general, right? But I feel like your criticism towards Austin and Floyd is not constructive criticism. It's more along the lines of, I just don't like these dudes. Passport bros need to stay out of Africa. We don't want
I want to jump in on that.
passport bros in Africa. You know what I mean?
I want to say something real quick to that.
Well, can I?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
It's her channel. You know what I mean? You feel what I'm saying, bro?
Sure.
I don't know your name. My name's Lefty. Your name is
Chris.
Nice to meet you.
Maroon Tiger.
Tiger, you said?
The Maroon Tiger, but my name is Chris.
Chris, okay. Nice to meet you, Chris.
Nice to meet you.
I think you're a well-spoken, educated brother, and I think that you could bring a lot to the community. The only issue that I had the last live that we did that we were on, and is it okay if I call you Chris?
Yeah,
or you don't.
I put my government out there. It can't be.
But I would like for us to because I am not, I actually tried to correct Austin on the comment section. One of the things I was bringing up constantly was the fact that he would bring African girls but not give out their social media account, and I thought that was unfair because these women are, their imagery is being used to make him money, so they should be able to make money from the publicity they get by being on his show. But I was ignored. In fact, a lot of people were attacking me when the thing that broke my the camel's back was when he brought an African girl, have her cook for him as if she was some kind of maid, and while he sat there and didn't help her at all. In that live, I made so many comments. I made how I told how that upset me because for me to see someone like someone that's not a maid, that she's not his maid, being judged, and all of the comment section talking about her wig, saying that it must stink, that like every time she touched any part of her body, they criticize her, and I thought it was demeaning, and I said so. But instead of listening to me, what they did was they were attacking me. So it's not that I do not want to talk to this man. It is because they don't listen. I mean, how do you see in the comment section? You rarely find a comment that is critical of them. All the comments are just rah rah rah, thumbing up, asking whatever new deplorable activity he's engaging in. So you guys are not willing to listen. Or if you listen, it is usually like, I know the problem a lot of guys have with me, but I am a feminist. Even with people who think, who support me, I don't agree with them. So I understand that, but I think I also give, very some good criticism. And if Austin had listened to me and stopped, when he brought the African girls, if he was giving out their social media account, and if he was not treating them as if there was some kind of cattle on auction, I wouldn't have opened this account.
So
Lefty, sorry, 1 second. I'll let you get back to that. I just want to say one thing. I hear what you're trying to say. Like, why is she not giving these passport bros and incels grace? The problem is, like, the same thing that you just said about her in regard to the passport bros, they're not doing for Black women and Western women. They're not having, before they created this propaganda campaign to try to slander Western women and Black women.
Whoever came in, can you turn the music off in the background, please? It's creating an echo.
Yeah, sorry. I'll just finish. I'm going to land the plane. But before Austin and Floyd and all these passport bro and red pill influencers led this propaganda campaign, this psyop, if you will, to try to slander Western women and Black women, they didn't have intellectual panels and say, hey, let's speak to women and try to understand where they're at and help them understand our frustrations. They led with violence. So I don't believe that this person who has the keep Africa passport bro free. She's not doxing them. She is not really slandering them. She's just kind of telling. I look at it as she's just telling the news and kind of just tracking, documenting what they're doing and giving her opinion on it. Like, and we should not have to necessarily give them 100% grace because they're not giving grace at all.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. Let me say this, and I am glad that Chris, you mentioned that. I never dox them. I get so many emails like, Austin is doing this, or I do not use that. I never use that. And another thing is I never use, a lot of people email me, videos of Austin, that were shared in his private WhatsApp or something. And I never use that because I feel that I could only use something that that's in the public domain. And I have never attacked Aston on how he looks or on his, I only criticize their behavior. I have never attacked their, their physicality or anything. And here we have Keisa. Everybody say hi to Keisa. And let's, for the next 20 minutes, we will have Keisa answer our questions. Hi, Keisa.
Well, can I answer Chris back really quickly?
Thanks for joining the panel, Keisa.
Chris, I didn't say that she has to give him grace. Not at all. Because we all deserve some type of criticism. Whoever we are. Because there's always going to be good and bad. Nobody's perfect. So if nobody's perfect, you have a good side and you have a bad side, and those sides need to be exposed when you're a public figure. And let's be real, if we're doing these live streams and we're engaging people and we're creating audiences, we are public figures. You know what I mean? So we have to take what comes with being a public figure. All I'm just saying is, if you look at keep passport bros out of Africa, which when I read that, I mean, it sounds like anybody from America shouldn't be in Africa, but that's just me how I'm reading it, right? If that's what you're saying, keep passport bros out of Africa, then there's what. At the end of the day, I'm African American, right? If I wanted to go to the motherland, I'm wrong for that.
You're not a passport bro. That's the problem. Passport bros are a virus, and I want to let Keisa to be able to say something to this. But look up the definition. Look up the Wikipedia of red pill. It brings up KKK. It brings up alt-right. It brings up misogyny and feminism and stuff like that. It's a terrible group. And Austin Hallman is a byproduct, whether he wants to agree with it or not, of that group. You know how they created the Passport Bros? It came from the Black Manosphere. You know how the Black Manosphere came to be? Because the Black people in the Manosphere realized how racist they were towards Black people, so they had to create a separate Black Manosphere so that they could do their own dirty work, but just without the accountability and racism that the Manosphere proper was putting towards them. But that's what I'm going to say. I got to kind of get ready for pool practice. I'll join in and listen, but I got to kind of get silent for a minute.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, Keisa. Could you, sorry, my dear, what's your name? What should we call you? The other guy on the panel.
My name is Lefty. The name of my channel is Keeping It Real with Lefty.
Okay, thank you, Lefty. And now, Keisa, go ahead. I know you have a lot of noise in the background, but we can still hear you.
Okay, hi, everyone.
You got to speak up too, because we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so hi. Is it 4 people in the
Yes, it's 4 people.
Yeah, we can only add 6 people, but I can take me off if you want, or maybe I can take Chris off so that other people can come on.
That's a good idea.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just asking. Anyway, I'm happy to be here. I guess you all already know me. My name is Keisa. And yeah,
So, Keisa, we are going to ask you questions, and if the and to on to be transparent, you and I did DM on TikTok, and if there is a question that you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer, okay? And you are, of course, it's not just gonna be question and answer. You can just talk, jump in the panel whenever you want to contribute.
Yeah, yeah. I can answer, no problem. Any question.
Okay. Uh, First, I want you to get in to start the live by this debunking the lie they are being telling about you, that you have a sex tape, and I want you to be very this and tell us that sorry, Mama.
Sorry? Hello? Hello?
I think you can't hear me.
You're saying I should address the rumors?
Yeah.
Okay, so
If you want, if you don't.
hold on, let me fix my connection. It's bugging.
I know.
Yeah, give me like a minute. Let me just fix it. It's bugging.
I guess Keisa is having a problem getting connected, but we will wait for her. You guys could post the question you want to ask her so that we could ask her.
So, well, I guess while we wait for her to come back, I got to get ready to get out here and do some work done. Work actually about to um, be gone, but all I'm saying is that not everybody is a bad person, and when I look at your channel, it just seems like you're trying to paint passport bros, particularly Austin and Floyd, out to be these horrible people. And I just don't think that that's fair to them. Am I making sense?
I don't understand. I want this. I want this to to make this clear. I am not here. I do not owe Austin and what's his name? Austin and what's oh my God, Floyd. Any kind of thank you, sorry, thank you, my dear. So I do not owe him, and so do not expect me to be fair or anything like that. In fact,
don't expect you to be fair.
To be fair to them. In fact, we have Keissa, whom Keissa is young enough to be my daughter. They have been putting this girl's name. I mean, to the point that if you Google her name on YouTube, all you get is slanders. So you want me to be fair to those people? Absolutely not.
We all get slandered. Is she a public figure? Then it's
no, she's not.
Game. She's not a public figure. She's on the live right now.
My dear, being on the live is not a public figure. My niece is on.
I'm just saying, be fair. I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying, be fair. You know?
What way? What do you want me to say? I'm not going to talk about the good thing they do, because that's not my job.
You call these people exports. Keisa, if you put your headphones
or am I the only one who doesn't
hear? Can you put your headphones in? Because you're in a loud place. When you put your headphones in, it'll dim some of that noise.
Could you guys hear me?
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm done. Okay, go ahead, my dear.
Okay, I don't know who just said that. What does me not being a public figure have to do with like me being like scared online?
I can't even hear what you're saying. You gotta speak up. Like, raise your voice. Speak up. You said, what does a public figure have to do with what?
You're saying I'm not a public figure, right?
I said
you are a public figure.
Oh, you said.
You're a public figure. You're a content creator. You do TikTok, YouTube. You do all of these things, right? You're a public figure, right?
Okay. And
you didn't answer the question. You just said, okay. Are you a public figure?
I guess I'm a micro influencer.
Okay. And what is an influencer? Influencer is somebody that influences people. Therefore, they're a public figure, right?
Yeah.
When you are a public figure, you are subjected to scrutiny, you're subjected to a lot of different things that the regular public is not subjected to. It just comes with the territory. And you have to understand that and respect that. But you have to also be able to be true to yourself and be able to speak out against what's worth speaking out against. And other stuff is just sometimes just noise. People are going to say what they want to say.
Yeah.
You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So, I mean, I don't, I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to say what you did or what you didn't do. I'm not here to say what you're into or what you're not into, but at the end of the day, all I'm saying is that, to say keep passport bros out of Africa or whatever the case may be, I just don't think that's fair. And at the end of the day, You know, people should be able to go where they want to go. You know, you should be able to go where you want to go. You should be able to talk to who you want to talk to. And at the end of the day, we also have to understand that this is some type of form of entertainment as well. You know, I think that a lot of times that gets taken and passed to the side where, you know, is the truth. We are we're entertainers. We're entertaining people with our content. You know?
I understand when you say that I mean people should be allowed to travel to wherever they want to, but it's people like um, Austin that just
Say what you
they
feel.
don't.
You can speak real with me. Say what you feel. I don't know Austin personally. Do I like his content? Yes. You know, do I agree with everything he says? No. I don't agree with everything nobody says. You know? But that does that mean he should be deplatformed? Does that mean he should be kicked off of YouTube? Does that mean he should be kicked out of Africa? I don't think so. I think if you don't like him that bad, not saying you or anybody, just don't watch him. You know,
I don't
you have to.
understand, Lefty. Are you saying that people shouldn't criticize other people? I don't understand. I mean, criticizing other people is how things move forward. There are news channels dedicated to criticizing people. So why is me criticizing Austin? Uh, and like I said, you wanted me to talk
You're twisting
about
my
the good
words
thing.
around. You're twisting my words around. I never said you couldn't criticize him. What I said was be fair.
Be fair in what way?
Be
I
fair.
don't
I
understand.
mean, you try to paint this dude as like he's a monster, somebody that deserves to be locked up. Him and Floyd. That's not true. They're not out hurting nobody.
Hold on. What did I say about being
What kind
locked
of
up?
crimes did they do? Huh? Let me
What
know
did
what
I
kind
say
of
about
crimes
being
they did
locked
in
up?
quote unquote Africa, the quote unquote motherland. What crimes did they do? Wait, are you even in Africa yourself?
No, I'm not. Keisa,
You,
lovely, could you mute yourself? Because thank you, my dear.
you're not in Africa yourself, and you
Yeah,
trying to keep passport bros out of Africa. How, my goodness gracious. You see
hold
the
on.
hypocrisy
I
you're doing
think
this?
the problem you
Respectfully.
have is you think me and you have the same moral standard. We don't. I do not believe it's not my job as a black woman to make black men look good. That's not my job.
It ain't your job to gatekeep Africa either, but you're doing that, ain't you?
Hold
It
on,
ain't
my
your
dear.
job to gatekeep Africa. You not have
It
you been
is.
to Africa?
If I say it's my job, it is my job.
Have you been to Africa? You said keep passport bros out of Africa. You're not even there.
Why do you think I have accent?
There's a lot of people. There's Caribbean people that have accents, don't they?
But if you watch my channel, you know that I'm African. I live in America right now,
It's
but
that I'm African American too. I've never been African a day in my life.
yeah, but you're not African like me. I don't understand. But
There you go. There you go. Now, can we talk about the disdain that Africans have for African Americans? Can we talk about that? No,
we
that's right.
can, but
We
since
probably
I
should
don't
talk
have to
about that,
stand
right?
for any
We
black
probably
person, whether they be a black American,
is the problem
Because
that Austin and Floyd are from America? Is that the real problem, or is it the problem? And that's a question I ask respectfully because this is a conversation, right?
I
I'm
don't
not saying
understand
anything
your
you say
question because
personally.
you have
sir,
I mean, you have so many like threads going on. So
I didn't
let me
threaten
sir,
you not
answer
one
them.
time. Don't say
I
that.
am
I
not
didn't
in
threaten you.
America. I mean, I'm not in Africa, but I was born and raised there until the age of like 22. So I do not have to be fair. To Austin and Floyd. They are not fair to black women. So there is you cannot this one-sided loyalty where the loyalty goes from one side to another is not. It doesn't work with me.
That's the
And let me
problem
say
with you chicks nowadays. Y'all want to
let
be
me say
chicks and
something
facts.
else too. I do not Austin and Floyd do not do anything worth praising. I mean, the things you guys praise
No,
them
I'm
for
not saying
sleeping around.
you misunderstand me. I'm not telling you to praise them. I'm not saying that. Keisa, can you explain to her what I'm saying? What I'm saying is you don't have to praise them. If you want to go drag them every single day, drag them every single day. I'm with that. All I'm saying is be fair in your reporting. Am I wrong for saying that, Keisa? Can you speak, please?
I think Austin wasn't fair.
We keep going back to what these dudes are doing. We keep going back to what these dudes are doing.
Yeah, I think Austin wasn't fair.
Was it fair to you or just period?
To me, or any of the other girls he has whatever interactions with.
Would you agree that he didn't? Well, let me ask you this: did he force you to come onto his channel? Did he put any type of weapon to your head to tell you to get on his live?
No, it's not about getting on his channel. It's about what he does afterwards. What was the whole point of that video, that travel time with Paul, whatever the hell his name is, made? What was the point of that video?
But that's
And
travel
he
time with
recently
Paul's
made
video, though, Keisa. That the
I'm
Austin
sorry?
video. This travel time with Paul's video. What you said? What was the
Travel
point of
time
travel time with Paul? We talking about
travel
Austin,
no.
right?
Travel time with Paul is Austin's mic. That's Austin basically.
Travel time with Paul is a
Austin just
totally different person. I know travel time with
listen.
Paul. Now they are friends. Yes, they definitely are friends.
This is why it's hard to
Yes,
talk
and
to you.
what
Uh,
what I'm trying to
Keisa
explain to
is
you is
talking honestly. Travel Time with Paul made a video attacking her, not just her, attacking her mom. And we
Now
know
that was
that
wrong
video
because he
comes
shouldn't be
from.
talking about her mom at all. That was wrong, and he should be checked for that.
And let me see, because I want
sir.
why I think you are dishonest. We know that video is at least supported by Aston, because Aston was on the live, cheering Travel Time with Time. Not only that, he sent a private picture of of Keisa to Paul. That picture was taken by Aston, and it made its way to Travel Times video. So how did that happen? So yes, whatever Travel Time did was at least approved by Aston.
So you want me to answer that, right? Or you want me to respond?
Yes, please. Yes, please. I apologize if I'm being.
So travel time with Paul. If he got the picture from Austin, if it was a private picture, Keisa could go and report the for a privacy strike, right? There's ways to if it was a private picture. I don't know if it was private.
I'm sorry,
I don't
that's
know.
not the point. The point
I
is
don't.
that you said
Can I finish?
what
Can I
Travel
finish?
Time with
You're
Paul
cutting
did
me
was
off.
what
Like,
his own, that
if we're
Aston
gonna have a
doesn't have
conversation, you
anything
gotta
to
let
do
me
with
finish
it.
saying
And
what
I'm
I'm saying.
trying to prove to you Aston was behind it all.
How can we have a respectful conversation if we cutting each other off? Right? Miss, you there, Miss? Keep Passport Bros out of Africa, Miss. Can you hear me? Did she go out again? Could somebody say something?
Oh, I can hear you. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. What I'm saying is that we gotta have respect for each other. That's the only way we can have a dialogue here. And more importantly, for people to understand what's coming out of our mouths, we can't overtalk each other or cut each other off. You feel what I'm saying?
Did I? Sorry, I apologize.
What I'm saying is, I'm not here to defend anything, that somebody did that was wrong. Now, if A private picture of Keisa was leaked. And who's this person at the bottom? You got to be careful with letting people up because sometimes people do some really, really bad, nasty stuff.
No. She
Okay,
doesn't.
okay.
No. She doesn't have to be careful. That's a lie. Okay, so
Not,
let's
not saying that, not saying that it's you, but there is people out here that do nasty stuff with their YouTube channel, with their profile.
get that,
So
but
because I didn't see
I'm
nothing,
not a
I'm
nasty
just being.
person.
I'm
I
not
am
saying you
not
are. I'm not saying you are.
a
So please don't
nasty
take offense to
person.
it,
Okay,
Miss.
so
You
let's start
understand what I'm saying?
over. Let's start over.
Okay, let's start over then. Because if you coming with that
And
energy, I'm gonna give you
one
the
thing
same
we're
energy
not
back.
gonna do in this conversation is we're not gonna talk over each other. We're
Okay.
gonna get understanding and we're gonna compromise in this conversation. We're not gonna hop on Austin and Floyd's asses. That's not what we're gonna do. Okay, so let's start over. Okay, so let's go back to what you said from the beginning. You hopped up here and you're trying to tell women how to feel about
I
things.
didn't tell nobody how to do nothing. All I'm saying is be fair. Now you're gonna feel how you're gonna feel because women are women and women feel how they feel and they play how they play. It is what it is. Facts. But you also can't tell men how to behave either if you don't want people to tell you how to feel. Am I right or wrong, miss?
No,
I'll mute so you can get
you are definitely wrong because all I see is from these men are telling women how to treat men and how men should feel. They never say shit about how women should feel.
How can I tell you how to feel, miss? I can't tell you how to feel.
That
But
is
I can tell you how I
all
want to be
I
treated.
see through these screens. Austin just had a live last night. And this lady literally told him that they in Colombia where he's at like white men. And his live got irate, upset, discombobulated, and everything. Cause they like what they like. So now when the woman tells them their preference, you get angry and upset. And you over here breathing heavy as fuck. What you need to do, baby, you got COPD. You got COPD.
Now, see, I didn't disrespect you not one time.
But I'm going to disrespect you because you disrespected these women.
So don't come at me sideways.
You know, motherfucker.
Okay? Don't come at me sideways.
You disrespected these women on this live before I
I'm
got
not
up here.
disrespecting nobody. I'm having a conversation.
Yes, you did.
I'm having a
yes, you did.
Shut your
You
dumb ass
taunted them.
Bitch.
You taunted them. You can
I'm
call me what the fuck you want to call me, baby. But you got a big black bitch up on this motherfucker tonight.
Show your face.
That's what you got tonight.
Show your face.
Bitch,
show your
you
face.
can't even breathe.
All right,
you
shut
can't
the fuck
even
up.
breathe.
I'm
can't
going
even
to say
breathe.
something. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I want to thank people. Give me 1 second. I want to thank people, and I don't know. My English, you guys know, is not good. So thank you, Travel Mania. And I also want to say there are guests on the backstage. If you want to come, you have to have some kind of profile picture. It can be a cat and a house. It doesn't matter because we cannot tell who's speaking without what they call it, a profile picture. So please put a profile picture.
I got you one.
It doesn't have to be your. Oh no, right? You're fine. We can tell because you have. I mean, yours is unique, so we can tell. But
yeah, this their favorite. This their favorite one. They like to use on social media. I got you one.
No problem, my dear. You're right. With you, I'm fine. But there is one person on the back, and I cannot let them in until they put some kind of profile picture. It can be a picture of anything, as long as it's not vulgar.
Miss Keeping It Real with Africa, I in no means am here to disrespect you. Okay, I feel like I've been talking to you respectfully, and I have not yelled, hollered, or cussed at you not one time. Am I right or wrong? Do you feel disrespected by anything that I'm saying to you? Miss Keeping It Real with Africa. Miss Keep Passport
So,
Girls out of Africa.
my dear, you can call me Z.
Z, you said? Z?
Yeah, Z-E-D, Z.
Z. Okay. Miss Z. Have I disrespected you one time on this panel?
I don't believe it. So, but the problem I think is we are like the things we are talking with each other are not like you talk about something else and I'm talking about something else, and the conversation just goes on in circles.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hello, Miss Z. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. No, we're just following you guys arguing, and I mean not arguing, but going back and forth. Gentlemen, what's your name?
My name is Keeping It Real with Lefty.
Oh, hey,
Let's
Lefty.
Mr. Travels, right?
Yeah, it's you to travel. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I mean, I think everybody should be entitled to their own opinion, which is a fact. But
absolutely, my brother.
What I'm up against is when there is a woman on the panel. I mean, that's just my philosophy. I never talked to them from a condescending manner. I mean, in any disrespectful form. That's pretty much how I operate. I mean, I will let them talk. I will not go back and forth. I mean, if I feel offended, I'd rather track myself than say something out of order. That's pretty much how I operate. I mean, with any type of women, it doesn't matter either if it's true, if it's true or not. But I would just let them express themselves. First of all, you have to know that women in general are very emotional, and I think we should be able to listen to them and see where they're coming from. I don't know much about Keisha, and then I was watching the thing and I Googled her, and indeed, there are some very wrong things saying about it. Because when as men we consider women as object, we like I don't know if I can say we objectify them. I don't know if the term is correct. I think there's something wrong with that. That's my thing, I think so. To me, I mean, the way this thing was going, it was kind of going to the wrong way. I think, And
yeah,
then,
can I respond to you?
Sure. I'm listening.
And the reason why I say that is because I have like a short attention span. So if you say something that I want to respond to, and then you go like really long, I'll forget what I wanted to say. So first thing I wanted to say was at the end of the day, I'm the type of person where I have respect for all women. The one thing I won't do is I won't let a woman disrespect me. I never called that lady out of her name that was just on the panel until she called me out of my name. My thing is that I come from South Philadelphia. I come from the projects. I come from a place where the women are just as hard as the men. So the way I grew up, because everything is based on how a person is grown up, right? Disrespect is met with disrespect. So the whole time I've been on here, I've tried to speak in a very professional manner. And but the minute I'm disrespected, I'm going to disrespect back. That's just how I am. I can't try to play like I'm at the end of the day, I'm not you. And we weren't raised the same,
Listen, I agree with you. Those were just my 2 cents because I had the opportunity.
You know what I mean?
I had the opportunity to talk to Miss Zaid and listen to some rumor, but I kept it respectful. I let her express herself. If I didn't agree with her, it was her opinion. And it went, not one time it was any type of respect. I understand where you're coming from, but I believe that. I understand the way you were raised. But I think if it's a positive change, we can change. I don't think, because that's pretty much where sometimes, us as men, we get those mad names. I don't think it's the power struggle. And so the men, we think that we have to see who's stronger when it comes to
talking to me. Did I
male and
miss
female,
something?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, but I haven't even gotten into an argument with Ms. Zay. I haven't gotten into an argument with Ms. Zay. We've been here having I thought it was a diplomatic conversation, right?
Okay.
I mean, it may be seen heated on both sides, and I think that's because we're both passionate about what we're saying. But the other lady was blatantly disrespectful. When you're blatantly disrespectful, I don't care who you are. I'm going to disrespect you back. because I'm giving respect. I didn't come on here disrespecting anybody.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, great.
Not,
Listen, like if you read his comment, it says strictly travel is a dumbass. He thought it was a good idea to hook Floyd up with a pageant winner. Well, so be it. I mean, you think like for instance, I will get mad at cut from a different cloth. I mean, I have a philosophy. You answer to imbecile with silence. So that's exactly what I'll do with these guys. So if you think I'm a dumbass, so be it. Next. Sorry. Go ahead.
and then I also one time I defended you.
Yeah,
when
I think we talked.
People were calling you and Miss Keeping It Real Africa kept asking the question: is Safe Travels? I forget your first name.
Strictly Travel.
Strictly Travels. I'm sorry. Is he an tourist? And I'm like, yo, why you keep saying
No,
that?
I said does he run an escort business? And
even saying that, that's like slander to that man's name, though. You feel what I'm saying? Like, why put that out there about that man?
Because we have settled that out. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
we did, and and
okay, but you understand? I didn't know that y'all pieced that up.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I mean, it's. I mean, here's what we need to understand as well. That's true. But I mean, when it comes to this YouTube thing, we're always gonna get either roasted, criticized. It's inevitable. I mean, that's part of what it is. So whatever perception someone may have on somebody, which is gonna be put on YouTube. I mean, after all, I mean, to be entertainment. And then unless it's something that really need to be addressed that can be harmful, at that point, yes, you're right. I mean, it has to be addressed. But as long as it's done in a respectful manner, I agree with you. That's good, though.
Yeah. Miss Zay,
Mac, okay, COPD. Okay, let's start over. All right. Okay, so what's your grift about this lady that hosts this channel?
Is that for me or is that for me?
Yeah. COPD.
COPD? That's not me. I'm keeping it real with Lefty.
Maybe you got COPD. I work in the medical field, but okay.
Now, now that's this. Now, see what I'm saying, Travels? You see how she coming at me? Now, if I come back and be disrespectful, I'm the bad guy.
Oh, yes, that part. Oh, wow.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? Miss Zay.
I'm here for all the.
I'm wrong,
I
right?
am here for all your kicks and giggles, but I want to know what your grift is about this lady.
I'm not replying
to
you. You're going to be disrespectful. I'm not replying to you. Okay? If you want to be disrespectful,
is your grift with this lady in her channel?
Let her ask me. You shut your mouth.
Oh, so now you can talk. So when somebody's mouth come up on this motherfucker bigger than yours, you're mad.
Nah, I'm not mad at all. It's just that we could go tick for tat, but you want to be disrespectful. And if I get disrespectful, then the host is
you've been disrespectful to these women before I got on the channel. And even on her last panel, you brought your ass on here trying to be disrespectful.
Strictly Travels. Like, I'm trying to be respectful here.
No, I understand. I have no word to say when it comes to that. I think
nobody has nothing to say. Strictly, now this chick is coming at me. The moment I come at her, I'm the bad guy.
No, I mean, in this case, I don't know. I mean, you cannot.
You can do your own thing. I'm tough skinned. I'm built forward.
I mean, but ma'am, that's a good question. But what's the purpose of being like this? I'm just trying to understand that. I mean,
come on, you want the smoke, you're going to get it. I'm from South Philly. Let's go.
Oh, can you give me over the internet, sir?
Let's go, Louisiana. Tell me all about your Creole. Let's go.
Louisiana. See, that's your number one fault. You think me, But I heard you breathing. And coughing.
Let me know where you're from, baby.
Baby, I am from the South, but I am not from Louisiana. But guess what we're gonna do? What we're gonna do is talk about what your grip is with this
keep going
woman
in the
in her
kitchen
channel.
barefooted cooking. That's what you're gonna keep doing. And shut your mouth, please.
So you sitting here supporting
This is
flawed.
Okay, guys,
You already know
I don't want
You already know flawed is
insults from either
socially
side.
awkward.
I would like us to go back to the
Original
conversation.
Yes.
I
And
would
the
like that
conversation
too. I would like
is,
that too.
I did not attack Austin's mom, and I want Lefty to prove me wrong.
I can prove you wrong, but really, really quickly, I want to point something out. Strictly Travels. Did you see how I was very, very polite and was disrespected? Not one time did Zay say anything to this lady disrespected me. But the minute I started disrespecting her, now it's we need to stop arguing. Why wasn't that energy given to your homegirl? Why didn't you tell her to stop?
For one thing, I didn't hear her.
You didn't hear her.
Yes, yeah, I am between this room and trying to get Keisa back. So sorry.
Okay, well,
so
sir, if I disrespected you, I apologize. Now let's get the show on the road. Why are you here to try to grift this lady's show and tell her what she's saying is not true?
I'm not talking to you. Miss Zay,
I apologize. Oh my God.
Miss Zay, what was your questions, Miss Zay? I got to get ready to leave off here in like the next 4 minutes. But I want to say I enjoy speaking to you, Miss Zay. I enjoy our dialect back and forth, and I hope we can have many of these in the future.
About to be swept under the rug.
Okay, so my question is this, because I'm sure you know that I come from a culture that respects parents. And you are accusing me of attacking Austin's mom
because
when I didn't.
You did. Well, you may not see it from your perspective, but you did disrespect her. You came at a side.
Explain to me how I attacked her.
Excuse me. Say that again. I'm sorry. I believe that you attacked her. But unfortunately, I got to go because I have to go take care of some business. I want to continue this
conversation.
Gotta
run out the smoke.
Maybe what I could do later. I don't know what time's on your end, but I could schedule a live later on my channel, and we can finish this topic of how you disrespected Austin mom and what have you, if you would like.
I definitely Austin disrespected his own mom.
Can you shut up when somebody's talking?
That's a fair question.
Okay, so you tell her to shut up, and you think that is not disrespectful.
Strictly Travels, can you please explain to Zay how this lady has been disrespecting me since she got on the panel?
Well, here's the thing, Miss Zay. I mean, when she came, she called him CEO Peter, like so, and because she's in the medical field, and Mr. Lefty got offended by that, which I think it's
strictly. Can you tell him how he disrespected women before I got on this channel?
I didn't disrespect no women. I just gave my opinion. Ms. Zay, why is it okay for this female to disrespect
So why is my opinion under yours when you disrespected everybody else before I got here? You see
take
what I'm
it as disrespect. I'm
Why is your opinion better than my opinion? I just
Zay,
gave my observation and my opinion to you.
And that's the thing. That's your observation. Ms. Zay did not say I disrespect her. Ms. Zay, did I disrespect you not one time? Did I disrespect you? Ms. Zay? I'm the only one on here calling her Miss Zay. How unrespectful is that? Is that unrespectful? Or does that show respect?
I actually heard you. I've heard you call her more than one name.
Calling me Miss bro doesn't mean you respect me.
Nah, I've heard you call her more than one name. So you don't even know what you do.
How I attacked Austin's mom.
This is the problem with a lot of women. A lot of women are delusional, and this is the problem. This is the problem. You sit up here saying I disrespected you. The whole time I've been polite to you on this panel. I never disrespected you, not one time. Now, Ms. Zay, we've had a
With you
disagreement.
is you sit up
Can you
here
shut up, please?
and
Can you
protect
shut your
somebody
mouth,
like
please?
Floyd. Floyd
Shut
is
your
not
mouth,
to be
please. I'm
protected.
talking to Ms. Zay.
Sir,
Go back in the kitchen, Miss.
what is
Please.
wrong with you?
Go back in the kitchen.
Are you applauded?
Come on, baby.
My dears, I don't really want insults because insult makes
I understand that, but can you give her the same energy that you're giving me? Because she's been insulting me since she came on here, and you didn't say not one thing, not one time. And please don't give me my phone be going in and out. Because Travel Time, because Strictly Travel just told you that she been disrespecting me. Am I right or wrong, Strictly Travels?
No, I said she called you indeed CEO Peter because I mean I came on late on the oh, I mean yeah, it's very respectful. That's a fact. Yeah.
Is that not disrespect?
Yeah, it is. And well, she also apologized. So I think I thought we're gonna be able to continue with the main topic because I want to hear more about it.
Yes, I did apologize, and he wanted to run off.
Yeah, I think.
And I still apologize.
Do you accept an apology, Mr. Lefty?
Yeah, but no more disrespect.
Yes, we can actually continue and be, and that would be good to be able to get to. I mean, I wouldn't say to the bottom of this, but be able to kind of.
Exactly. Okay, so let's get to the bottom of this discussion, and I don't really want to talk about Florida and Austin too much because they're just air in the wind. Even though they are the air in the wind, they're air in the wind.
But that's what this whole channel is about, though, Miss. This whole channel is about Floyd and Austin.
Yeah, I do get it, but if you put too much emphasis on them, I think that's what they want, and that's what you want, and that's what you support.
Now, I just want the lady that owns the channel to be fair in her reporting. That's all.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What do you want her to do?
Be fair in the reporting, not call people, saying that they're running escort services without proof. Not putting up polls trying to stare a narrative that's just false. Like, come on, we gotta
my polls are. I mean, unless you don't follow me, you would know that the polls are obviously biased. I mean, the wording should tell you it's there, but like it's not a real poll. So I don't know why you bring my polls. Everybody knows the polls are tongue in cheek.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, what attracted me to this channel was the keep Africa passport free. So to me, as African myself, I was quite interested to see what it was all about. And then I agree with her in some of the things she said. I disagree with her some of the things she said. I think that's pretty much how things are going to be. But like for instance, when referring to Floyd, I mean, is she right? Well, I would say 99.9% yes. But Austin, I don't really quite know it because this Keisa story is new to me. So I don't really have anything to say on that but I just Googled her, and indeed there is lots of negative comment about her, and I think that could be I don't know, could be detrimental. I think that's why and me said as a woman, I'm assuming that her philosophy is to pretty much stand up for their own kind. I think it's normal. I believe so. I don't know what you think about it, Lefty. I think that would be normal because I will never argue with a woman because you end up losing that argument. That's exactly what I said. So I just listen to them, and if I have to conclude, pretty much.
And I think that's the problem. Strictly Travels.
Yeah,
we're just quote unquote listening to them. No, if you're right, you're right. You're wrong, you're wrong.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. But I will just what I will do.
It is so hard to talk to you.
I will not engage.
Can I speak?
The reason why it's so hard to talk to me is
on
because I'm not
tangents.
agreeing with you. The reason why it's so hard to talk to me is because I'm not super agreeing with you. So you have a problem
when
here.
Keisa
You
came,
don't have to agree with
you
people
kind of
to have a conversation. That's just not right. You definitely don't have to agree with people to have a conversation. That's just where you fall wrong at, sir. But
we are having a conversation.
Is this strictly travel down here?
Yes, ma'am, that's me.
Okay, so you were the guy who Floyd did whatever to, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so it's a lot of disagreements on this channel right here. Because I don't think each man agree with each man, and I don't think each woman agree with each woman. I do agree with the woman above me a lot, but what I don't agree with is when she accused you of being of whatever whatever that poll
escort service.
Escort service.
I didn't agree with that poll for you, but I do agree with a lot of her polls. But that poll I didn't agree with because I listened to Floyd, and Floyd is just a mishap.
That is correct.
And you did nothing wrong but try to help him. And that's why I did not agree. I follow certain things. I'm a YouTube. I don't look at TV. And I work 12, 16-hour days. So a lot of my days are just listening to podcasts. And I so happened to find the space. And I'm like, what the hell is going on out here? And so that's just one poll there with her I don't agree with. That you were not doing that one poll. I just didn't agree with that. A lot of her polls are truly accurate on my behalf.
Okay.
And I want to say, you're right. Some of her polls are good, but then there's other ones that are just like way off. And that's just life as a human being, right? We don't always get it 100% right. Nobody's perfect. All I'm asking is for fairness. Keep passport.
I don't think you understand. I am not here. I mean, I don't know how to give me an example of being fair to Austin and Floyd.
But you expect everybody to be fair to you because you're a woman, right?
No, she doesn't expect that. That's not what she said. She's running a channel just like they're running a channel. She didn't say that.
Because I am here to defend
that. So that's when your bias come in at, sir.
I am not here to make black men look good, especially.
So you're here to make black men look bad.
I'm not here to make black
but listen, are they there to make black women look bad? Are they not there to make black women look bad? Let's be real.
At the end of the day, black women are some of the most
this is
beautiful
her
women.
channel and this is their channel. You can't decide what you fight on. It's only fair.
I can't decide, but I can voice my opinion.
All right, it's only fair. You can't do that. You can't do that. Do I agree
with what I want to do? This is an open panel, right?
Agree with making black men or black women look bad? I don't agree with neither.
Let me, because I know when I say I'm not here to make black men look good, it's probably upsetting a lot of people. But let me tell you guys what I mean. There is, whether you admit it or not, there is a campaign to make black women look bad, to make us doubt ourselves. And I think one of those people doing that is Austin, going around talking about the pH balance of Black American women. If you guys do not think he was talking about Black American women, when he was in Africa, on TV, a web TV, he talked about the Black American vagina, like American women's vagina, how it stinks, and then someone asked him, "Are you talking about Black American women?" And he said, "Yes." And you want me to be fair to the that kind of person? Or I am only going to talk about the negative things he does because that I'm not his PR. I am
Ms.
here
Zay,
to,
Ms. Zay, you gotta read your super chats, Ms. Zay. That's very important, Ms. Zay. You gotta read your super chats.
Yes, one of them says I should kick you out. Let's sabotage your panel on purpose with Keisa, which you do it on
I'm about to
purpose.
leave anyway, but I don't think I ruined anything. I was having a conversation with Keisa. Keisa jumped off because her phone got messed up.
No, and you also,
Sir, I'll
was
be honest
answering.
with you, sir. You was literally trying to take over the conversation. You was
That's your opinion.
literally trying to make everybody see everything your way. I agreed with some of the things that you've said, and I disagree with some of the things she has done. But at the end of the day, what you're trying to make her do is see things on your side of the fence.
It's all perspective, though, right? Everybody is here just trying to make their
All
point.
be
And
perspective.
well,
But guess what? But what you're trying to do is make everybody go on your side of the perspective.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm just saying is I'm just voicing my opinion, my perspective, and I just want people to see my perspective. Whatever you choose to do is whatever you choose to do. And I am not sabotaging the live stream at all. I'm having a conversation. Mr. Strictly Travels, do you think I'm being sabotaging the live stream? Or do you think I'm being objective to what's going on? Mr. Strictly Travels.
Right, could you turn off your mic, Mama?
Okay.
Strictly, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay.
He asked you, my dear.
Do you think I came here to sabotage this live? Or do you think I came with an objective opinion that's outside of the opinion that people here have? Why you going mute on me, bro?
Well, I seen you get on floor the other day and say, you see how I had protect you against them girls the other day?
I did.
But guess
Floyd's
what?
my boy. I like Floyd.
Okay. I'm about to ask you a question about that. How old are you? That's my first question.
That doesn't matter. I'm not asking you your age.
Are
right?
you 30? Are you 30 or plus?
Is it disrespectful for me to ask you your age?
Ask me my age.
Is it disrespectful for me to ask a woman her age?
Ask me my age.
That's irrelevant. You can finish what you
Hey! But I know you're 30 plus, right? So you asking a 28-year-old. Are you telling a 28-year-old how you protecting him and you moving with him? But can I ask you a question? What has Floyd done for the Pass Pro Bro movement?
I'm not part of the Pass Pro Bro movement. I don't know what he's done for anything. I just know I like the content and it's entertaining.
Okay, so what you like about
I'm not
Floyd?
trying to get him.
What do you like about Floyd? What do you like about Floyd? What do you support about Floyd? Why do you like Floyd?
Can I finish my sentence, miss, please? And I got to get ready to go in the next 3 minutes.
Now you want to go because I'm asking.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm answering your question. I'm just saying I got to go in the next 3 minutes. Like, why are you so combative against me? Like, and then I'm wrong when I'm combative against you. Like, this whole women stick with women thing is just outrageous. It's outrageous. So let me answer your question. I think Floyd is entertaining. I like what he got going on, and I feel like it's entertaining. I feel like a lot of y'all go at him, try to get him deplatformed. I think it's wrong.
Okay.
No, hold on. That's a good question.
So you like Floyd because he's entertaining.
So
what is
entertaining
I just asked you a question.
You didn't say anything.
Begging.
I just asked you a question. You didn't say anything.
That's all he does. Just begging.
Anything.
Huh?
That's only just begging.
Hold up. He asked me a question. What did he ask me?
We cannot keep on bringing new what is called.
Did you ask me?
New topic. So can you tell me how you want me to be fair to Austin and Floyd?
I don't care about Austin. Austin is not as. I just want to know why he support Floyd. Like, it takes a fucking dumbass.
At one time. I can't answer 2 questions at one time.
You ask you a question. What was the question you asked me?
I don't even remember now.
You can't hear.
Well, I guess I can't hear if I got 5 people talking to me at the same time, right? Can you hear that?
Lovely people who are sending me super chat. I'm not, I don't know how to like click them and highlight them, but I truly appreciate it. And Chris, I'm gonna bring you up.
At the end of the day, Ms. Zay, I in no means mean to disrespect you. I'm just here to have a conversation with you. I hope you can understand that. I hope you can respect that. And I hope we can have more of these conversations because I think these are great, healthy debates.
My dear, if you're gonna come next time, let me tell you what wrong you did today. Keisa was here, telling her story about how Austin was had, Powell make a video attacking her and her mom, and you're like, oh no, you cannot say that, you cannot say that, and the
I didn't never
conversation
see
went.
nothing like that. Watch the replay. I never told her she couldn't talk. She had issues with her her connection. Please tell me you didn't see that. You thought I made her get off?
No, you overtalked her. You overtalked her.
Strictly Travels.
Yes, I'm here.
I asked you a question earlier and you just ignored it.
Oh, sorry, sir. I didn't hear, sir. Someone's talking to me here at home. What was the question? Say it again, sir.
Have I been disrespectful to the people on this panel?
Well, since I came on, no. All I heard I couldn't hear at one time. It was talking over when Keisha was there. I mean, no, I believe when Keisha left, and Miss, what's your name, Miss?
Keisa.
Keisa. And what's your name?
My name is Ryan.
Yes, sir. I couldn't hear. So
disrespectful to me, but he was disrespectful to Keisa.
yeah, so I did. So I came on because I stepped out and then came back in, and I just heard like it was mumbled. But me personally, I didn't hear him saying anything disrespectful to either you until you came on and called yourself Peter. And my 2 cents were like, well, when it comes to women, I don't talk over them. I don't argue with them because it's like that's just how I operate, because I just can't argue with a woman. It's just too difficult. I mean, I can get emotional because I'm not good at that. So I just stay listen. When they're done, I just continue my thing. That's how I operate. And Lefty told me that it's kind of a different way. He's from South Philly, where women are as tough as men. So therefore, it's a part of his environment. So becoming from Africa, I don't need to tell Ms. Zed how we operate. I mean, it's something that we just don't engender that type of behavior. I mean, it's just us, but I cannot expect Lefty.
It's a cultural difference, right?
Exactly.
It's a cultural difference.
Was brought up a different side where
that doesn't mean that I'm disrespecting Ms. Zay.
Yeah, here's the thing, because
Ms. Zed disrespecting me, but you do not seem to understand that, especially if when Keisa Keisa's name has been through they have said so many bad things about her, and when she is telling her story, you cannot say that, especially because this girl has been watching this guy saying all kinds of things to her, so she knows what she's talking about. You cannot say, well, when Powell is talking about, he's not, it's him, it's not Austin. When we all know Powell was talking on Austin's behalf.
But what I'm saying is that it was travel time with Paul talking, not Austin talking. Now, whether it was on his behalf or not behalf, if he publicly said, you can't penalize this man for somebody else's words. That's just wrong. Either way, Miss Zay, I gotta go. I hope we can have this conversation again and finish this conversation.
Yeah, that would be good though, Lefty, to be able to. Yeah, so.
Miss, if you can reach out to Miss Keisa, and because I don't feel like I disrespected her or overtalked her or anything. If I did, I apologize.
Lefty, can I say something?
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though, because we are not used to. I mean, African women generally. Miss Z is a little bit different. I mean, even when she's upset, she's still talking a calmly manner, and that's pretty much how they were brought up. I mean, they were just cannot. I mean, so when you put Keissa on the spot like this, I mean, it's hard for her to be able to.
Brother Craig, interrupt you. I have two people in the who
Sure.
wants to come up, but I want you guys to edit your profile so that it has some kind of picture. It could be a picture of anything, as long as it's not vulgar.
Yeah.
And Ms. Zay, I do feel like I've been giving you value as I've been here. I've said, listen, before you let anybody up, make sure they either have a profile picture or show their name. You know what I mean? Make sure that you read your super chats. I've been trying to be, what word am I looking for here? Strictly Travels. I've been trying to be
helpful,
helpful. So
yeah.
I this whole, you know what I mean? I understand the chat's gonna do what the chat does. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. Chat's gonna do what the chat does, but at the end of the day, I hope that you can see the value that I'm bringing to you outside of the criticism that I have for you. Because nobody else is saying, hey, if you don't know how to work StreamYard, message me and I'll walk you through it. Who else is offering that? Nobody, because nobody cares.
But Lefty, something there is. I mean, I didn't tell you. I mean, there's a big.
But am I right or wrong, though?
No. When it comes to that, it's. I mean, the contribution is really helpful. And then, going to that, like I was telling you, I mean, there's a big cultural difference between, I mean, African women and American women when it comes to. So it's always gonna be something more cordial in the conversation. I mean, they will never be out of the character because that's how they were brought up. And which I understand. So,
I have to understand African women.
Yeah, because Keissa, when she was put on the spot, like she was being grilled, she cannot handle when people start raising their voice. They just what do I say now? Because it's like being put on the spot like this. It could be quite difficult.
But
and that's just
this is an open panel. Like we're having a conversation. Like I'm a real dude. Like I'm not gonna hold back. You know what I mean? I am who I am.
Mr. Chris, I agree.
Mr. Chris, you've been on the panel with me. Do you feel that I've been on here disrespecting the women here?
Let me be very clear. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Listen, I like Lefty. I saw the poll. I didn't really want. I left. I jumped off the panel. I had some lunch and I took a shower and got ready for pool practice. I will say this. Apparently, I missed a lot. I feel jealous. I missed Keissa's, being on here, and apparently travel time with Paul was here. I feel jealous. I missed that. But Lefty, I would say this: he has an aggressive personality. I think he's good for the panel. That's my opinion. But I grew up. Me personally, I grew up with more of a disciplinarians in my family, so I can digest that. My grandmother is my late grandmother. It was like that. My late grandfather, on both of them on my mom's side, they were more disciplinarian type of personality. So I can adapt to that, and I can appreciate it. But a lot of people can't handle hard opinions or hard dispositions or things like that. Like it's tough. But I think there's a way to moderate it. I think there's a way to kind of like respect the people on the panel. There's a way to respect the talent who come on, whether it's Keissa or whoever the heck. But I don't want Lefty to not be on the panel. I like his opinion. I just think that you have to kind of understand that it's coming from a place of he's just trying to speak his truth. It's not personal. Like I yelled when he first got on here. I yelled. I wasn't yelling at him. I was yelling because I was like, he was speaking about the insults, and those dudes get under my skin, and I hate them. I want to strangle them a little bit. So I kind of screamed at it, but he thought I was screaming at him. I'm not screaming at you. I'm screaming at the fact that I hate them. Someone needs to scream at them. But no, I like Lefty, but I can't vouch for what he did because I was gone.
Yeah.
And Chris, the lady said he's just ghetto. I was born in the projects. I'm from the hood. So call me what you want. It is what it is. Y'all love the ghetto.
Y'all love like I said, I was on the panel with you last week, and like there was at least a couple dudes you kind of got a little prickly with, but we smoothed everything out, and everything was okay. But This is a different. There's a difference. There has to be some mention that we can't also talk to women like the way that we talk to men amongst men. Sometimes, that does need to
I
be
totally
mentioned.
agree with you. I totally agree with you, Chris. And my thing is that, and it's funny how Strictly Travels. I kept asking you, did I disrespect that lady when we were first talking, and you never answered that.
No, no,
It's
no, you
interesting to
didn't.
me.
You
Let me
didn't.
finish. I got to get ready to go. Chris, you know how I come in, and you kind of got an idea how I am. You seem like a
Yeah.
person that's really, really good at. I forget the word that I need to use, but when the lady came on the panel, I didn't start disrespecting her. She started calling me out of my name and disrespecting me. And where I'm from, I meet your energy, the energy you give me. So no matter who you are, man, woman, or child, if you disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you back. I asked you,
Lefty. What did I just say? We can't bring that same type of energy, regardless if it's man to man or whether it's region to region. Like we have to kind of read the room and understand what type of energy people want to tolerate or whatever. I had to work through that personally. Like I said, I grew up with disciplinarians. I used to have a hard approach like you. I used to try to tell my sisters, this is just how it is, until I kind of fell out with them a little bit, and I had to change my approach and said, hey, you know what? I'm gonna hold my opinions back, and I'm gonna be softer because even though I want a disciplinarian to kind of like guide me and mentor me and be kind of give me the tough talks and whatever. Not everybody wants that. Sometimes you have to have a certain type of relationship and understand to be able to give them that. You can't come off hard to people. And
I
the
can
last
respect,
thing I'll
I
say
can,
to
res-
that, I know you
I can
I
respect
know
that.
you disagree because I know you
I
disagree.
respect that. I respect what you're saying. I
What
don't
what I was
disagree
saying
with
is
you, man.
what I'll say is this: you can't ask anybody else on the panel whether you were rude or whether you were whatever the heck. You have to ask the people that you actually are trying to ask by proxy. You need to get that answer from Keisa. You need to get that answer from the other. If you want to understand how you made someone else feel, you need to ask them, not me, not anyone else.
Miss Zay heard the lady
You keep going
disrespect
in
me.
circles.
Huh?
Y'all keep going in circles.
Yeah, let's get off this.
Yeah, I got to go anyway. Miss Zay, enjoy your live stream. And hopefully we can have this conversation again. Have a great night, everybody. Daytime. I don't know where y'all at. I'm
Yeah,
in
you too.
America. It's daytime here. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, guys and girls. Is there an echo?
Uh, sounds, sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. So I got a couple questions for the host, Ms. Zay. Can you hear me, Ms. Zay? Ms. Zay.
Maybe she can't.
Maybe she's
Lovely people, sorry, I'm back.
Okay. Okay. So you said you were in Africa till the age of 20, and then you came to America. So are you from Ethiopia or from Eritrea?
From Ethiopia.
Okay, so are you from Tigrinya or Amhara?
Amhara.
Okay, okay. So you keep insisting that you are a black woman. So when you were in Ethiopia, did you consider yourself black before you moved here?
Yes.
Oh man,
I call that cap.
what are you trying to get at, man?
Maybe that. I mean, I've lived in a very pro black family, so I mean, my earliest memory was us crying, talking about Mandela, and talking about like a lot of the conversation in my family was about apartheid in South Africa. And I remember my brother getting upset when Ethiopian TV programs introduce African music by saying African music instead of music from other African countries. So this is not, I didn't become conscious of my blackness or my Africanness when I left Africa and came here. I have always been pro-Black. I have always been pro-Africa. So I don't know the way you are always on my comment section saying that I'm an Arab. It's but so it is so offensive to me, to be honest, because my great grandfather was killed by an Arab. He died, fighting alongside as a Yohani. I don't even know. I mean, you are from Sudan, so I understand, the problem you have with Arabs. But to say Ethiopians are Arabs is one of the most, demeaning thing you can say, especially because our country has been fighting for its survival for centuries from attack by Arabs. So I don't know why you always say that. I don't even know.
Well, the Ethiopians and Eritreans I've came across all believe that they're Arabs, and when they come to the United States and they face racism, all of a sudden they believe that they're black because they want to be associated with a group instead of just being out there by themselves. In Ethiopia, there's a lot of people who consider themselves to be white. A lot of people who look like you. You don't look black. You look Arab. This is why you keep hiding your face.
No. I have a question for you. Where you from, sir?
South Sudan.
South Sudan. Okay, that makes sense. Honestly, just this is my 2 cents of things. I think this thing about we all black, we all African, and then
Right.
those differences that you are bringing, it just only they're just bringing division. Honestly, we all black, we all African, we all have to be united. You're always gonna have a group of people that's the same thing in your country. The South Sudan and North Sudan, you gotta get divided because the North Sudan lighter and the South Sudan are darker. Because
No, that's not the reason why.
No, I know it's a reason. I
It's
know
more
pretty much.
complicated than that. But
It's more complicated. But,
no,
but
the
my point
question
is, hold on. My point is, hold on. Let me finish my train of thought. My point is, we saw the same thing in Rwanda with the Tutsi and the Hutu. The reason why Africa cannot actually come together because we have all those ethnic problems that not allow us to be together. As far as I'm concerned, Ethiopian African, South Sudan, Sudanese are African because we all in which continent? Africa. It doesn't matter if we mix or not, this and that. This is not something
that's not my point.
Yeah, but because I know what you're asking. Your issue was from which part? It was Amara or Moro or this and that.
Yeah, that's not my point though.
Yeah, what was your point?
Because I was trying to get a background of where she's coming from. My point is she's not black. She's trying
she's
to
black.
Look,
She's black.
hold on. Let me interject for a second because I'm from the country near here,
so
right?
problematic.
Look. The term black and white was made up by white man, right? Before that term was made up, we were in Africa. We was going by tribes, ethnic group and tribes. So most people, if you go to Africa, most people are gonna go.
Let me finish my point though, because you guys are misunderstanding me.
Okay.
The point I'm trying to make is
Land the
she
plane.
does not consider herself black. She's trying to cause division within the black community. I'm not trying to cause division. She's trying to cause division by
You just created division on this
inserting,
panel, sir.
How am I trying to? I mean, because I advocate. I mean, I support Black women. It is division. But if I were making videos, praising Black men, I don't think you would say that.
Hey, let me interject first. So what if she doesn't identify as black? Let's say she identifies as an Ethiopian. What's wrong with that?
Right.
What's wrong with that is that because she keeps making videos claiming that black men hate black women.
But that's her freedom of speech, though. She can do that, right?
But she said black men, or she
yeah.
Yo. At the end of the day, people have freedom of speech. People have freedom of speech. They can say whatever. You have the ability to disagree, but you can't be saying, "Oh, you can't say this, you can't say that." That's
I
because
am
that's
expressing my opinion.
you
have freedom of speech.
expression.
I'm
But
expressing my opinion right now.
don't say you can't.
Hey, real quick,
I never said she can't. I'm just saying
quick.
the point I'm making is she claims to be black.
No,
She
she's
inserts
black.
herself within the black community, and she causes division by claiming black men hate black women.
That is, hey, no. Hold on. That is true. That is true. Black, look, yo. Black men do hate black women. Look? Well, do you know the first thing they do when they get rich? Well, you know what the first thing they do when they get rich? They go for the lighter skin. They go for the lighter skin women. It can be, Latino. It can be Dominican. It can be Ethiopian. So that's the first thing. When a black man gets rich, when he has a lot of money, he goes for the light-skinned women throughout the world. It can be white women too.
You know the reason they do that is because of the attitude of black American women. That's the problem.
No,
it's not because they hate
no.
black
Even
women.
Africans do it. Even Africans do it.
Absolutely
No, even
not.
Africans do it.
Don't do it.
If
Africans
that
don't do
was
it.
the case,
Yes, Africans do it. Look. Hold on. Look, Google.
Hey, but can I say something? Here's the thing. I mean, I will agree with you, and I can't even contest that because I know, like, my brother-in-law is from Sudan, and then he was telling me that his mother, she's way lighter than his dad, and they had issue because of when they were getting married. They're from Sudan because the mom is lighter and the dad is dark, and they had this racial issue among them, which is true. I mean, the issue with colorism, the issue with color, it's deep in Africa. Like for example, let me talk to you about the Congo. Women go as far as bleaching themselves because they think that being lighter is better because of our own men who prefer to go for lighter women. That's a fact. That's a given fact. So it's something I can't even contest that because among ourselves we have those issues, and
not me.
No, that's fine. I mean, no, I mean, it's not everybody, but it's a predominant problem. I've seen the Congo all the time.
Yo. Can y'all hear me? Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
This travel time with Paul. What it do? What the business is?
Real quick, hold on. We have some topics to address. The dude from Sudan said a lot of stuff. He threw a grenade in the room. We need to address the stuff that he just said.
Let me interject for a second. When people when us Africans, when we go to Africa, we all go by country first, ethnicity second, then the tribe third.
That is true.
Black, the whole black thing, all that. We had all these tribes. We had that before this whole black, white, yellow. It was a term made up by a white man, bro. Like this girl, she's from Ethiopia. They have history. Like they're the only African country that didn't get colonized.
100%.
They didn't get colonized. So that's respect from me,
100%. I
They
agree
didn't
with
get
you.
colonized because they worked with colonizers to colonize other countries.
That doesn't make no sense, man.
No,
Yeah,
no, that's geopolitics. That's something else.
That's geopolitics. Yeah, that's geopolitics.
Yeah, that's something else. It's deeper than that. When it comes
I think what needs to happen is and I do agree. There's a lot of self-hate within the black man community, like and it's bad for black women. It's mentally it's bad. I think it's like you should be, first of all, do not put other races on a pedestal. Like like for me, if I like Latinos, if I like Latino girl, I'm not gonna say, oh, okay, Latino girls are better than my kind of girl. I'm not gonna be saying that. I'm just gonna go for that girl and I have fun. That's it. You gotta realize women are the same, man. Women are the same. Women are the same. Like, look, you should go by her personality, how she treats you. Like don't go by looks, because the moment you go by looks and you start fetishizing the looks, the relationship is gonna be short, because you went for that person just because of the looks and her ethnicity.
All right.
Okay, let's go to her channel, scroll through her videos, look at her community section.
Let me respond to this.
And you will see stuff like black men hate black women, black men this, black men hate black women. She's trying to...
Mr. Sudan, can I respond to this? You've said this about 10 times. Can I respond to this once? You need to look at her channel from a standpoint. She's speaking about passport bros. That's why people like me, I don't catch feelings. She's not talking about me. She's talking about the idiots who travel to go get women that they really should have been focusing on in the States. That's not me. She's talking about that group. That group, Austin, Floyd, all those other passport bros and incels and black mass producers, they do to make a statement that they hate black women, they hate their own women, they have their own self-hate, that is actual factual. She's not talking about me. And if the shoe fits, then don't. If the shoe doesn't fit, don't wear it. So if she's talking, if she got you catching feelings, maybe there's some truth about it to you.
I'm not catching feelings, bro. I'm just making a
Sound
statement.
like it.
Yeah,
I'm making a statement.
yo, look, let me give you an example. Do you guys see Indian man going on YouTube making fun of his own women, Indian women? You never literally see that. Same for Asian man. You don't see Asian man bashing his own women, but you only see this within particular, and I'm gonna say it, particular within the West African, Black American, and Caribbean. And you see this just only within that community. No other group does it on a consistent, especially going on YouTube and pedalizing other race. Right now, if you go to YouTube, no, hold on. If you go to YouTube and you search Ethiopian women, you will see all these videos made by West African men. These dudes are fetishizing Ethiopian women they put in Ethiopian women over their own group of women, and that's like you don't want to ever do that because you basically saying, our women, my mom, sister, whatever, is uglier than these women. You can't be saying that because it literally makes you look low. And a lot of these women from these other places you pedestalizing, they see that this guy's trying to run away from his group of women. That means something is wrong with him. There's a lot of insecurity.
Let me respond to you because I got to jump on this panel in a second. There's a couple things that you said that were really great. Fetishization. Historically, the black man.
Can we get travel time with Paul to speak, and then we would have? I think we should probably hear because I don't know if you have time with Paul. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
What's good? Can y'all hear me clear?
Yes.
Yo, key passport bros out of Africa. What's your problem with me, shorty? Can you hear me?
I have a problem with you because you made a video attacking Keisa and attacking her mom. I have been saying that forever, so it's not even anything. Why do you think? I have been saying this forever.
You been saying what forever? I can't hear you. It's going in and out.
By the way, I don't get offended when people tell me they cannot understand me. So if you don't hear me, let me know. You made a video attacking Keisa and Keisa's mom. So I don't know. Have you not seen me always criticizing you? I don't know.
You said have I seen who criticizing me? Hello?
Okay, my dear, what do you want to say? I don't know, brother.
This is what I want to say. This is what I want to say, man. I don't even know you. Don't even watch your content. But what I do know, every time I look around, you posted me in a community post. I never said anything about you, shorty. It's like you got a problem when somebody criticizes a woman from your continent. All I did was make a video about the situation that went down with Austin and his South African girlfriend in Thailand. And you went on the just a psycho spree just posting, community posts. And I'm infatuated with Thai sex workers and all that shit. Like, shorty, you need to chill. Like, for real, you need to chill out with that.
I have a rule, and that is once you attack Black women, you cannot, especially African women, Black women of any, you cannot then say, well, you know what, you cannot go because you didn't have a boundary. You went off, you shouldn't even have attacked Keisa because, that's not even, any of your business. But not only did you attack her, you attacked her.
Don't worry about what's my business or not. Austin was my homie. And let me tell you this. When have you ever seen, my channel wasn't built on attacking Black women at all. You never heard me attack Black women. Now, I made a video talking about the situation between Austin's girlfriend in Rwanda and the one in South Africa. That's not attacking all Black women. And then last time I checked on your community post, didn't you say the South African chick wasn't Black, she was Thai? So by your logic, I'm not attacking a Black woman if you said she was Asian, she wasn't from South Africa, right? Did you not say that? Go look at your post.
I don't know if you are being, intentionally Valentina. I'm talking. You came on my radar when you decide to attack Keisa. Once you do that, you do not get to take the rule. Once you attack Keisa, once you attack someone's mom, an African mom, I have the right to criticize you the way I want. And I was making fun of you. I was not even but you guys have been trying to saying them black women are black, and I have a lot of problem with that. That Thai lady, I mean, we know she's a Thai. We don't know. There is no proof that she's a South African, other than you guys saying it. So I'm not going to take your word for it.
Yeah,
So
she
do
got a
not
South
call
African
her black.
passport. I seen it with my
I'm
own
not.
eyes.
But at least don't call her black. We don't want her to be black.
Well, whatever they call them in South Africa, that's where she from. She's color, whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, she got a South African passport and all that good stuff. So, uh, and I want to say this too. I ain't called to argue with you, but I called to like give you a fair warning, please. And I'm asking you nice. I don't give a damn you keep doing it, but I'm asking you. Stop talking about me on your whack ass channel. That's all I'm saying. Stop posting me on your community posts, cause I don't even know you from a can of paint. Just leave me out of whatever the fuck you got going on, and do not lump me up with the other passport bros. I don't have nothing to do with that shit. You hear me?
I actually will continue to post to whenever I think I should.
What you say?
But I will continue to post about you like I might post about you today, because I don't think you understand. You lose your privilege to not be bothered when you decide to bother people.
I lose
You
my
can,
privilege.
yes,
Shorty, I can have I can hold up. I can have your whole channel took down. I'm sparing you right now. So don't talk about privilege. So, like I said, I'm giving you a fair
that
warning.
is so
Keep my name
pathetic.
up out your mouth, and
Pathetic.
everything gonna
That
be
is
all right. You could
pathetic.
keep doing. Hold up. You could keep doing your content that nobody even watch. Just keep my name up out your mouth, and everything will be okay. You hear me? Cause I will have your
Pathetic.
mud. I will have your mud hut bean pie channel took down in a heartbeat. You feel me? That's all I'm saying. I'm giving your third world country ass a warning,
Love,
shorty.
lovely,
Now I've been being nice with you, and all the reason I haven't talked about you on my channel because you don't deserve no clout, and you won't get any clout.
you keep on going on tangents because you have this belief that I value.
Now, and I'm
Black.
gonna tell you another thing, cause I peep you kind of a little retarded. I don't know what type of retardation you up under, but I'm gonna say this too. Girl, go get some help. Go get you some dick in your life. You seem like one miserable shorty. Who can post about American black men every 5 minutes? Every time you look around, you posting about these guys. They living rent free in your head, and them dudes ain't even studying you, shorty. Like you miserable as fuck. Why don't you talk about the white boys that's going over to Africa, dogging y'all out, giving y'all HIV and herpes and all that good shit? Talk about them dudes. Leave, keep
I think
keep ADOS and FBA up out your mouth.
I
And I'm gonna
think
tell
you
you something too. I'm going to
let
Africa
me say,
too. Hey, look,
hold
look,
on.
look. And I know you got a
I'm going
problem
to
with
ask
black men going to Africa. I'm going over there pretty soon. And ain't a goddamn
my
thing you
dear,
could
I
do
want
about
to
it. You
have
feel me?
hold on, hold on. Because I think it's obvious you and I are not, I'm calling me retarded. I mean, I think so. Okay. Anyways, I will continue to talk about you, and you could spam and get my channel taken off because that's pathetic. I mean, you cannot challenge my idea, so you have to get me banned. That just
Nah,
shows how
shorty. You
pathetic
know
you
something?
are. And
I'm gonna
if
be
you
honest
are,
with you. Hold on. Hold your thought. I ain't gonna disrespect you. Now I won't have your channel took down. You got the freedom of speech. Like keep doing what you're doing, because by that logic, the people that I talk about, they can have my channel took down too. Now I was really just talking shit about having your channel took down. I won't do anything about that. But you can keep talking about me as much as you want. That's just gonna bring more, traction to the channel. You doing a good job. Like I love. Thanks for the free promotion. But I'm letting you know, you will not get the same return on my channel. I will not talk about you because you don't deserve no clout from Travel Time with Paul channel. You feel me?
mm,
But like I
uh,
said, like you said,
I,
if a lot of us guys could,
I
What you say now?
Have I ever tried to come on your channel, on your live?
You should have. I would welcome you. You could come
But
on
I
anytime you
never
want
asked.
to.
So you are. You know what? Say what you want to say so that I can bring other people because I don't really like talking to you because you're not. You are all over the place. Uh, I am a
Look
very
at this. She talking about somebody all over the place. But that's all I had to say, Shorty. You have a good life. Y'all, everybody be easy and what's up, Pounder? Or and another thing, somebody on the Pounder said earlier, I didn't hear him, but I got a text message from somebody. Somebody said Keissa should file a privacy complaint about me, claiming that I got some pictures of her, getting skeeted in her face. Dumbass, I don't have any pictures of Keissa getting skeeted in her face. That's what has been told to me through a third party. So whoever said that can eat a dick and die as far as I'm concerned. You see her there?
okay, guys. Hi, Nat. Go ahead.
Hey,
All
how are
right.
you?
But yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic. You can let everybody else talk.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I speak on your comment section. You never reply. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I'm a big, I don't want to say enemy, but I don't really rock with Passport Bros because of their anti-black woman rhetoric. That being said, sometimes you come off as a female version of Passport Bros as it relates to black American men and blacks from America. And by what I mean by that is you had a video saying something about Africa doesn't need black people or something to that effect. I agree with your discernment between Africans and blacks, but it seems like sometimes you have a very anti-diasporan stance as it relates to Africa. And I'm gonna wrap with this. As a Habesha woman who's obviously admixed with total respect, you tend to try to regulate people's blackness when a quick Google search or a YouTube search will show that people from the Horn definitely have identity issues as it relates to blackness. So you don't have what when we say black in these YouTube streets and black American and that we're talking about people that come from Western Central Africa, right? We have a certain phenotype. Some of our people are outside of that phenotype. We have a very broad phenotype. But your people definitely are kind of like considered like the exoticals of Africa. So when you try to say that why are they going after these women and not really black when the general consensus is that Ethiopians themselves aren't even black. There was a guy who said that he was a sunburnt Caucasian in a debate and he was in Ethiopia. I'm smart enough to know that there are actual black tribes in Ethiopia, but I'm just saying sometimes your talking points sound anti-black American men just like Passport Bros are anti-black women.
I just want to piggyback off the next music what he said. I mean, the whole topic is about just Passport Bros just bashing their own women. And I said this early in the chat or live. I was like, no other group of men do it as much as the Passport Bros, even to some extent, West African men. So it seems like y'all got identity issues, putting other groups on pedestal. I mean, I never see that shit. That's like
But I have a question
other
for
groups
you.
don't be doing shit like that.
Have you seen how?
Wait, hold
Like
on.
literally,
Let me
like
respond
literally.
to Buck. Let Buck finish, so I want to respond to him.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, just putting other groups on pedestal, that is a low of the low, and it reeks, insecurity.
Oh, I will agree with you 1,000%, Buck. You want to see the worship of women with, let's just call them for the sake of this conversation, exotic phenotypes or non bantoid or black phenotypes. You just look at all the Nigerians in the comments. You look at all the black diasporans in the comments. Oh, the girls from the Somalia and Eritrea, and they're so beautiful because a lot of these brothers, black Americans, diasporans, West Africans, Central Africans, they don't have love for their own phenotype. So they praise non black phenotypes, which is why Colombia, Dominican Republic, and all these other places are rife with passport bros because they're trying to get anything that doesn't look like a reminder of who they are. So I will agree with you with that. But not all black American men suffer from that.
Yeah, I agree with you in that aspect. I do agree. She literally come off as harsh. Because when I see some of her posts, it's kind of harsh. But the main points she's mentioning, the passport bros bashing their own women, I kind of agree with that. Um, but not like I said, like you said, not all like are like this. Not most black guys like black women. And if you look at the marriage stats in the states, you see that most races stick to their own race. Like 87% of people stick to their own race. Actually the most common interracial relationship in the states is actually white men and Asian women. Second after that is white men, Hispanic women. Then third is going to be black and black men and white women. So, so even then, outside of people race, like people are like, I mean, it's not that common.
Bug, that's your name, right? The one with the globe.
Yes, sir.
Yes. With all due respect, I disagree with you a little bit because I do agree there are a lot of passport bros who are just pumping Asian women and Latino women and saying these women are the most beautiful. But there are a lot of passport bros who who are in Africa praising black women, or in the Caribbean praising black women, and the ones that are you're maybe subscribed to, or the ones that are causing controversy, are the ones that are like Austin, who are in Latin America creating, bringing a lot of attention to themselves. But there are a lot of passport bros in Africa and the Caribbean with black women praising black women, but those guys don't cause controversy, so they're not well known.
The
Yeah,
thing,
I agree with that 100%. I agree with that. Because you what are you hearing is the loud minority, and the loud minority gets the most attention. But
Mm.
when you see at it, when you see that most black men actually prefer black women and they're content with black women, but you don't hear about them. Just like with other races, Asian men prefer Asian women, but the group you hear about it is when Asian women start bashing their own man. So it's kind of like that, for example. So it's like when you hear stuff, you hear the loud minority. You know?
I like to push back on that loud minority. When we're speaking about passport bros, this is a subset of a subculture generating from America. Because, let's keep it 100, passport bros are black men. When you look at their content, when you listen to their talking points, when you look at thumbnails that they put up of comparing black women to actual dogs, calling them hyenas, when they use code words like modern women, when they really mean black women, when they when they
exactly,
base
exactly.
when they base all the negative stereotypes of black women in America, right? But then they ignore all the negative stereotypes of black men in America, and they try to step away and say, "Oh, those are the Pookie and Ray Rays." Yet, these
Exactly.
hyenas are black American women, and that's my problem.
Thank you, thank you. Exactly.
Okay, so I have a question. I get where Knack is coming from, and I get where Buck is coming from, but it's just I guess, a divisive situation because even though Knack is on one end of the conversation and Buck is on the other end of the conversation, where is the median? Like Knack is saying to her, she's disrespecting black men by having her channel by reacting to black men that are disrespecting to black women. And Buck is just saying overall, what he says is just disrespectful to American black women. So where's the medium?
I think the medium is that we should not generalize. Passport Bro should not generalize black women and typecast them as animals and savages and just nonsense. I think keep Passport Bros we'll just call her Zed. I said sometimes her talking points seem like she's, I didn't say that. I actually said that something she says are like Passport Bros towards Black American men. So I think nuance and staying away from generalizations from both groups is what's noticed. But like I said, the subgroup of a subculture, if the numbers literally don't lie, they don't lie. You look at any of their thumbnails, 9 out of 10 will be a white woman, and to them it seems like the only black woman that's acceptable is an Afro Latina. So a black woman sprinkled with some sazon is then acceptable
Okay. Now,
because
Keisa,
they don't like their own women.
I have a
I
question
mean,
for you,
I
right?
mean, me personally, here in the
But can you
states,
answer that question?
yeah. I mean, me personally, I never had problems with Black American women. I mean, most of them are respectful to me. Like, some of them, flirt with me. They call me handsome. So I don't have problem with Black American women. But I do agree. It's kind of like internal self hate. And sometimes some of these dudes, they can't get these women here in the states. So what they do is like they start bashing them just because the next guy got that Pookie or whatever got that chick, and they complaining because they don't have the same game or swag or whatever. So they start going overseas and messing up with pros and start bashing their own women back in the states, and they comparing the pros in Colombia to the regular Black American women in the states, and that's where I kind of disagree with. That's like you should. That's a low blow. Like you should never do shit like that.
Buck, I have a question for you, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Haitian, are they Latino? Yes or no?
No,
They're not Latino? Why not?
they're. I would say they was very similar to the Caribbeans, like kind of like Jamaica,
But
Virgin
guess what?
Islands.
But guess what? For all Haitian are Latino by definition. Because the term Latino refers to those who are from or have a background in the Latin American country. The reason I'm bringing that up is because there is a big
What?
misconception. Yep, Haitian are Latino by definition because the term Latino refers to those who are from or have a background in the Latin American country. So
Is Haiti a Latin American country or is it a former French colony?
it's still considered, if you look in the map, it's still considered Latin America or Latin
No, no,
American.
no, not the map. Let's talk about culture.
Okay.
Outside of the Maroons of Suriname, the Haitians have the strongest African phenotype. Number one, they also still have strong connection to African culture. Number two, number three, they are of a French colonial background, not a Latin one, which would be right across the border
No,
in the
hold on, hold on,
Dominican
hold on, hold on, hold
Republic.
on. Let me explain something. Okay, first of all, I mean, when they mean by Latin, it's all the language derivative of Latin, which is French is a derivative of Latin, so it still fall under that category, and which is a reality. Even though that's strong phenotype, I mean, like because I mean they're mainly from 95% African ancestry, but they still consider as Latin American countries, so they still consider them up as Latinos, but they wouldn't be because
Absolutely
of.
not. Have you ever met a Haitian, sir? Because I lived in
Quickly
Little Haiti in
talking.
Flatboat.
Oh, hold on, sir.
Have
I'm
you
here.
ever met an actual
Hold on.
Haitian?
Let me tell you, my dad is
Yeah,
Haitian. My dad is Haitian Dominican, and my mom is Congolese. I was born in
your
the country
dad is Haitian Dominican.
because my grandfather is Dominican, my grandmother is Haitian, and my mother is Congolese.
So you speak Spanish then?
Claro que sí que hablo español.
Y te consideran como latino en
No me,
la República Dominicana o como un
claro que no.
haitiano.
No me,
Ok,
no me,
entonces, ¿qué estamos hablando? ¿De qué
es
estamos hablando entonces?
tranquilo, no hay que subir la voz. Es una
Sí, pero tú sabes
conversación.
lo que estoy
No,
diciendo.
no, pero tranquilo, te estoy explicando. No importa la percepción de la gente. Estoy hablando de una realidad, de lo que es. Yo me considero como africano y punto, porque pasé mis primeros 15 años en África. Pero la realidad es otra. La razón por la cual estoy hablando de eso, porque es un tema, la razón por decir que no soy latino, un tema de color. Mi punto es siempre este tema de color va a traer división. Me he criado en una familia multicultural y yo no veo eso como un impedimento para alcanzar lo que sea. Pero lo que estoy diciendo, mi punto es bien claro. Es que claro que sí que son latinos, es un hecho. Que no es aceptado como latino es otra cosa. Es un tema de división. ¿Cómo me puede decir que alguien que comparte la misma isla no sea considerado geográficamente latino? Es una absurdez. El hecho que no ha hecho una limpieza del cerebro para hacernos creer que no es el caso es diferente, pero los hechos son hechos. Geográficamente hablando, ¿dónde está ubicado ese país? Yo creo que tú me contestas mi pregunta. Que decimos que la cultura es distinta es otro aspecto de la conversación. Allá entramos en el tema del color, entre distintas cosas, pero la realidad es la realidad. Era mi punto, no hay que seguir hablando de
¿Puedo
eso.
darte una respuesta, hermano?
Sí, te
La
escucho.
pregunta de dónde está esa isla que tiene una frontera. El lado de los dominicanos está considerado como un país latinoamericano. El otro es, sí, pero te voy a dar la respuesta.
Mira en el mapa, mira en el mapa.
Pero déjame hablar, te dejé hablar. Okay, yo te digo que es el Caribe. Es el Caribe. En el Caribe tienes países que hablan inglés, que hablan francés y hablan español. La gente de los que hablan español son latinos. Los haitianos nunca dicen que son latinos.
No lo que dicen ellos, no es el hecho. Yo estoy hablando de lo que dice una persona. Yo estoy hablando de la realidad, de lo que por su ubicación geográfica, no como uno se considera. Es nada que ver con cómo uno se considera, pero la realidad es la ubicación. Tú puedes ir, busca Latinoamérica, que para todos los países que pertenecen a lo que se llama Latinoamérica. Tú tienes Argentina, tú tienes Chile, tú tienes Ecuador, Honduras, Paraguay, Uruguay, Bolivia, Colombia, Guatemala, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Venezuela, Cuba, Surinam, Puerto Rico, Dominicana Republicana, Perú, Panamá, Costa Rica, Guyana y Haití. Ese país está en Latinoamérica. No lo he hecho, no soy yo que lo estoy diciendo, son hechos geográficos.
Pero no son latinos, hermano. Un haitiano es más africano que un latino.
Pero
y tú sabes eso.
No, estoy de acuerdo contigo.
Pero let's go back to English, bro, because we're losing everybody.
Yeah. Yo. No, listen. That was just a parenthesis. We're gonna go outside of the scope of the mending. That we need to. What's your name, sir?
Nakmizi.
Nakmizi. What we need to do? Let's discuss. Let's make a separate live, you and I, so we can exchange and discuss about it. I like to hear your side. So you can hear my side, and then we jump into conclusion. It's a very good topic, and you're gonna.
And I like the Spanish too. You could cook in Spanish. That's what's up.
It's very deep, bro. It's very deep. I'm telling you, because my dad told me a story growing up. I mean, that will blow your mind, and how the Puerto Rico was born used to be part of the DR, but like was mainly black. They have to cut up. It was annexed to Haiti. I mean, it's deep. That's why we're getting into that. But that's going to be a whole different topic. So I will look you up on and then create a panel and kind of discuss about that. Can be something quite interesting. It's going to be very emotional, of course, but it's going to be deep. It's some deep crap. If you go to the history part, it's crazy. It's crazy. But let's go back to our thing, and then that was just a parenthesis. So we will talk about it. I would really like to discuss that with you.
Yo. To piggyback of when y'all said our Haitian Latino, look, if you see a real life Haitian, bro, them dudes look like they straight out of West Africa.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I one time I was like, well, this dude, I thought he was like Nigerian or something, because he literally looked straight out of it, and he told me he was Haitian.
Oh yeah,
so I don't. They're not Latinos.
No.
Listen, first of all, they're just like I said, they're just similar to Jamaica.
Hold on.
Except they got colonized by French.
I have a question for you. How do you call? Where is Argentina? It's in America, right?
South America.
Yeah, are they American? Yes or no?
They're South American.
Yeah, but they're American, correct?
They're in the Americas, so you got to
Exactly.
specify which one.
No, no,
Which
no,
one is it?
no. There's, I mean, if you looked at it, there is South America is not a continent. The continent's America. You know,
No. South America is a continent.
no. It's okay. So how many countries there is? Let's geographically. How many continents?
There's 7. So there's
Okay.
Antarctica, Africa, South America, North Africa. I mean, no, North America, Europe, Asia, and Australia.
No, there. If look, there is. So you say Asia, Africa, North America, South America. So it's 7. Antarctica, Europe, and Australia. But the Americans, right? You're right. The Americans, right? That's
There are in the Americas, yeah.
Okay. So and where is Haiti and Dominican Republic and Cuba and the like? Which continent are they? Look, I mean, what part? North America or South America?
They're in the Caribbean. They're in the Caribbean. But we're talking about culture.
No, hold on. But who belongs to which continent?
I just looked that up. North America and South America are 2 totally different ones.
Yeah, you're right. But where is Haiti situated? In north or south?
So I mean, those are just islands that they're just their own entity.
They're North America. Haiti and the Caribbean is North America.
It's North America. The point I'm making is that, geographically, it's always going to create confusion. And because during colonization, the division, and that's pretty much what creates confusion. And that's why, you have, if you look at the story between the Dominican and the Haiti and this and that, and some Dominican are Haitian, some Haitian are Dominican. So it's pretty much the exact same thing. It depends where they belong. Look at David Ortiz. I mean, come on. I mean, I know lots of, then if you live in a place like that, you're going to see that all the subdivision just create nothing but confusion and division. I mean, literally, Haitian are not considered Latino, but geographically they are Latino. That's the point that we're trying to make, And it's written, if you look at Latin America, and if you even make lots of search, if you ask if Haitian are Latino, they say, yes, indeed, they're Latino. But because of their geographic, where they're actually located geographically, it's a deep subject that can take hours and hours and hours of debate. And if you make some research, your research probably can actually find about it, That's why I want to bring it up. So I would like to, and what's in the Latin, there's all the language derivative of Latin, and French is derivative of Latin. Like this, like Ike Iverson say, French is derived from Latin, even though they are not spicy white. By definition, Latin is everybody from the Latin language. But unfortunately, the US has the word Latin America for country with Spanish-speaking origin. So it's just how they decide to make it. That's the point I was making. So we have all those divisions at the end because of what we were taught, or the way we were somehow brainwashed, and and tell us to run with it. Okay, Haitians are predominantly African, but they aren't African because for their geographic location. I mean, they're from African origin, but they are Haitian. They are, and then where they are, I mean, they've been there for how many years? I mean, and we're gonna call them African? Well, that's a little bit. Those are U.S. denomination. They decide to put, they might have Afro-Asian, Afro-Latino.
Yo.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Sure.
I need to ask key passport bros out of Africa, son. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I just want to say my bad for coming on the live the way I did or whatnot. It was nice for you to let me on the live or whatever. You didn't disrespect me when I first came on. And I ain't really, have a right to come at you like that. I wouldn't like it if you came on my panel and did the same thing. You feel me? So I'm going to be a man and apologize about that. You accept it?
Yes, I do.
That's a
all right. And
yeah,
because she didn't come at me wrong. She was actually respectful, better than I expected when I came on the live. It was me, coming at her, calling out of her name. So I apologize about all that. So and no, I won't have you trying to took down. I was just talking shit out of anger because I was pissed off at your ass about that community post now. But now it's all good over here, though. You good? Like I said, that was childish and petty for me to do what I did earlier, and it's all good over here. Good show, by the way.
Yeah, you went a little bit there. And I'm reading some of the comment. I would like to address and say that strictly travel is not intelligent. Well, I'll take that, cut from
who is strictly travel?
It's me. They say I'm not that intelligent. Well, so be it. I speak 7 languages. So I don't know.
Hey, keep passport bros out of Africa. When you going live again? Can you hear me?
Hopefully. I'm not gonna go live until next month. And when you guys want to end the live, let me know. I have to work tonight, and I want to sleep before I go to work. So let me know, guys. And I truly appreciate everybody. And I hope you guys know that I do not have any problem with anyone, and I don't think you guys should ask me to prove my blackness over and over. I have been black ever since I can remember. So hopefully next time we will have another. Do you guys want to people in the chat? Do you guys want to end the live?
Well, it's up to you. Like, it's your
I
life,
mean,
but
it's just like
it was heated. It's getting interesting. So it's
yeah,
quite. I don't know. Me personally, like
I
I
mean,
said, we appreciate
yeah,
you. I talk for myself. I appreciate you.
Yeah, but she has to go to work. Let's be men and allow
Yeah.
the sister to
So
go to work.
Hey,
You know what I'm
hey,
saying?
sounds
hold
good
on,
though.
Agnes. Hey, keep
hey,
paying for bros out
Nagmeez,
Africa.
see you in Razor Ratio, bro. I'm gonna keep it respectful here for her, but I see you over there, bro.
What you supposed to say? Hey,
So,
can
Hey,
y'all hear me?
you could sign up for the fight and
hey,
pursue.
Yo,
Oh
yo.
no, you
At the
guys
end,
can
look. At the
continue
end of
the
the
live.
at the end of the day,
I
man.
Hey,
just don't want you
Look,
guys to
this is
think.
all
Oh, sorry.
troll, man. And no,
Thank
look,
you, man.
no heart, no. Don't take it to the heart. We all trolling in these internet spaces, man. No, like in real life, nobody's saying all this stuff, man. This is just trolling, man. So. But I do agree that the passport bros are just self-hating dudes who bash their own women. Like Asta Holloman literally said, he doesn't he doesn't want Black American women because their pH is off. And that's when he first started his YouTube page. And I was like, yo, that's some deep self-hate shit, you
Yeah, true.
know. And that's why I don't agree with that. I mean, he can say whatever he wants, but that's like it reeks insecurity, and this is where the host is trying to point out. But my thing with the host is this is not to be honest, this is not your battle. At the end of the day, this is not your battle. Um, if I'm gonna keep it 100%, it's literally not your battle. So it's not literally affecting Ethiopia or anything like that. So I would just say just
Hold on.
squash
It is
this.
affecting Ethiopia because, you guys have decided that because, by the way, the people you guys think, the Ethiopians you guys think look the way you think you look are like a minority. That's the funny thing, the funny part. They are a minority in Ethiopia. Most
Are you
of
talking about?
Ethiopia looks, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, are you talking about them light skinned women? Yeah.
The light
Look,
come here,
skinned
bro.
woman or the facial, the whatever, it is North Ethiopia. And North Ethiopia is not even half of Ethiopia. Most of Ethiopia is, it doesn't look like that. But in addition to that, the fact that you guys, the reason you fetishize Ethiopian women is because you don't think they look black. You are basically taking away, like you like Ethiopian women because they are as far as you can get from blackness without getting too far from
yeah,
blackness, and that's not
yeah,
a good thing for Ethiopians. I mean,
yeah,
especially because we Ethiopians are a lot of the thing we identify with blackness comes from Ethiopia. The red the red green yellow flag comes from Ethiopia. The what is called with the hairstyle, that the dread come
Yeah.
from Ethiopia. So
Rastafari culture. Yeah.
it is not, it's not, it does affect us when you are trying to especially one thing you guys they are trying to do is use us against other black women. How does that help us when we are being weaponized against other black women?
yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. It does actually. You made a good point. It does indirectly affects you because these dudes are fetishizing you guys and putting you guys on pedestal. Let me ask you this: are you Amhara or Oromo?
I am Amhara.
Okay, so that's where the beauties of Ethiopia come from. The north, Like, so the Oromos are the dark skinned Ethiopians. They kind of look, so they
Hey,
look
but
like a mix.
did you just
They
hear
look,
what you just said? Do you hear what you just said? That's where the British come from, the north, and then
yeah,
you
the Amhara, yeah, Amhara, yeah. So
and
see
the
the
south.
Amhara. So
That's where the dark covenants. Think about it.
yeah,
You
yeah.
stereotyping, bro. You said you're stereotyping. Think about it.
What is it?
He
No,
said
no,
you still
I was just
stereotyping, bro. He
I,
said
I,
you basically just proved her point.
no,
exactly.
no, no. I'm basically read like what's he saying it again. So I'm saying that all the like light skinned Ethiopian
No,
women
you
that
said
people
the
are
beauty
talking
come
about,
from the
they're
north.
in the North Ethiopia.
Hey, but you
So
said the beauty come from
so
the.
the
You said
South,
no. You just said the beauty come from the north, and then the south. That's where they have the dark. You said that, bro. You think
yeah,
about it.
yeah. I
You
said Oromos are the dark ones.
but
That's
the
a
beauty
fact.
come from the north. You
That,
said
that,
the beauty come from the
that's a
north. Pretty much
no,
what
no.
you
I
trying
was
to say.
quoting ya. I was a quote. I was quoting a so-called beauty. I said, because that's the
Okay.
ones y'all
Hey,
fetishizing.
hey, hold on,
I
I'm
don't
about to
know,
say
bro.
something because I'm about to jump off here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Key passport bros out of Africa. What's your name? Like what they call you, Zed? Cause keep passport bros out of Africa is too long to keep saying. So
Yeah, it said, yeah.
what's up? You good? Like what happened to your phone? You
Yeah,
there?
sorry. My name is Zed, Zed, Z.
Zed. Hey Zed. Probably in a couple of weeks I'll be going live. You welcome to come on the panel.
Absolutely.
What you say?
Sure. Yeah, sure. So I hope that you guys would stop saying that. Anyway, yes.
I'd like to jump in on this because I'm the one that maybe other people did it as well, but I did just call out what everyone knows is that in the horn there is talk about how people identify, and many people from the horn identify as black, and many don't. But if you say that you are Amhara, that's considered Habesha, right?
Yes.
So Habeshas are obviously mixed people, correct?
I don't want to, because this is something that you guys are saying here in America. If you go to the lightest, I mean, I have a very, very light, my dad is very light, like half of my sisters are light skinned. And if you told them they were Arabs, they were mixed, we find that offensive.
Well, I mean, I get that you'd find it offensive because a lot of times in the Horn, you have groups in Somalia. They call them groups, and then they have even clans, right? So they, if you look at recent, like 200 years ago, like if you look at any of these DNA tests and they go back to 200 years, they'll say 100% Ethiopian. When you start going beyond that, then you start seeing that admixture. So we all understand that Habeshas are admixed people. They are
I
because they
mean,
come from the north. Hold on, bro.
where's
Hold
your
on.
proof?
They come
I
from
was saying,
they come
what's
from,
the
brother.
proof?
Can I finish? Can I finish,
Go ahead,
please?
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. They come from the north. That's where the Amharas come from, and they mix with the Cushitic people from the south. If you are not Cushitic, like I believe it was the first president of Ethiopia, he looked like a black man. He was Cushitic, but those aren't your people. I saw your picture. You obviously are admixed. So you can't be obviously admixed and then police the blackness of other people as if you are not a heavily admixed person yourself.
But Nakai,
That's
I
where
mean,
the
yeah,
hypocrisy comes in. So if you
yeah.
don't want to play racial politics, then you are literally the worst person, uh, Zed, to be playing racial politics. You are literally like the mulattoes of Africa. Everyone knows that the Horners are the exoticals, the mulattoes of Africa. But then you're trying to black police people that are essentially blacker than you because of your 40 to 50% Semitic admixture. These are facts. If
Get
I'm
up
if
there.
I'm
Go.
speaking
Go. Get
garbage,
up there.
then tell me that.
They're right there.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like, you know, like this is. I mean, the only way she would interject in a situation like this is like if dudes are pedestalizing Ethiopian women. But I do agree, like she can't be policing the blackness because because like that's why I said like this is not her battle. at the end of the day, or our battle, because it's not something, unless something is happening in Ethiopia, like let's say passport bros were going to Ethiopia causing trouble. Maybe I can understand if she kind of went in and interject, some of the problems these dudes will cause. But at the end of the day, this is not her battle. This she should stay away from it. But I
It's an
do
awkward
agree.
battle. Sorry,
Yeah,
brother. Go on.
but I do agree. Like it's there's a lot of fetishizing of Ethiopian women. There's so-called mixed, and I don't know if there's a potential proof of mixed or whatever. But at the end of the day, if you go to Africa, people are just identifying as their tribe first. I mean, Nak, you know
Mm.
that, right? People are just identify with their, and I'm gonna keep it 100%.
Yeah, true.
People are just gonna, is the tribe first, ethnicity, then the country, then the other stuff comes last. Like you see in Africa, like is Africa is like when everybody in Africa, everybody's just going their own clans. That's it. Like you even see in North Africa sometimes to a certain extent. Like they got their own tribes too, for example.
Yep.
So let
But
me jump on. Let me piggyback with you, so I don't forget my point. It's an extremely awkward battle to pick up from someone from the Horn who's policing people's blackness, but coming from an extremely admixed ethnic group. When we talk about um, identifiers on the continent, it is ethnic group, and then it can even be religion. You know what I'm saying? Blackness on the continent means nothing on a continent full of people that are dark skinned. The word black was made popular by black Americans. We're the ones that embraced blackness. So what the sister feels when I challenge her blackness, I get this from West Africans. Well, you're admixed with white people and Native Americans, so you're not black. To which I respond, we are the blacks, the people from the diaspora, because we are a mixture of multiple ethnic groups on the continent. So we fall under an umbrella term called blackness. And Amhara does not fall under multiple ethnic groups. They are Amhara. So that is their identifier. It's not blackness. So you're an Amhara trying to police black people who you have no cultural, no historical, except for the descendants of those same black people you criticize, help you and your people fight in the second Italo-Ethiopian war, i.e. black Americans, the Brown Condor, to help you guys defeat the regime of Mussolini. So I think you should have more respect for the men of our culture and don't lump us all in as passport bros, because it starts to reek of toxic femininity. When you have an African woman, a proud African woman, who's pushing these westernized views of sexuality, trying to make an equivalent of what a man can do and what a woman can do. Look, women to me are you put them on a pedestal, like for real. We should, because we should protect them at all costs, which is why I bang on anybody that bangs on black women. But I don't want what I want for myself for my women either. A woman cannot have the same amount of sexual partners as a man and keep her sanctity as a woman. A man can do whatever he can do and he'll be labeled whatever in society. I think you have no sexual discipline if you do that. So I down that as well, but I understand the reality. But I think the reason why it's weird here is because we have a sister here who comes from a very mixed background, trying to police blackness when her people don't identify as black, but it's really to push a toxic feminine narrative. A toxic feminine narrative that would be dead in the water if she was anywhere in the Horn.
Exactly, brother. What's your name again? The one with the American flag?
I'm Nakmizi. I got a channel. I'm gonna be beating up Yoga and Sasua. So that's me.
Hey,
Okay.
Nagmeezy,
I
is
am.
it true? Is it true that you're Nigerian? Because in the Yoga is saying
Yeah,
you
he
attend you
loves to
attend
say this.
Teta.
He loves to say this trope of me being a Nigerian. Look, my people are from North and South Carolina, right? But before that, obviously 400 years before that, we came from West and Central Africa. And many Black Americans have Nigerian ancestry, so he tries to do that little tether shit. But nah, my people are from what he's doing, he knows how I feel about Black Americans, so he's trying to troll me with the Nigerian trope because of the most Nigerians tend to be the most vocal when it comes to being anti-Black American.
I absolutely agree with everything you said, and that's the point I was trying to make earlier, because I know the history of Ethiopia. She claims that the light-skinned Ethiopians are the minority, which is true, but they hold the most power in Ethiopia. And the reason people claim Ethiopia has never been colonized, the reason is they worked with colonizers to enslave the Black Ethiopians. Even today, Black Ethiopians are uh, getting their land taken from them in Ethiopia, and a lot of the light-skinned Ethiopians who live in the north have moved to the south, close to the South Sudan border, and forcibly removed the dark Ethiopians from their land and took their land. There's a lot of these things going on in Ethiopia, and in Ethiopia, none of them claims to be Black. They will never say they're Black in Ethiopia, because if they say they're Black, then they would be at the same level as the dark-skinned Ethiopians who they are abusing in the South.
Wow.
So they come here to America and claim to be Black because obviously they cannot say they're white, they cannot say they're Hispanic because they would be laughed at. This is why they claim to be Black here. They will never claim to be Black in Ethiopia. And she comes over here claiming to be Black. If you look at her community section and the videos she posts, saying Black men hate Black women, all these stuff, and she's not even Black, and she just trying to cause division within the Black community. That's the point I was trying to make earlier, and people misunderstood my point. Thank you.
Look, some of the points he made is actually true. But the other points, it's not her battle really. But the points when she said, okay, these passport bros, they bash their own women. That's 100%. That's 100%. You're gonna see videos on YouTube, a passport bro with a non-Black woman, on the same YouTube video talking shit about his own women back in the States. So to that extent, I kind of agree with her, but to another extent, it's not really, her battle. It's it's not her battle for the majority. Like, she can't be speaking for the people here in the Western Hemisphere, because it's a lot. It's not her battle.
Well, as I said earlier, those guys that bash Black women and pedestalize other women, they're the minority. They're the minority, but because they do that, everybody wants to talk about them. And the reason, and that's the problem. That's why we talk about them. That's why they're elevated. But they're the very tiny part of the community. Majority.
Can I say something though? And then I will take myself down. Let me start with Sudanese guy. I don't know if you listen to Nax. He is basically saying that you are not Black either. He didn't say it's just Ethiopians or light-skinned Ethiopians who are not Black. He said all African people are not Black because we didn't identify as Black when we are in our country. So I don't even know why you think Nak is making a distinction between you and me. He is saying you are not Black. He is saying I'm not Black, not because, Ethiopians are light-skinned or whatever, just because he believes that to be Black, you have to be from America. You have to be an ADOS. So I don't even know why you think Nak is, on your side. And Nak, this idea that Black Americans helped us, win the Second World War. I mean, the Second Italian Ethiopia war is not true because Ethiopia lost. Ethiopia lost, and it's not because we didn't have people. It is because we were technologically. By the time the second Italian Ethiopian war came, Ethiopia was technologically like way backward from Italia. So the only way we were able to win is because what's called England interfered. And but here is the thing. I actually do appreciate that Black Americans came and fought alongside Ethiopians, because that shows me how much they value Blackness, because they understand at that time Ethiopia was the only independent African country, at least the only independent African country which stayed in Tibet independent by fighting of invaders. So I do appreciate them. But I don't know where the idea came that Ethiopians fighting along with Black Americans won. We didn't win the war, so I don't even know where that is coming. And then
I'll explain it to you now, and then let me let you finish, and then I'll explain it to you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I said is that we fought alongside you, and we absolutely did. Black Americans defied the American government to show solidarity with Ethiopia. So I believe his name was John Robinson. He laid the foundation for what was later Ethiopian Airlines. They commemorate him.
And I acknowledge that. It's just that.
May I finish though, because I didn't cut you off.
Sorry, Mike.
So this is what I'm saying. So what you used was the classic kick then kiss strategy. Actually, your strategy was to try to sow division between me and the Sudanese brother, and then kick and kiss. So now, once you acknowledge and you can say that you appreciate what Black Americans have done, that's something you should lead with. Not leading with, well, we didn't even win the war. I didn't say you won the war. It is a show. It is a show of solidarity that my people had for your people, specifically Black Americans. Now, if you want to go further than that, you can say that the American people as a whole, which Black Americans are part of, also help Ethiopia. Hands across America. Hands across America.
Here is the thing. I do acknowledge that. For example, when Ethiopia, even though it was such a tiny country, such a poor country, when other Africans were fighting for their freedom, Ethiopia, at a very great risk for its national security, was helping. Like Ethiopia was helping the Kenyan fighters. Ethiopia was giving them, a refugee. Ethiopia actually gave Nelson Mandela fake Ethiopian passport so that he could travel, through Africa. So, and I have said over and over, Black Americans have been helping more than their weight. You are less than 1% of the Black population, but Blackness comes from you guys. Black pride comes from you guys. What we think as Black, comes from you guys. So I have acknowledged that, and there is no reason for me to deny it. But what I don't understand is this insistence that especially the Sudanese guy, saying that I have never identified as Black or knew I was Black before I came here. Why wouldn't I know that? I mean, I'm educated. I watch, South Africa, things happen in South Africa. Why wouldn't I know that the South African Black people look like me?
All right, so I want to respond to your second point, and what you said is duly noted. I wasn't just waiting to respond. I understood you, and I want to respond now. As far as the Ethiopian admixture conversation and the identity thing, I say, as identifiers, Africans identify by their ethnic group. In certain places, it gets to the point where it's clan and subclan, and these don't even intermarry in certain places.
That's
My
facts.
mailman is Somali, and he says in Holland, they're Somali, they speak, but when they land in Somalia, he goes to his tribe and he goes to the other way. They're not the same people.
Yep.
So what I say, we identify as Black because we are. Now, make no mistake, you cannot have blackness without having a lineage going to the continent. But so we're talking. I don't want to mix identifiers and social names or constructs with biology and lineage to the continent of black people. But again, on a continent full of black people, blackness means nothing. Ethnicity, nationality, and religion mean more than the color of your skin. What I'm just saying, as far as the Ethiopian thing. Look, I don't have to. I put a comment in the back about Emperor Haile Selassie, may he rest in peace, saying that he was not a Negro, and I'm going to read it for everyone right now. I am not a Negro at all. I am a Caucasian. The Emperor Menelik told the West Indian Pan-Africanist Benito Sylvian, who had come to Addis Ababa to solicit the emperor's leadership in the Society for the Amelioration of the Negro Race. Haile Selassie confirmed that view in a declaration to Chief H.O. Davis, a well-known Nigerian nationalist, stating that Ethiopians did not regard themselves as Africans, but as mixed Hamito-Semitic people. So when you are going at people for their blackness and checking Afro-Latinos for their blackness, while you're pointing one black finger, there's four more pointing back at you saying that you're not black enough to have these conversations.
Now,
So
now, now,
it's
now, Weezy, let me
born.
ask you
It's
this.
born. Yeah, hold on. Let me land with this.
No,
It's
before
born
you
out
lose
of
your, before I
femininity.
lose the train of thought, let
Go
me
on,
ask you
brother. Go.
this: if so, can a guy like Drake can he speak for the blackness?
Absolutely not. See, I don't consider biracial people black because I'm not a one dropper. And the one drop rule says that if you have one drop of African blood, you are considered black. So what they do is it was really to protect whiteness. Okay, so in protecting whiteness, they made blackness the dumping ground for all the mixed race people that they didn't want to accept. And I respect the humanity of all biracial and heavily admixed people. I am admixed myself, right? But there's never been a am I black, am I this? Now I've been black from the day I was born. That's how my people identify. We made blackness cool. We made blackness popular. We're the most popular blacks on the face of the earth. Not only that, we're the most educated, the highest paid, the longest living. We are the premium blacks of the world, and I challenge anyone to say otherwise.
I mean, to be honest, like with that aspect, I do agree with you. Like most people, if you go to Africa, just gonna identify by their ethnicity first, then the tribe, then the religion is gonna come third. But let me just speak on the whole black and white term. That was actually identified by white people, or white men, to classify certain, groups of people. And prior to that, before then, people were identifying by their, whatever tribe or ethnicity they belonged to at the time. Like India and Pakistan, they have these terms for them, brown. But when you go to India, like they're identified first in their religion, Hindu, then second their the parts of India they're coming from. Because you got the North Punjabis, India, then you got the South Indians who are darker than you and I, Nak. But then when you look at India, it's a whole country, but it got like whole different 70 different languages and 7 different ethnicities. But when we look at India, we look at, okay, this is one group of people, but they're really not. So that's the same how Africa is. It's a lot of diversity. Look, Africa is a big continent, and to go from Ghana to, let's say, Eritrea, that's like going from Canada all the way to Argentina. So it's very large. So a lot of different things happen. And look, humanity, we were always mixing throughout history. Even white people are mixed. White people have some atmosphere in them. Every person in this world you see have some form of mixture in them. Every person you see have some form of mixture. Nobody's 100%.
agree with you.
Yes.
Look
I
at,
don't. I don't. It's not.
look at the Spanish. They were for 600 years. They were under the Moors for 600 years. So Spanish really, I mean, from Spain, it's a mix of Arab and Caucasian. So nothing know about that. So you're right, Buck.
Our problem is not that how people look. It's how people identify. Because even in my tribe, I'm from the Balanda tribe in South Sudan. There are people who are very light skinned. I was there like 3 months ago, and I saw a guy on a motorcycle. I almost thought he was mixed, but he wasn't. That's how people can be in Africa. They can be very light skinned, but the problem we have is the identification. We never said we were not black, but the people in this Eritrea, in the Horn of Africa, Somalia, in Ethiopia, they will say, I'm not black, I'm not a Negro, I'm white. That's what they will say in Ethiopia. I am white.
Wait. Somebody say that white? I never
Yeah.
heard
Yeah,
that.
Haile Selassie said, "I'm not a Negro. I'm a Caucasian." To the
So
brother
so
from
so
Sudan,
so
let
so,
me ask
so
you a
just
question real quick.
so you
Brother from
generalize it.
Sudan,
You generalize
hold
it.
on. I
So
want to ask the brother
remember
from
earlier.
Sudan something because I didn't
Go
know
ahead.
he was South Sudanese. Their first president, well, I believe, was Salva Kiir. He used to wear the cowboy hat or whatever. Is that correct, or am I wrong with that? Was it Salva Kiir?
Yes,
Okay, the Janjaweed, while they are still Sudanese, would they consider themselves black?
absolutely not. They consider themselves Arabs.
Exactly. So when you have these highly admixed people who value either their new, I don't want to call it mutation, what their new, what they've become, or their ancestry that happens to not be black, then you have the recipe for anti-black violence and genocide. So just because someone, they can both say I'm Sudanese or I'm South Sudanese, I'm this, or there's still differences within that, and it tends to be the black people tend to get the short end of the stick. If I was to say what is a madal, what is a jarer, what is al abd, y'all would know exactly who I'm talking about. So I want to correct my brother Buck gently that it wasn't the white man the first one. It was the Arabs who mentioned. They actually mentioned it in the Quran when they talked about it was something about leadership, and they spoke about it in hadith, talking about even if your imam is a raisin-headed Ethiopian slave, you must listen to him. Not listen to him because he's a raisin-headed Ethiopian slave, but in spite of him being a raisin-headed Ethiopian slave. So it was the Arabs, really. You see, but when you look at Somalia, they embraced Islam. They've been doing trade over the Indian Ocean with Yemen and all of that for the long time. So they're admixed. But in Somalia, you have Somali Bantu, you have Jarer Wayne, you have all these different subgroups. But it just tends to be that the black ones are always enslaved. So when you have these heavily admixed people that choose to identify as black, I like it. I actually like what that the sister embraces her blackness. I do. But we have to ask, is she fighting the right fight when she's dealing in the business of an ethnic group that literally has nothing to do with her?
Gentlemen,
Black Americans.
can I
Well,
interject
she
for 1 second?
let me add one thing. She embraces her blackness on the internet with her face covered. Is she doing it in public? No.
Can I interject 1 second? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to go to work real quick. I just want to say hello to the host and to the panelists. I did want to play one clip. This is from Average Man Unplugged. You all familiar with him?
Yeah, he's on the spectrum.
Okay. Well, he said one thing in the video. It's a quick clip, and I think this kind of summarizes how the Passport Bros feel, and this speaks to what the host is saying. So he's talking about going to Africa,
Like, if I was gonna go to South Africa would probably be first on the list specifically because of those two cities. Because I've heard a lot of good things about those cities. I've seen guys in the comments mention Africa several times. You know, if y'all know anything about Africa or say anything about it, like, you know, send it in my email. Let me know. Like, I'll take a look at it. But yeah, outside of that, I would say North Africa, Northwest Africa in particular, because I heard there's, you know, women that, you know, because I've heard of, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know, I've heard there's been like, it's like a different kind of like mix of women up in that area, you know what I mean, because it's so close to Europe.
That's kind of the general sentiment I get from the Passport Bros.
Yep, that's the
That's the Passport Bros in a nutshell. Anything that ain't black is good.
That's not the general. That's just one
black,
person.
black
They're
or not.
minority.
Look, black or not. If you go to China, for example, if an Ethiopian goes to China or whatever, guess what they're gonna identify you first? Guess
What?
what?
Tell us about.
They're gonna identify with you as black. You know, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. That's how they're gonna identify with you.
But
You
you know,
know,
there's
but
levels, but there's levels because black Americans get treated different than Africans all over the world. You know that, right?
I mean, I've seen it myself when I went to Asia, bro. I seen it. The Africans were getting treated. Unfortunately, they were treated like shit. They were greatly treated like, because most of them, and it's mostly Nigerians over there. I think they're illegals, and some of them just have a bad rep over there. And it's not due to their skin color or anything. It's just that most of them are there illegally. So, but if they found out, hey, you came to this country on a tourist visa, you visiting, they're not gonna say anything. But a lot of the Africans over there, you see Asia, you know, because most of the black folks over there you see are actually Africans, and but they're there illegally. Some of them overstay their tourist visa, past the 90 days, 60 days. So yeah, the treatment is gonna be different because of the U.S. Passport citizenship thing status. Look, I mean, I just want to piggyback and say, man, with the clip he played, that's 100%, man. That's you know, even when these guys go to the continent, they're going to the North Africa, they're going to Egypt. Like look at Big Boss, for example.
Cape Verde. They're going to Cape Verde.
Cape Verde, I mean, all these. Look, Big Boss. Big Boss said the first thing he said, when I go to Africa, I'm going to go to Egypt. I'm like, out of all the places in Africa, you know, you choose that country, you know, where them folks consider themselves as white. And the crazy thing is, Nagmizi, the crazy thing is they consider themselves as white, but as soon as they land in Europe, guess what they are, bro? They're like to them, Europeans are actually, to them, they're brown people. You know, they're Arabic. They're not white. But when you go to
They
like
get treated worse than what they get treated worse than black people sometimes in Europe.
yes, bro.
Moroccans in where the country I am right now, I've never been in a country where Moroccans are lower on the racial totem pole than black people. But
That
it's
is so
here.
true. So true. I've seen it in Europe. I've seen it in France. I've seen it in Spain, which is 100% right.
That's why
Yep.
you have all these European nationalists, right, far right groups coming up, because a
But
lot of them Moroccans have a bad rep over there.
but
You
it's
know,
something else. And you know, sometimes Moroccan consider themselves as Arab, but Arab don't consider Moroccan as Arab. So it's very confusing as well.
see, the thing is, with Moroccans are not technically Arabs.
But they
They're
consider
their
themselves as
own
Arab.
people.
I know the
Yeah,
majority
they
think
consider they're not native. They're not an Arab. They
no,
got
they're not.
Arabized. So the Arabs
Can I say
came
something?
and
Sure.
conquered
Can I
that
say
part
something?
of North Africa. They're
Yep.
actually Barbaro people, like
But I think
their
the
own
host wants
different
to say
people.
something.
Yeah.
Yes, because I don't know if you guys watched the last video I made. It was about Austin going to talking about racism in Chile, and he's saying that he doesn't really care about racism in Chile because mostly he doesn't really care about anti-black racism in Chile because it is mostly directed on to us Black Caribbeans. And the point I wanted to make was that if you look at the racism that is directed at Black people, Black Caribbeans in Chile, it is the same racism, like the way they are stereotyped as, vulgar, as, sexually promiscuous, and, thieves, and all kinds of things. It is the same way Black Americans are stereotyped here. It is the same way Black Africans are stereotyped in Europe. It's the same way Black Ethiopians are stereotyped in Israel. So racism, anti-Black racism is connected. It's just almost the same everywhere. You cannot say, let me be honest with you guys. I do know that in America, I get treated better than Black Americans. I have gone to many stores where the moment they hear my accent, I see them relaxing. I actually had gone to this motel once, and the motel owner told me he was not going to let me stay 1 month, which is, if I stay 1 month, I would pay $700, but every day it's like $30. So it's more, it's better to pay for a month than, to pay every day. So he said he was not going to let me, rent for 1 month until he heard my accent and know that I am, I'm not a Black American. So we do get, there is something I call an accent privilege here in America.
Well, hold on. Did you get a better price? Did you take advantage of a better price?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
You said that he offered you a better price or allowed you to stay because
Yes,
of
she
your
said month.
accent.
Oh no, I don't. I
Say a
don't.
month is cheap.
Sometimes my English is not. So here is the thing. You
No,
pay
wait. I'm
every
I'm
day.
trying to get to a point, sis. Did
Yeah,
you
let me
stay there
say that.
or not?
It's my fault because I didn't explain it
Oh,
correctly.
okay, okay.
So
Never mind.
I went to that city as a travel nurse. So I wanted to stay, I mean, in the motel, I wanted to stay a month or 2 months or whatever. So it happens two ways. You pay every day, which is, $30 every day, $30 every day, or you pay once, 700, which you save like $200, right? So I went and, asked for a month, which, he allowed me to stay for a month. But later on, he told me that he would not have, allowed me to, to rent a month. He would have made me pay every day, which is, $30 every day. If he had, if it, the reason, but when he heard my accent, he allowed me to stay, to rent the 1 month. And there are so many times that I understand. For example, my name, if you guys know my real name, it is very wrong. It's like very, very wrong. And I see people making honest efforts to pronounce my name correctly, whereas I see them intentionally mispronounce Black American names. So I know that there is an advantage. I have an advantage. I have a privilege because of my accent. But but that doesn't make me think, oh, you know what? Because racism doesn't affect me as Black Americans does. I don't have to worry about racism. And that is what I hear you guys doing here. Like, because racism in Europe doesn't affect you as much as it does, Black African immigrants, you shouldn't care about racism in Europe. Or, I don't know. I don't know why you guys think that.
I mean, what you said is very telling. A lot of African immigrants to America tend to be like that silent majority or minority, whichever side the ball falls on, where they will accept the benefits of having the accent and not being a Black American and not speak on it. See, a lot of times Black Americans don't have that energy up until recently. So we'll speak out against those sort of injustices. Like, hold up, what do you mean you wouldn't rent to a Black American? Why? Oh, really? I'm checking out. But if you stayed there knowing that he was racist towards Black Americans, then what you just did is you put a stamp on his racism and you said it's okay. You should have
Uh,
checked out, but you didn't.
So, I mean, here is the thing. That is a different conversation. The point I wanted to make is this idea that because if racism doesn't affect you, it doesn't. It means it's not your concern. Of course, I mean, there are things that I do to, to make sure that people know.
I do not consider being treated differently from Black Americans some kind of achievement or some kind of thing I deserve. But you, on the other hand, I mean, the people on the panel are saying that you shouldn't care about racism in Europe because it only affects Black Black immigrants like me, African immigrants.
I don't think anyone said that, but I will actually say that, and I'll tell you why. Black Americans have been the holding the torch for Black people worldwide. And like I said, you came with the kick and the kiss just to prove a point, that we didn't win a war, even though Black Americans helped you. Black Americans have stood on the front lines in many countries. Our politicians have lobbied on behalf of an anti Republic of South Africa apartheid regime. We lobbied against that. We've had missionaries that went to the Congo on behalf of the Congolese to try to get Leopold to fall back. But we haven't got anything in return but a lot of, Black immigrants coming to the country, and not all of them, but a vocal minority that have been anti-Black American in America. So when Austin says that, look, I understand. Hold on. Let me finish this. I'm gonna be done in a second. I understand, even though I may not condone what Austin said, why he would say, like, look, it doesn't affect me because that's Black American privilege. Although me as a 50-year-old man, I can empathize, and I would honestly speak up. You see what I'm saying? But that's that Black American in me. But we don't get the same energy from a lot of Black people that come, which is why a lot of my people are just saying, forget it, we're gonna focus on us. So whatever y'all got going on in your country is your thing. I wish you the best, but it doesn't affect us because we got our own issues.
Here is the thing. The problem is me when I see racism in America, even though it's not directed towards me. If I see a black an, a white person making fun of a black American name, I do not think of it. You know what? That doesn't affect me, so it's none of my business. I don't think of it. I think of the this racism that I see here today, that that has excluded me, will include me in some way, somewhere, in some context. So I'm not gonna say, well, because it's not racism directed against me, I shouldn't care. But you are saying that people like Austin shouldn't care about racism in Chile because he had the American privilege, so it's not going to affect him.
Well, I would say, look, to a point, yes. But the caveat here is that while Black American privilege is real, there's certain countries all over the world, South America included, where they don't care what kind of black you are. So that's the caveat. And to think that you can just escape all the nonsense totally because you're a Black American is not rooted in reality. So I understand your point. I'm just speaking from the point of we're not going to be fighting for every other Black group that ain't really fight for us. You know what I'm saying? But racism affects everybody. I think Black Americans deal with racism differently. A lot of immigrants, new immigrants to certain countries, um, don't fight as hard as Black Americans fight. They're not as vocal as Black Americans are. One of the reasons is unsure immigration status. Some of the reasons are identifying with their former colonizers. Some reasons may be an actual disdain for the Black Americans that kick the door down so that they can actually come in the country. There's a whole bunch of reasons, and some of my people just don't fight for them no more.
Here is the thing: what you are doing is contradictory. I take I mean, the position that you should fight racism in anywhere and any place because anti-black racism is connected. Whatever racism you see in America, you'll see it in Europe, you'll see it in Israel, you'll see it everywhere else. But you are saying that people like Austin should be fine with racism in Chile because it's not directed towards them. And here is the thing too. Me here in America, have less power than people like Austin in Chile. I mean, Austin is not an economic immigrant in Chile. If he speak up, he's not going to lose anything. So I don't think there is, putting me and him in the same,
Pedestal.
space is not, yeah, like we're not the same level, right? Because uh, I am an economic immigrant here. Austin is a sex tourist in Chile. All he will lose is, access to, he's not even getting any access to the Chilean women, at least not to the white one. So he is not going to lose anything by, so why wouldn't he speak up?
Well, I don't want to focus all this on Austin. I really want to get it a little broader and just talk about social issues. Um, but look, a new immigrant to whatever country they choose to move to should be on their best behavior. If I was to move to Addis Ababa, I wouldn't be talking about any of y'all social problems. Nothing. From the colorism, the bleaching, the tribalism, your president Abiy Ahmed and his campaign or his thing against one certain ethnic group out there. No, I haven't earned the right to speak on y'all issues because I'm not connected to y'all issues. And by the same token, if you're an economic immigrant or migrant to America and America has afforded you opportunities that the black American has opened the door for you because they did not want Africans in America. They called you blacks of African nativity. They didn't even want y'all there, but my people lobbied so you can get there. So when you come there, then you're pretty much got to be on your best behavior. And if you're not, and a lot of them haven't been, they're very vocal against my people. You get people who say, you know what? Well, whatever happens to them, they got to hold their own nuts. I'm kind of in the middle on it. If I see a black person getting jumped by two people and is racially motivated, my body is going to react before my mind starts thinking, oh, should I help them? They don't look like they're black American. No, I'm not wired like that. But I understand why my people are fed up with a bunch of disrespectful immigrants, black, Hispanic, Asian, white, and otherwise, that come to America throwing shots at us. And we're tired of it.
Yeah. I don't even understand the conversation right now because um, I don't know. My channel is very, very honest and very transparent. Um, I am very pro black women everywhere, and I do believe that there is what I think you guys are trying to do is trying to find some um, some way to silence me because everything you are trying to say it doesn't make sense. I am black, and when the way passport bros talk about even if you think I am not black, I'm African, I'm not black. If you think that, the way passport bros talk about African women is the same way they talk about Black American women. I have not heard them call other non-black Latinas or Latinas, Thai women or whoever they hate kudrat, but I have heard them call Tanzanian women kudrat. I have seen them refer to African women the same way they refer to Black American women. So there is a connection. There is a connection. They do not treat African women different from the way they treat Black American women. They treat them the same because we look the same. And the problem is not the nationality. The problem you guys have with Black American women is the same problem you have with Black African women, which is the race. You don't like how we look. You don't like the texture of our hair. And that is what I want to focus on. What you guys are trying to do is trying to create division so that other black women will think, you know what? She looks down on you. She doesn't even think she's part of you. She is, she is, her people say this thing. And I have over and over told you that I do not believe in those things, but you bring that up because you are trying to like create division, which is not going to
No,
work.
I don't want to silence you, nor do I want to create division. I go off of what you say, sis. You put up your community post makes a clear distinction between black women and African women. Correct or incorrect?
What did you say?
Your posts make a clear distinction between black women and African women. Correct or incorrect?
Absolutely not.
Because I remember seeing a post that said black women or African women. And you also made a video saying that black Americans are not needed in Africa.
Hold on. Again, how does I don't understand this because you are trying to make the African. I am against any American in Africa, but I have said over and over, if I have a choice between white Americans and black Americans, I will choose black Americans. So how is that me differentiating, saying that Africans are not black?
No, I'm not saying what I'm saying is you draw a distinction like I do, but see, I stand on my distinction.
But
And I don't fight for African issues because I'm not an African. I'm a black American, but I'm cognizant and I'm also empathetic to their issues. But you make a distinction between black women and African women while you're claiming that I'm being decisive. I'm divisive. And you constantly throw shots at Afro Latinas.
Hold on. What did you say?
You throw shots at Afro Latinas too.
Are you freaking kidding? My problem with are you freaking kidding me? I actually have a post right now where I am very obvious. I'm in support of the Afro Latina. But what you are trying to do is what you guys do is you call white Latinas Afro Latinas because what you guys want to do is you want to date the white Latinas and claim you are dating black women, black Latinas. So when we to call those Latinas Afro Latina because they're not Afro Latina, then now you are saying I don't consider Afro Latinas Afro Latina.
Great point. Great point. I think when you do that, you make these posts with these pictures that are overwhelmingly white women, right? And then you claim that they are saying that these are Afro Latinas. But the hypocrisy is that you are a heavily admixed woman criticizing other heavily admixed women. That's
Absolutely
what
not.
I'm talking about.
No. You could be part of me, and don't tell me I do not look black. I'm not admixed. You make it look like my like my great grandmother was an Arab, like you guys say. The Arab mixture is so way in the past.
Yeah, you guys, that's why I made 200 years. Before that, after that 200 years, or before that 200 years, your Arab admixture kicks in. You're a Semitic person, a Hamito Semitic. You're admixed, sis. So you can't throw the gate up on blackness on other admixed people when you admix yourself. That is the definition of divisiveness and hypocrisy.
If I have seven like 24 white great whatever lineage and one black person, one black my 24 great dad was white versus I have one white my maybe 24 great was white and everybody else is black. Are you saying those two are black?
No, I never said that. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is that the pictures you put up do not represent the women that these people are calling Afro Latinas. And when they do put an Afro Latina up in there, you put, an excuse as to why they're doing it. They're doing it only to seem like they're not hating. So with you is damned if you do, damned if you don't. To go back to my original point, you are a heavily admixed person. There are raging debates in your community. Haile Selassie, the most known person from your community, calls himself Caucasian. He called himself Caucasian, and he's not a Negro. When it comes to Negroes, when it comes to Negroes, when it comes to Negroes in your country, they get shitted on.
I swear to God, I'm going to support you.
You're
Let me
gonna
tell you,
support me or report me?
support you. Our TV, our TV shows, which are made by educated people, when
Mhm.
they introduce music from other African countries, they introduce them as music from Africa, as if Ethiopia is not Africa. So we have our what we call UN representative. He was in America when he was 15 or 17, when he was a teenager, and he was on American TV saying that he was not black. So I don't even know why you think I don't know that. I know the racism of my people. So I don't understand why you think this would be something new to me. It's
No,
not.
it's not that you don't know, but the people listening may not know. The people listening need to understand that I know about your part of Africa more than you know about my people in America. So I know the colorism, I know the bleaching, and I know the toxic feminism that you're using to as a cloak to try to defend black women who you cause a division with them. African versus black women, Afro Latinas. Oh, they're not black enough, and it's a contradiction, and you because you're heavily admixed yourself. That's my point. You're jumping into black American colorism issues when you're not a black American. You're not even close to a black American. You haven't been in America. You haven't been in America long enough to even master the American accent to be speaking on American issues. Right now, you should be quiet as a house mouse, trying to learn, trying to integrate, or quietly understanding the issues that black men in America have with black women. I'll speak on that. I'll attack the passport bros because I understand them. At the end of the day, even though they're self hating, they're still my brothers, and I'd rather have dialogue with my brothers than just throw them to the wayside. You, passport bros, ain't even checking for Ethiopia like that. They're not. There's four countries that they go to. It's Dominican Republic, Colombia, Thailand, and the Philippines. Ethiopia is not a blip on the passport bros radar. Let's keep it 100. You sticking your nose into our black American business, trying to gatekeep blackness when you a whole Habesha. And you try to say that the black people in the south of Ethiopia are black. They're very dark skinned. Yeah, you're right. But guess what? Your people come from the north. Make it make sense. You're fighting a fight that has nothing to do with you because you're pushing toxic femininity. You're pushing toxic femininity, and you're trying to bring that. You're bringing division amongst my people in America, and you just got there. These are the reasons why we don't support a lot of black immigrants that stick their nose in our business. Let the black American women throw the shots back at the passport bros. You worry about what your president is doing to your people in your country. How about that? Pray for rain. How about that?
Are you done now?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So I don't even understand. I mean, you are like, you are just, galloping from one point to another just because you are making, factual statement doesn't mean it had anything to do with the topic. And let me say about the two things you intentionally are trying to mislead. When I do polls, the polls are asked, of course, they're tongue in cheek. I put obvious white women like Giselle Bundes, or I put like all white people, white Latinas. The point being that I'm exaggerating. That is what satire is. I'm making satire, and you want to like you're a smart person, so you know what I'm doing. I don't think passport bros to do things. Giselle Bundes is black. They don't call her black women, but black Latina, but they do call white women, non-black Latinas, black. And I actually have a post right now on my community wall where passport bros were calling an black woman black. But then the next day they started calling her racist because I guess she didn't want to date us then. So they were calling her black, and that's the problem I have. You are trying to make it look like I do not consider Afro Latinas black. I do not consider Afro Latinas that do not look black. And you guys consider those black so that you can date them and then claim you are dating black women. And what you are doing, being dishonest, is the polls. You should never mention the polls because the polls are obviously, they are not, they are tongue in cheek.
Right.
I always, and then the other thing, I figure out the other thing, me not mastering the accent doesn't have anything to do with my understanding of American society. Uh, Accent is not, a proof of how your mentality, or how smart you are, or anything. I'm almost sure I mean, I have more degrees than the average American person, so I am not stupid. Not I have lived here more of my life, so I do understand American system. I do understand. I mean, I may not understand it as much as you do, but you are intentionally, confusing. You're doing that on purpose because you are trying to silence me and saying that I want you to go on this Afro Latina thing because me, the Afro Latinas that I consider black are the Afro Latinas that look black. But how
Right. So
that
I got you, sis. You don't like when people use the same tactics that you use on you, like with the accent, right? So you will make a post, a tongue-in-cheek post, putting a white woman up there and claiming that this is what passport bros consider black women, right? It's tongue-in-cheek when you do it, but you don't like when it's done back to you. You see, if you're going to have a serious conversation about the passport bros and anti-blackness, and I would support you 100% in that. But where you lose people is when you tie feminism, toxic feminism, anti-black man talking points, and tongue-in-cheek posts, and where there was a brother up here, you guys made peace, so that's great. And I hit you in the comments and said, look, the man said on your post that he's not a sex travel whatever. He wasn't running an agency. He spoke on it. I spoke on it. And then what did you do right after? You put it up again. You put something else up. So are you trolling or are you seriously worrying about the image of black women? If you are, then be a champion for black women. And you can be a champion for black women without being toxic to black men. Like I love black women, right?
so I would
And I
like
love my brothers, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to keep them on point.
honest. What you are, what is annoying because I would have, liked to talk to you if you were honest. Could someone? Is it possible for someone to bring like my polls or to show them here because it is very, very, very obvious. My polls are absolutely they are tongue in cheek. When
Oh,
so
and I get it. Seinfeld was my favorite show, so I get sarcasm. I get it. I get it. But you're still misrepresenting them. It's still a misrepresentation, whether it's tongue in cheek or not.
okay, can I
Like
have someone?
you said that this Thai chick or whatever that Austin was dealing, the South African chick wasn't black, she was Thai. And Paul got up on here saying, nah, he actually met her in real life, right? If you know about South Africa, then you know they have a different racial and social structure, and it's what is called the miscegenation zone. You have a lot of admixture coming through there, right? So some people call those beautiful people, some people call them mongrels, some people call them mixed, but that's what it is. But you were gatekeeping her blackness when in your own community, blackness is a hot button issue. You already told me who you are. You told me
I don't
you're
know why you.
Amhara. So
It's
you
not
are
that
of a
honest.
mixed people. So you can't check black people when you're mixed.
My dear, I don't know if you understand. Uh, my next thing, I have tried to tell you, you should not keep on bringing Ethiopians because I have told you the problem in my own community. I mean, this is not me trying to hide. I am so aware of how anti-black American runs deep in my own community. So I am not trying to deny that. But what you are doing is uh, because you say a lot of factual statements, but that do not prove the point you are trying to prove. I say, for example, the Latinas I don't consider black are, for example, the ones that were that if someone can bring my last community wall that has a picture, they called her black. She is not black. In fact, the reason they are attracted to her is because she is not black. When the actual black Latina woman was on the show, they were calling her, they said she must look like her dad. They said she's 6 or she's 3. They were calling her all kinds of nasty names, all kinds of ugly. And so when they hate black women because, they don't like our features, but then turn around say that a non-black woman is black. That is, I consider that anti-black woman, and of course I'm going to make fun of it, and I'm going to to talk up about it.
You are hard-headed, and you don't. I'm not sure if you're a troll or you just don't listen. I'm about to head out, and right now I just saw that you put a live. Uh, it's scheduled for the 6th of April. It's called "Passport Bros Want to Replace Black Women with Non-Black Women," and that's the kind of thing I was talking about earlier about you trying to cause division within the black community. You need to start changing this kind of behavior. Thank you. I'm heading out.
Oh, and the whole that's what I'm saying. You have such if you handled it correctly, and I'm not trying to tell you how to handle it. If you handled it correctly, you fighting the very good fight to put respect on black women worldwide, and I support you 100% in that. Where you lose a lot of people is when you go into personal attacks. You're a health professional or healthcare professional. You make fun of Floyd, who's obviously on a spectrum. You intimate that other people are unsavory characters. You're calling people butt kissers and things like that. When you do that, you cross into a realm of trolling, and you don't come from a culture where you control very well. These streets are brutal, and that if you jump into the trolling aspect, and these passport bros stop just looking at you an annoying mosquito, and no disrespect to you, but like someone just say, yeah, yeah, whatever, whatever, and they really teamed up on you, right? And had people researching and trying to find all this stuff and making videos clowning your people. That's going to take away from your actual mission if it's really to put respect on black women's name. And if it is, then salute to you. But I can't tell. You're talking about Floyd is half a retard and he's this and he's that, and it's just personal attacks. That's why people saying you a hater.
This is the problem I have with you. When did I say Floyd? I actually don't even use the R word. That is how I know you are not telling the truth. I do
No,
not
I
even
am
use
telling
the
the
R
truth.
word.
You didn't say that he was a retard, but what
Okay.
you did is you made you make it seem like he's not all there mentally, and you definitely do that.
Hold on. Describing what he does is not calling him the R word. Describe if this is what I mean. I think what you have problem with me is the fact that I criticize you guys. I do not put in good light what you guys are doing. And the other thing is, if passport both were to come after me, uh, I would not. I would be. I mean, they're the biggest passport bro uh, that fake Pan Africanist, Osei Jackson made a video against me. It didn't do
Who made
anything.
a video about you? Who?
He did. Osei Jackson.
Oh, I didn't see it, but okay.
So
What did he say about you?
life after life. But the thing is, it didn't affect me because I think the problem you guys have is you do not understand my values. I do not care if you make fun of my accent. I do not care if you make fun of my looks. I do not care whatever. And you guys, you think would affect me doesn't affect me. But uh, it is hard to talk to you guys when you are bringing
But
things that
who are
are not.
you guys? Who are you guys? Because let me just bring you into Black American culture. You people and you guys are generalizations that definitely have negative connotations. So when you say you guys and you're speaking to me, who are you lumping me in with?
My dear, you have absolutely no right to criticize. You have been lumping me with my a whole group of people. You have told me that
No,
I do not identify as black because a lot
no,
of
no.
people
Sis,
like
I'm asking you who you're identifying me as. That's all. I'm not
uh,
lumping you in with anyone. You are who you identified yourself as. You said you are Amhara. So
yes,
that's who you are.
and
I'm
you
not
are
identifying you. That's
passport
who
pro.
you identified yourself as. So I'm asking you, you keep saying you guys, do you mean you men, you black men, you passport bros? Because I'm a black man. That's one. I'm not a passport bro. I'm not a black woman hater. So when you say you guys, what do you mean when you're talking to me?
You and the group I am included in you is people who are trying to silence. Trying to use the language of black solidarity, trying to use the language of black American solidarity. Because what you are trying to do is you are trying to like to paint me as an outsider, so that you could silence me. So you are
Mm.
one of the group that's trying to silence me because you have not said anything that is credible. When you try to bring out me not considering Afro Latinas black, you brought the stupid posts that I post, which are obviously not to be taken seriously. But I have now given you an example, a real example of me not identifying, the passport book calling some Latina women who's not black, me saying this woman is not black, but and then next day the passport both agreed that she's not black. So if you are trying to say that I get people, I don't consider Afro Latinas black, and then you bring a stupid post, whereas I give you real example, serious example. Now I want you to respond to that.
Well, I haven't said anything here that was a blatant lie. I think we agree on certain things, but we disagree on a lot of other things. I was looking at your post, and you said that Floyd eats like an animal, right? That's one of your posts, that Floyd eats like an animal.
Yes,
Um,
it does.
wait, hold on. Paul where Paul is kissing Austin's ass. This one, that. It's all like little catty shots that are taking away from your movement. I don't want you to try. I don't want to try to silence you. You and I are having dialogue now, right? And I didn't misidentify you. If you're going to identify me as anything with a passport, bros, you can ask the guy who owns one of the trademarks. They'll call me a passport foe. I don't rock with a lot of them, but there's some of them that I can dialogue with that aren't anti-black women. You also had a post where you said, passport bros, something about African women and then black women. Which one of these two groups, yada, yada, yada. So what you did there with that post is you drew a distinct line between African women and black women. That is textbook division. You have divided black women into two different categories, right? Because, and I agree with that, black women and African women are not the same culturally. But you try to hit me with the division thing, but that's what you're doing. I like for you to talk about the video that you made saying that Africa does not need Black Americans, or something to that effect.
So you are just bringing what's called one tangential tangential point after another tangential point, because what you are trying to do is, like I said, you want me to start talking about the passport bros, which I am not going to stop talking about them. And let me say something about Floyd. I said Floyd is like an animal. I didn't say he is animal. Floyd does eat like an animal, because he doesn't enjoy eating food with other people. He eats, he eats in Latin America, but he is eating, in McDonald's. Uh, he eats food the way animals eat food, which is for just because it tastes good, and they need it for sustenance. And I said, the way he interacts with women is also like, the way animals look at sex, which is just want to have sex with them, nothing else. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with that, with what I said. And you keep on bringing the problem with you is because, I mean, I blocked you from commenting on my channel after you said very, I mean, I know you are angry because I am a feminist. But I blocked you because you said something very nasty. I mean, you didn't say something nasty, but someone said nasty and something nasty, and you laughed. So I blocked you. And so I don't know if
Wait,
you could.
I'm sorry. What did I say that you blocked me for?
But someone said something very nasty, and you laughed on the comment. So I blocked you. So
Are you
that's
sure
how.
I laughed at what they said that was nasty?
What did you say?
Are you sure I laughed because I was responding to someone saying something nasty to you?
Exactly. That's what you did.
I don't recall that. But I didn't even know that you blocked me. But thanks for telling me. But here's the thing. If you look at the title, you're calling people colorists, you're calling people that, you're throwing shots. So my thing is just be a warrior. You can't throw shots and then have thin skin. And
Hold
then
on.
say, "Oh, you want to try?" Wait, hold on. You see now you're gonna. I don't.
I truly
I don't want you to
appreciate
seem like I'm combative with you, sis. But I
that.
really don't want you to talk over me.
No, you're not combating. It's just, sorry, I apologize. Go ahead, Mary.
No problem. Thank you so much. See, I call you sis and all of that. Um, I'm not being patronizing either. What I'm saying is that when you put these titles, colorist, this guy eats like a pig, this guy's an ass kisser, white worshiper, we don't need you in Africa, black women versus African women, you sound very divisive. You sound like what you not are, because I can tell when I'm speaking to an intelligent woman. The way you write doesn't reflect in the way you speak, right? So I know that you're intelligent. So, being someone that's intelligent, I ask you this: do you think that the trolling is really worth the bigger picture here? Is it helping or hurting your thing, which is to, I guess, to defend the honor of black women? Trolling
I
doesn't do that.
I think it is helping by I mean, it's obvious. My channel only has less than 900 followers, and still, I access a lot of you guys more than a lot of other people do. So obviously, it has a lot of effect. And what's more, going to continue to do that. Going to continue to write the way I do, to call passport both white worshippers, because they are white worshippers. Uh, it is white worshipping for passport both to go to Africa and complain about being overcharged $2, calling the whole Africa scammers, but then going to Latin America, paying 2 times the price for the same thing, but saying that that's the way things are run. That is why white worshiping. I call Powell Askisser because he's an Askisser. He uh, went and attacked a woman he doesn't know, the mom who he doesn't know. because he was trying to please Africans. So that is unethical. And you keep on bringing the me saying I don't want Africans in America. I am, if I do not believe that foreigners in Africa help Africa, and in fact, I didn't even say the reason I don't want them is that Africa doesn't have the infrastructure to accommodate the high living standard that
So
Western
can you clarify what you said about that, please? Because I don't want to misquote you. What you're talking about
have.
now, what was it? What did you just say exactly?
I just did. When
Yeah, but
Westerners,
your mic is a little funny, and I want to really get this. What was it? Foreigners, blacks. What was it that you said are not useful in Africa?
uh, in fact, if I had said it so many times, if I had the choice, I don't want Westerners in Africa, but
No,
if
no,
I have the
sis. I'm asking you specifically about what you just said about blacks not being useful in Africa.
I didn't say that. That is, you are trying to
No,
make
I'm
me think
literally asking you what you said. Could you repeat it, please?
because I didn't say it. You actually are putting a word in my mouth. Let me say what
Did
I
you not
said.
put a video saying that either black Americans or foreigners are not needed in Africa, something like that, but in a black context?
Can I say that because I know because everything you're throwing is not working. You are trying to
No,
divide
I'm
me.
not throwing anything. I'm literally asking you a question. It's like the fourth time I'm asking you, and you're
For the
trying
last
to
1 hour,
gaslight me. You
for
cannot
last one
gaslight
hour,
a black
no,
American.
that's why
I'll light your
that's
whole
why
thing on fire. I don't want this conversation to go like this, but stop being disingenuous. I asked you a question, and I said, could you repeat what you just said? And then you went on
I'm
something
going to
else.
answer it. When you ask me, I have so let me answer it. I do not want Westerners in Africa, but if I have the
Mhm.
choice between black Westerners and white Westerners, I would choose black Westerners because black Westerners will not create their own, separate community from the natives. Black Westerners
Okay,
will
I
not
got
be
you.
like the white South Africans. If we have black South Americans going to Africa, their children will look exactly the native black children, the native Africans, and they will assimilate into the culture. So you are, I think what's going on is not. If
No,
you
I
want to be
literally
honest,
just asked you a question and you answered it. That's all that's going on here.
but you
So
do not
now
like
the follow-up question would be because
I
you
am.
had a caveat if you had to choose between white and black. I remember it differently, but I'm gonna let it go because I look for the video and I don't see it anymore. But you had a video about having people from a place where you currently live in not being welcomed in Africa, as if you have
Okay.
something to say about Africa when you're an economic migrant who left Africa to live amongst the people who you say are
Uh,
not welcome where you're from. If we're
yes.
gonna keep it funky, if we're gonna keep it funky, right?
You know what?
Let's keep it all the
Let
way
me
funky. Let's keep it all
let
the
me
way funky. All the black Americans out of Africa and all the Africans back into Africa. You know what'll happen? You know what will happen to all your remittances in Africa? You will have whole communities that will crumble because y'all send billions, or not billions, but millions of dollars in remittances back to your home. So again, this goes back to a disrespectful immigrant to America talking about they don't want Americans in Africa. Well, we applied that same thing to you. Your village will be SOL, which means shit out of luck. This is what I'm saying. You're disrespectful. How are you going to tell Western people not to go to Africa because they're not needed, but you're not in Africa and you're in America? Stand on that and go back to Africa if that's how you feel.
Well,
sorry, lovely. Sorry, my dear. I was trying to post the link. Let me post the link so that you guys will not be just it will not just be me. Come on over. Come on up, guys. And my dear, strictly speak.
yeah. Yep. So I went back already. So like me, just he told me go back and say, hey, I left. I left already. So I can talk. I can, I'm not
Talk
there anymore.
anything you want.
And doing much
That
better.
happens.
I know. I mean, I understand where it's coming from. I mean, me. I mean, listen. Here's the funny thing about it, because I mean, my brothers, they were born in the States. The kids were born there. And then they have grandkids. So so I have an American passport. So I have an
Hello.
American passport. I have a Haitian passport. I have a Chilean passport. So to me, I mean, it's kind of interesting, that deepness. I understand where it's coming from. I mean, it's it's like this is one of those revolutionary, like stand for his
Mic
black
check.
American,
Mic check.
and I understand where it's coming from. I mean, it's funny, and I understand where you're coming from. So it's just two different points of view.
Mic
I
check.
understand your
Mic check.
perspectives. What you mean by keep take everything to heart. Like I mean, he knows you don't really mean it. So it's trying to get you. I mean, record exactly what you have posted. So to me, it's quite entertaining. To me, it's really, and I've learned a lot, honestly. Listen to those 2 point of view, and what you're defending. So it's really interesting. So yeah. Like Mizzy.
Mic check. Mic check.
5x5, you're coming in loud and clear, like the last time. But welcome to the
Oh,
panel, I
my bad.
guess.
My bad.
No problem. Yeah, what's up, brother? You mentioned something to me. Yeah, I'm not this conversation. I'm not taking it too seriously. I like that she at
I
least is
know.
allowing me to have the conversation.
I
That
understand.
that's respectable.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Where she's coming from. It's quite interesting. I mean, honestly, you both got some good point. I mean, when I saw the keep Africa passport free, I want to make a joke like keep America, keep America passport. African passport. So I want to do something similar, and because I thought it was funny. I mean, if it was the other way around, how people will feel. I thought about it in a joking standpoint, because it's really controversial. So I mean, it's
I have a
interesting. I mean,
question.
sure.
I have a question. So let's just be adults. Let's be grown men about it. Like, if you see behavior, and it's a little contradictory, because we see different people making videos about it, calling out the passport bro behavior. Some days it's like the internet is bipolar. Some day they go with it, another day they're mad for calling out the passport bros. One day they're right, the next day they're wrong. So I mean, like, really, to call out what we see very consistently and call it out, I mean, it's obvious. So to call that out and say you don't want that kind of behavior there, I don't know. I don't understand what's wrong with that. I don't know. Are we pro passport bro behavior everywhere? Who will want that? I don't think anybody want that.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, me. I mean, me personally, I'm not the passport pro. I'm a traveler, because that term doesn't apply to me. I moved to the U.S. when I was young to go to college, then left the U.S. because personally I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I didn't see anything special about it. That's my point of view. I'm doing much better overseas, doing my thing, but of course, I've still got the education from the U.S. that I was able to use abroad. So I mean, so to me, it was beneficial for me. But the passport thing, the behavior, well, it's not something I want to be associated
And
with.
you were an immigrant, right? Sorry to interrupt. You were or are an immigrant, right? You wasn't born in America, right?
No, hold on. Let me fix. My dad is originally well, from Haiti, so but natural as American. So I was born American. I'm a natural born because by birth I had my passport since birth. So I went to school in the U.S. With my U.S. passport. So I was never because I was an immigrant. So I went to school. My dad paid for college. So I never been exposed to the dilemma or financial hardship of
So
what
see, you got
regular
an
immigrants.
accent. That's why I asked.
Of course, yeah, because I grew up I spent my first 15 years in the DRC, then moved when I was 16, and then back and forth. So so an immigrant
Okay,
now is
okay. So wait, so you
yeah.
were born in America, then you left to the
No, 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 no. I
Democratic
was born.
Republic of Congo?
No, 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 no. I was born in the Congo from America, from a
Okay. Oh,
naturalized.
okay, 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 okay. Yeah.
My dad is naturalized
You okay?
American.
But
So
you
when I
still
was
was a
born,
you were still an immigrant, but you got naturalized. Got you, got
no,
you,
I
got you.
never
Okay.
I never
Just
got
asking.
naturalized. I was born American because my dad is American. but my dad is natural
You
as
got
American.
okay. In other words, you got double nationality.
Triple.
Triple. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So so to me, I don't have anything against the U.S. I don't have
Yeah,
any.
I know. Yeah.
So to me, I'm just participating,
I
interesting, and
think they are, you guys are just using my Africanness to try to get, I mean,
look
what not
like
to, not have a problem because I am feminist. And my being feminist uh, doesn't take from the fact that a lot of passport bros are anti-black women, and I could be feminist and still fight, be pro-black. Um, by the way, I want to do strictly. I truly apologize because we didn't get you to talk to us. I have, if you are going, if you have a live, I could come over, not this week, maybe next week or something. But I think, do you guys think we should close the live? It's been like 4 hours.
yes,
Okay, and I just wanna say something real quick. I I mean, I don't think any of her content is wrong. I think it's 100% truthful and honest. I mean, who would have so much time to really do such a thing? Like the content that these dudes make, whether it be Austin, Floyd, whatever, they really do it to themselves. Like when they put it out, I look at it and I come to almost 90 to 99% the same conclusion that she does. And I'm just like, wow, it's obvious. But they're not aware of their behavior. They're like oblivious to it. But to everyone else, it's pretty clear. And it's always like she mentioned self-hate or they call women that aren't black. Yeah, I mean, I seen it. I seen it from multiple dudes making videos about a woman that's obviously looks nothing like the dude. So I'm like, what is it? Like what I don't is it cognitive dissonance? Is it self-hate? How can something so obvious, is it delusion? It's so obvious. How can you I don't understand. I see what she see too.
well, hold on. I would like to address something. Someone said that if you're not born in the U.S., you're not American. First of all, there are multiple of acquiring citizenship, but naturalization, or if one of your parents is natural as American. So when I was born, my dad was American. So by by default, I get it. So just read a little bit about you have what is called the U.S. and
Tell
you
you
have the
what though, you
no.
definitely took advantage of coming to America though, right?
Of
You
course
ain't
I
took
did.
that for
That's what I
granted.
said. Of course,
Exactly.
I went to school there.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would have never said that.
Everybody don't do that.
Yeah, I took advantage of it, got my education there, and so can't complain about it. So it's eight of us. The first five they were born in the state, and I'm supposed, and then the last three were born abroad. So of course I took advantage of it. U.S. is a great place. I would never say anything. I would never say anything negative about it. So yeah, yep. So yeah. But it's quite interesting at this whole. I'm reading the chat with all those trolls and saying
All
that.
right, anybody else going live? Because I think the sister has to go to work. You got to go to work, right, Z? Zed? She's probably getting ready right now.
Yeah,
But anybody else going live so we can continue this conversation so we don't hold her hostage?
yeah. Like Mizzy, we need to do. All I want is to discuss our painting issue. That will be good. Yeah, to see where you're coming from. I like your approach, so let's do that.
You want to do it now? I'll go live right now.
No, I'm too tired. I've been. I wasn't lying.
Okay, no, but I like the fact that you could cook in Spanish too, bro. That's what's up. Like you
Yeah.
got me. You speak seven. I only speak five languages, so I thought I was like the king polyglot up in here, but I'm
No,
not.
but I mean, it's counting the African dialect and all those things. So then
No,
yeah,
I think that too. It's a form of speech. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
but that's good though. Yeah. So where did you learn all those languages?
I'm
Traveling.
currently in Europe. I lived in Puerto Rico. I
Okay.
grew up in New York City, so I speak my wife's language. I speak. Oh, and Thai. Yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah.
Oh, your wife, like, where's she from?
No, from the Caribbean, from the
Okay.
Dutch Caribbean, actually.
Ah, so she's not even black. Oh no, 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 no. That
Whoa,
means
hold up. How
that.
can you say that? Wait, hold on. Don't jump into that, bro. Do you know which island? Because there's the A, B, and the C. Do you know which one?
Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao.
Ah, now, what is the racial makeup of Aruba?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, well, Aruba is actually there's a lot of like people that come directly from South America there, so that's the whitest island. Bonaire had a whole bunch of Indians there.
Yep.
The Dutch wiped them out, so now the Dutch took over Bonaire too. So, but there's some black people there, but
Okay.
Curacao is an overwhelmingly black island.
Yep. I know. I know.
Yeah,
That's good. That's
so
good. That's good. Yeah. Nice. 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 Nice.
this dude tried to say I had a white wife. God damn.
No, but yeah. I mean, like I wanna go with you. Like she's black, or she's.
My wife is beautiful. I'll just say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, uh, no. Check this out. I don't get it because I'm like I did my DNA on two sides, right? And
Yeah.
I'm only 70% African, and then I have like 17 to 18%. These are averages based on two tests,
Okay.
European, and then the rest came up as Native American. I don't respect anything below 5% because to me that's just like genetic noise. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But I hit on 10 on one and like 12 on the other as Native American. But I don't jack that because that I know how that DNA got into my bloodline, and it's not from a place of positivity. If you know what I'm saying.
Got it.
But we're admixed people. You know what I'm saying? But I just make the distinction between the social construct of race and identity versus where the black factory, which is Africa. So for you to be considered black, in my opinion, you have to have majority of DNA or lineage that goes back to the continent of Africa. I'm
Agree.
not one of these black Americans that think that we came from the Olmecs or some whole we were there before the slave trade. Nah.
Nah, I don't buy that neither. I agree with you. I agree. I agree. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like me personally, I mean, my background is quite complex because like I said, my dad was born from a Dominican dad and a Haitian mom, and Irish, and even I mean Asian from because my dad is 90 now, so he's the old generation. Imagine, so his dad was born in 1800. My grandfather, so think about it, that was like, oh, we talk about the 19th century, and my mom on my mom's side, I mean, she's Congolese, and her grandparents were like it was a mix of Portuguese and Belgium, so it's a big mess. So when I looked at that, so my thing is you have those recessive gene, like if you look at my brothers and sisters, you're gonna look like, I'm like I'm the darkest one because I mean that's just how it is. But some people ask me why do I consider myself as Haitian? I say, well, I don't identify myself as that because I don't know the culture quite well, and I grew up in the Congo, and so then Haiti for the first time in 2003. I was like what? I was 30, so that's pretty much the reason why, because it's a new culture to me. It's something new. I had a chance to embrace it, which I'm proud of, but I didn't believe it or not. I didn't find many similarity with us African. Being honest with you, they might look like us, but the culture is totally different. It's quite particular, Yeah,
Yeah, with the Congo, I wouldn't see many similarities because
exactly.
Haitians really don't come from the Congo. They come from like I'll give you one similarity, right? You ever see Senegalese wrestling?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
They have almost an exact copy in Haiti. It's called Pinche or like Pingue. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but they have a similar ritual, and I'm just like, yo, that comes straight from the continent. You know what I'm saying? But that's why like blackness and identity is a very sensitive topic.
Very
These
sensitive.
conversations could get very spicy. I'm glad that Passport Africa Free. Even I didn't even know she blocked me. That's crazy. I've been talking to myself for like how long? For the longest that she's had me blocked, I've been talking to myself and shit. But I'm like, okay. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But I like
Yeah,
to cook on these sort of issues, you
yeah,
know?
I know. But that, I mean, I really like I really like your approach. I mean, it can be harsh on it, but it's good. I mean, I've learned a lot because I'm always open to learning new things. And so it's never, we never know. I mean, there's always room for improvement, and so yeah, that's your hero.
Let me address Water. I think Water or Walter or Waiter. He says African descent is different from being Black American. I believe that's what he said. Let me just make this very clear. I'm a proud Black American, 100%. I love my culture. I love my people to the fullest. But I also understand history, and I understand that Black Americans, before 1619 even, started coming from the west and central coast of Africa. We are no longer those people. We culturally have made our own different culture. We have different genetic influence. We've got different genetic admixture, so to speak. We have sometimes similar phenotypes and sometimes different phenotypes. We are our own people. So when I say I'm of African descent, I'm not saying I'm an African. I don't want to get caught up in the word salad, but just to make that 100% clear. If you would, I went to Ghana, bro, and it was like, hey, Black American, like there was no me walking around blending in there at all. Like they could spot my ass a mile away. You know what I'm saying? And I'm cool with it because I'm proud to be who I am. That's why I jack my American flag, but I'm Black first before I'm American because we are a subgroup in America.
That is correct. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So now you New York, right?
Yeah, I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, my people's moved up from North Carolina, and I traced them all the way back to the census and all of that. If anyone is trying to trace their lineage in America and you need free websites, there's one called, oh, I'm going to have to get it and then follow up with y'all. I'll put it as a community post on my channel. It's like something.org, and it ties you to every single public record going back from the 1870 census and beyond. So that's a good tool to use to find your actual lineage. That and also something called the slave schedule. If you're a Black American, you will most likely find your people on a slave schedule, which is crazy. Bro, I looked at this thing called a slave schedule in a county that my people came from. It was called Iredell County in North Carolina. And they had blacks, mulattoes, and I think, yeah, they even had Native Americans on there too, but it was a very, very small percentage of Native Americans on it. But it was literally like a registry of slaves that were sold or given. These people used to gift their sons and daughters black enslaved Africans. You know what I'm saying? Which was crazy.
But do you know? I mean, talking about. I mean, you know the last country to abolish slavery?
It was Madagascar or something with an
Mauritania.
M.
Yeah,
Mauritania,
Mauritania.
yeah.
Imagine. I mean, in 1981, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That, and that's deep. I was like, wow. So, and if you look at those places, I mean, lots of they still believe in those. No one talk about it, but they have. If you they live in Africa, you're gonna realize that they still have that. That caste system where it depends where you belong, from which tribe you belong. Like in the Congo, there's a tribe. When they see it from that tribe, they say, "Oh, those are the helpers. Those are this and that." So we have lots of division in our own culture, and and it's quite growing up. I was like, wow,
And that's what I try to tell people. And for anyone that wanted that website, it's familysearch.org.
Okay.
Familysearch.org. You can find your people in America going all the way back. It has military records. It has census from when they were writing it with pencils. You know what I'm saying? So,
What's your
yeah.
site, by the way? What is your site? What's the name of it?
It's familysearch.org.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
my site. That's the one. Oh,
No, no.
my
Your
YouTube.
channel. Yeah.
Oh, it's Nakmeezy. Nakmeezy.
Okay.
I have like 3,400 subscribers, but I don't do much on it. My last video was like clapping at the passport bros. But yeah. So, yo, do you speak Lingala?
Of course.
Ah, nice. I was learning a couple words. I have two biracial brothers that work near me, and I thought they were twins, but their fathers from Congo, and they speak Lingala as well, but they're obviously biracial. But you can't tell them that they're not black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
But
have a lot.
when we have conversations, I remind them because they ask them in Congo, what do you? They say they call me white in the Congo,
Yep.
straight up, and they got a whole African last name. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
my mom is like that, so they call her white. That's funny, and so I know that's why I know the colorism in Africa. It's deep. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, and my dad is dark, so when they got married, it was a big issue because my grandparents were like, when you married this black guy, can you? I mean, that's within Africa, so I know the reality. I mean, so when I hear that to me, I was like, well, it's nothing new. It's just the continuation of what was started in the motherland. Yeah.
While we welcome the new brother that came to the channel, I'm gonna go. If I get kicked off, let me back on. I'm gonna go super chat since we had so much of this conversation. I like to, you know what I'm saying, support the channel. I'm gonna super chat. Hopefully I don't get kicked off, but I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello, am I on?
Yeah.
You don't have
You on, buddy?
to super chat me. Did someone say he has to super chat me?
No. Don't worry about it. It just you see what.
No, I didn't say I had to, but that's how I move. You know what I'm saying? If I appreciate the time, I support the channel. If you don't want it, then that's something different.
I would appreciate it super chat, but I want you to know that you don't have to super chat me to be here. I truly appreciate you being here, and I'm gonna go ahead and unblock you so that next time, because I have posted something on my comment section so that you could see it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I don't think I can super chat if I'm blocked either, but I'm gonna do that now. Yeah, and
Then
that's
I'll
how I do it on my channel. I say nothing. You don't have to super chat, but if you do, it's cool. You know what I'm saying?
don't super chat me. It's okay. Just go ahead and read the. I posted something on the community box.
All right, so I'll just stay here then.
Yeah, I just want to say, Mbote to my fellow Congolese brother there in
Mbote,
the thing.
Sangonini.
So we're all doing well here. I grew up here in the States though, so my parents are Congolese, all my cousins are Congolese, and I want to give big credit to the woman behind this channel. I never got your name. It seems like I've always
Like the way British say the letter Z, Z.
Vic. Okay.
Zed.
You said Zed?
Zed, yeah, Zed.
Zed. Okay, Zed. And Zed, what you've done for the Passport Bros has just been amazing. Not just to say in terms of keeping them in line to the point where I've been watching Austin because I plan on relocating to South Africa here in November. That what brought me to Austin and seeing what he was doing, and then how can I take my YouTube channel to the next level watching him. But then you've turned him into the conventional YouTube kind of travel content creator because of how you just stay on his neck. I mean, I just from when you showed up to now, it's been almost a complete 180 from what Austin was initially doing. He's changed the way he speaks. He's changed the way he's presenting himself, and it's because of what you're doing. And there are a lot of Passport Bros who have changed, as well because of what you're doing. So I just want to give you your flowers because you are making a difference. I've been seeing in their actions seriously how they have changed the way they're presenting themselves. So I don't know if people have brought that to your attention. I'm just coming to the stream, but you've made some differences out here for sure, and I see it. Calling out, yeah, absolutely. Someone is in the chat room calling out that behavior. Absolutely, calling out that behavior has really. I mean, now that he knows people are watching him and what he's doing, and he doesn't want to mess up his money flow. He doesn't want to mess up his money flow and risk losing the channel. You know, he's diversified now into becoming like giving consultations and writing ebooks. I mean, that is completely different from where I think he thought he was going to make his money, which was just ranting and raving and insulting women on his channel. So, um, yeah, big ups to Zed about that. Absolutely.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah. So where are you, bro? What part of the states?
So I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm over here, just doing my thing. I'm in a PhD program here in
Okay.
IT, and when I'm done here this May, I like to, take my talents back to Africa. There are many, many Congolese in South Africa,
Okay.
uh, and
Yeah.
it's one of the few places where an American can go and get a job in Africa. So I've been, in contact with some companies there. So we'll see what happens. But I want to be able to bring my world to YouTube once I get out there. And like I said, Austin was. Well, I was like, oh, okay, this, it's a Black American. He's in Africa because I caught him when he was in Africa. He's in Africa and he's, doing his thing, moving around in Tanzania. Like that's such a beautiful thing, you know. But then I started seeing the other sides, and I just like, this is not cool. This is not cool.
So
Yeah,
So
he's
just
also young. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't really, if I was his age, I'd probably be doing dumber things than he does. You know what I'm saying? He's young. There's a huge. He's arrogant as shit. I'm gonna keep it on it. He was respectful to me when I met him, but what I see online, he's arrogant, young. He's not a bad looking guy. He's got money, so that's gonna go to your head. And I think when he gets older, he'll look back on some of this content and say, "Damn, I should have moved differently." But I think not the general, but I think the trajectory of the Passport Bros is starting to go down. They're not on the rise, even though the numbers are kind of high or people just are interested. I think the general consensus is that they're losing the momentum that they had.
well, I think watching black men travel will always be interesting to black people. When you go on YouTube and you just look at travel channels, there are not many black people traveling and sharing their experiences the way we want. So just getting that diversification of perspective is always going to be in demand. So maybe as a group, just because they're not pushing the way they used to again prior to what Zed was doing. But I think there's always, always, always a market for black people, black men, black women traveling in these places that are unique to us. There's always going to be demand for that perspective. You know.
You know what's crazy though? Like with this Passport Bro thing, I see like when they put up pictures of black women traveling, or they call them passport sisters or whatever. They make videos about women that have been taken off this earth in Africa. They highlight failures. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, they don't even want to acknowledge the fact that a lot of them are almost being hunted in certain parts of Colombia, or at least targeted because they are not because they're black, but because they're foreigners. I think their narrative is one sided, and they paint a rosy picture that's not really the truth. I don't know since when it's become acceptable, or at least something to be proud of, for men to be talking about how they're contributing to underworld sex things. You know what I'm saying? And that's not cool. And you see the governments of some of these countries turning their back on these sex travelers. And let's keep it 100. The Passport Bros, when you listen to their content, a lot of it is about pay for play sex, which shouldn't be cool.
Yeah, that's true. That
Oh,
is
I'm
so
in
true.
agreement 100%. I mean, uh, Zed had a video a couple days ago, maybe a week or two ago now. Floyd, I guess his name, the foreign only guy. I
Yeah,
mean, that's all he's about. I mean, for the most part, that seems to be, the only thing he finds intriguing because he doesn't put out any effort at all into showing us, how people live in the countries he travels to. He doesn't honestly even care about some of the women and what else they're kind of doing in their community or what they're doing in their country or, anything besides, hey, can I, can you come back to my room? You know what I mean? It's just really sad because he's another one who, is a black American who I feel like could really open up the eyes of so many black men if he was willing to pursue what he's doing in a more appropriate way, but yet he's wasting his time just getting laid. I mean, which it's just sad, just to see the way he's presenting himself and his channel, because it's really unfortunate, and it goes back to what you just said, man, because that's but like I said, I hope it's just youth, and in time he'll come to find out that there's a better and more uh, I don't want to use the word honor, but just a more respectful way to kind of present yourself, uh, and he makes changes.
There's two young guys. I'm not going to mention their channel, but these guys are smart, well spoken. I'm just like, damn, y'all brothers could do so much more and have a more positive impact and not promote material that may end up biting you in your ass later on in life. Because in this cancel culture, if you keep pushing like, things that are considered taboo, then it can end up causing you some opportunities. So they're not all dumb and they're not all unattractive dudes, but I just think that a lot of them are misguided because in this internet age where people have become socially awkward, where they can't speak to anyone in person, I met brothers and they don't know how to look you in the eye and shake your hand because everything is on the internet. Speaking to somebody in person nowadays is considered weird. I'm just like, damn, I'm glad I didn't grow up in this generation, but I can understand it to a certain degree, but I think sex tourism should be frowned upon or at least kept private. And I think that's one of the biggest problems. These dudes are broadcasting sexual exploits, and a lot of them are proud of it. You're proud to say that you're paying a woman to sleep with you. You're willing to take risks of being kidnapped, robbed, put to sleep just to sleep with women who have a different phenotype. And that's where what we were really talking about in the show towards the end of it was just like a lot of these dudes just hate what they look like. They just hate what they look like. And in America, you get everything from Beyonce to Lupita in the Black American phenotype. So you have all the choices there. But the difference is that Black American women have their own money and you can't financially control them like you can do to a woman in the third world who's relying on your financial support. So it's really just a way to keep women under the thumb of men. And I don't want to sound like a feminist here, but I'm going to call it like I see it. They get women from these backgrounds where they don't have any money, and then it's easy pay for play, and then it's easy manipulation if you end up getting with them for long term.
Yeah, it's true. I said something about it. I made a short video on it. That's they take advantage of the situation, as they know that due to their financial situation, they can exploit them. That's what it is. To me, just exploitation, nothing else. That's what I say. That's why I don't go to, I mean, they don't go to first world countries. country and find some overseas. Now they go to those tour country where they have financial issue and then again exploit those women because they can, which is so true. I agree with you when it comes to that 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to wrap these women up in, a blanket statement that they're all poor and stuff like that. But I absolutely get what you're saying. But we also have to keep in mind is that Austin and Floyd aren't exactly going into these countries and then going to the local universities and finding educated women. They intentionally seek out, in my opinion, working class poor women in these countries. They do not go and look for the women of these countries who can, at least be on their level or even close to
Hold
them
on, but you said
financially,
something.
in my
What
opinion.
is the level?
Well,
I
they're
mean,
not. I mean,
what is the
a
level
guy
to
like
go to?
Floyd is not wealthy. I mean, he's begging for $3 donations. I
That's what
mean,
I'm saying. So what is the level? I mean, it's not like going to, I mean, in order to go for you to approach someone at university, I mean, the least you can have it's a university degree to be able to have a meaningful conversation. And I'm sure to say that they just don't, which is so is never going to be the focus because it's not something they are used to or something they've done in the past. I mean, think about it. That's what you have to take into consideration. I mean.
No,
So
I definitely understand that. I mean, obviously, he's not going to go out and search for doctors or whatnot. But I'm just saying that I don't think intentionally even seeks out women who are on his level per se. When I'm talking about Floyd in this instance, I don't even think he technically even searches out for women who are on his level. You know what I'm saying? I think he intentionally seeks out women who are destitute and poor and need the money that he's willing to provide for those services that he wants. Uh, you talked about them losing opportunities. Man, if they went clean and presented themselves better, they would make more money. They would make even more. That's the saddest thing about Passport Bros. If they got off that obsession with sexual access to poor women and instead presented themselves as just, travelers who are looking to educate, they would make far more money than, what they're doing now, which is scrambling for pieces and begging for $2 or $3 donations for 6 and 7 hours a day sometimes that I see. I'll go to work and I work from home. I'll go log in and do a whole shift, come out, and and Floyd's still on there begging. It's sad to see. It's sad to see. Uh,
yeah, it is. It is indeed. It is sad.
you
Yeah.
know,
And that's why they didn't do well in places like Chile and Argentina because they couldn't take. I mean, they could. I mean, they were not able to impress anybody because the majority of women they work. So so they didn't have to offer because we're gonna take to the grocery store and then in exchange of a grocery shopping, you get something else. They couldn't do that in Chile, so therefore that's why they hated that place because it was just not doable. And that's the thing. The same thing when they were in Europe. They were there for like they cut the trip short because they have nothing to provide. So, which is a fact. So yeah, that is so true. I agree with you 100%. Yeah. And question: have you been to the Congo?
oh, absolutely, absolutely. In fact, we just completed on our family home in Kinshasa, just off the river. I mean, it's beautiful. I
Where is
wish.
the river? What part of Kinshasa? Where?
Gosh, I can't.
Maluku?
No, it's more south. It's not as developed, and I don't want to give.
Yeah, I know, but I have an idea
Yeah,
because there is a.
yeah. It's more south than that, but I can tell you, it's it's
So you
it's
you
where
you
everybody's going
you in,
now.
you in Charlotte, right?
Yes, I am. Hmm.
So you know Angelo Mwemba?
I'm. Why is the name sounds familiar? Is he politically active?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, yeah, still, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, the name sounds like it's politically active kind
But
of name, but
where you from in the Congo? Which part? Like, let's
I,
go to the ethnic thing. Yeah, like
okay.
Chris was saying. Yeah. So what part?
So my family's from a town called Kikwit.
Kikwit? Yeah, I know what
Yes.
Kikwit. Uh-huh.
So my father, in fact, just ran not too long ago for some elections there. We were unfortunately didn't win, but it was an opportunity for him to go and give back. And
I probably know
and
you. I probably know him. I know
yeah,
about
I'm probably, yeah. I don't want to say the. That's what I said.
I
I don't
know
want
we're
to say
doing
any names.
we're thinking off channel. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't want to give any names out,
Yeah,
but
yeah. I know we can't. You can't do that. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, the Congo is my place. I love my country. We have a lot of work that needs to be done. Again, I would love to see more passport bros. Just bringing it back to the subject matter at hand. I'd love to see more passport bros spend more time in Africa.
Yeah, I agree with you.
There's so much. That's where I met off. That's where I discovered Austin, because he was in
Yeah.
Tanzania at the time. I think a lot of the time he's spending in South America is wrapped up in a little bit of anti-blackness that comes from both of them as well. I think they've spent a little bit too long in South America, but I mean, I think they've also gotten their money up there as well. And Africa's not cheap, and a lot of people learn that when they go to Africa. Oh, I'll just be just here with these poor African people, and you go there and you realize some of those Africans are richer than you.
Oh
And
yeah. Oh yeah. Especially places like the
mm,
Congo and Nigeria.
yeah, so
They'll be shocked. I mean, that's what I'm
right,
saying. Yeah.
right, because you think you're going to go there and be a boss, and you're not a boss when you go into some of those places, you know. But yeah, I'd love to see
Yeah, I don't
more.
think that they should go to Africa, to be honest. And this is why I agree with Zed, is that, and because they're not, a lot of these guys are new travelers. Okay, certain things that you can get away with in Thailand and maybe the Philippines, you'll have a huge problem in Africa if you move the way a lot of these guys move. You understand? I think before they decide to set their sights on Africa, they really need to start learning about it, learning on, well, what's acceptable from what's not. And it seems like a lot of the dudes that go to Africa, they tend to go to places that are rife with sex tourism. That's why the whole passport bro thing. I'm for black men going to the continent to visit. Um, if they do their research to do, business, if they're connected on the continent, because as a diaspora, and if you go out there just like, oh, I want to start a snail farm, you're gonna lose your money. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm gonna buy some land, and then you don't have your checks in order, then you're gonna lose your land and your money. Africa is not a place, and I don't want to say the whole continent like it's one country, but many sub-Saharan African countries are not for um, newbie travelers. If you're a traveled man and you've got your feet wet and you know how to act in certain countries, then you go. Like when I first went to the continent, my homie from Nigeria told me, you know what? Go to Ghana first before you come to Nigeria. He said that Ghana is like a Disneyland of Africa almost. You know what I'm saying? That's a good place to kind of get your foot wet or whatever, whatever. And he was right. I did have a culture shock when I went there for the first week. I hated it. I absolutely hated it because I was looking at it through Black American eyes. I was looking at it through the mentality of like a pro-Black American. Yo, why all these white people wearing kente cloth, and why I see all these UN food trucks and the white food vans, food jeeps with the long antennas. And once I accepted it for what it was, that's when I started enjoying it. That's when I started meeting people who I had you know uh, things in common with. You know what I'm saying? And then it became a great trip. But I think I rather the ones that we see on the YouTube streets that call themselves passport bros. I don't think their mentality is in the right place.
Yep. That's true. That's true. Hey, bro. I put the what's. Do you have a channel?
Yeah, my channel is Terry Julian Live here on YouTube. So it's not my real name. It's just a YouTube name or whatever. Again, because my family's politically connected in Africa, so I try not to use my name just anywhere.
Terry Julian Show.
Um, yeah, Terry Julian Show. Yep, that's it.
Okay, got you.
So, but yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right. I mean, we don't want to see Africa be violated on YouTube in that kind of way. We don't want to see African women, black women, be violated and disrespected on Passport Bro videos. So I'm with him on everything that he said. Somebody asked me if Congolese women are beautiful. I think they're very beautiful women. Our women tend to be a bit smaller in terms of weight than I would say what most African American men would probably find attractive. Uh, but things have been
What's
changing.
say it? What's that? What's that?
Well, just more of a slim build. That's all. I mean, the Congolese women have a more slim build. Now things have been changing these last couple of years. I went back, 2 years ago during
Yeah,
COVID.
bro. I was there.
Uh,
I was there a year ago. Things have
yeah,
changed.
so things have changed, and a lot of women are putting on weight thanks to a lot of these fast food companies, and also a lot of uh, American, European connected farmers have purchased land in the Congo to do their farming. So they've been introducing a lot of chemicals within the bovine species there. Now we're developing cow meat and beef, or same thing, pork, excuse me, uh, to the standards that you see here in the West. So it's been changing the way that I think physically Congolese people are starting to look. In particular, when I see it in younger women. So you see an older generation of more slim women, and then you'll see a younger demographic. I feel like is a lot more, you know, uh, I would say just heavier, a lot more weight than I think I would have seen maybe 10 years ago. So things are developing. That's just Africa in general, but we still have a problem, lots of issues, lack of development of roads, infrastructure, currency manipulation,
Yeah.
dependency on Europe in terms of currency. Right now, if you're an
Even,
African, you make money, you might as well put your money in Bitcoin. That's where you want to be. So
even in agriculture, we still imagine we're still
yeah.
importing things. I mean, well, you have one of the most fertile land on earth, but we still depend on imports. It just doesn't make any sense at all.
Well,
And
African, yeah.
energy. Think about it. I mean, there's no, they don't even foment energy while it's hot all year long. So solar, I mean, alternative energy will be something that should be worked on, but no one is. I mean, what do you think about it? It's different. Yeah.
Well, African countries again are resource-based economies. They don't have jobs for people who really don't want to do physical labor or uh so if you don't want to do agriculture, you don't want to work in mines, you don't want to do anything that might require some blood, sweat, equity, then it's be limited in terms of the opportunities that you'll have. So that's why for women, unemployment in certain countries, let's say for example South Africa, it's almost 90% for women. So and like we're not even in some of those northern sub-Saharan African countries where there's virtually no employment for women available because they just don't have jobs to provide women. So, but hopefully, again, we can diversify our industries and get to areas where we can be able to provide women access to opportunities like they do here in America. So,
Yeah, I have a question. When you're abroad, do you identify yourself as an American or a Congolese?
well, I hold a Congolese passport, so I'm Congolese. I mean, everywhere I go,
Oh,
I'm
wow.
Congolese. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm dual citizenship, but my Congolese passport is it's harder to travel with it, but I prefer it. To be honest with you, man, because it's just you know I value my Congolese passport more than my American passport. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You and I
You know,
both,
And
bro.
why is that? Why do you value it more? It's a weaker
uh,
passport.
yeah,
Identity,
it's a
bro.
weaker,
It's
yeah, it's a weaker passport, but it's that's my birthright, man.
exactly that's
That's my
identity.
land. You know what I'm
It's,
saying? It's
yeah.
my identity. So
Mm.
I believe that America is slowly becoming a prison state, and I can honestly see this country becoming a place where they won't allow you to leave. And it's very important for me to hang on to my Congolese passport because if worse comes to worse, they'll ask me to leave. But I think an American, they'll force you to stay. I mean, there are ways to force Americans to stay, right? I mean, if you're behind on your taxes or you're behind on child support or you're behind on some, they can literally force you to stay in this country.
But let
And
me tell you something.
Are you a dual citizen? You're a dual citizen, right?
that's correct.
But
You and I,
couldn't they force you to stay as well, or you'd use the other passport to get out?
Right. I'll use the other passport to get out, but I can also abdicate my U.S. citizenship. You can
well, you can, yeah, yeah, you can
yeah, you can
renounce.
forfeit your U.S. citizenship.
easily.
So
Yeah, but there's tax implications on that. Like, I think you have to pay all your taxes off. It was some craziness
No,
because
but
I
no, no.
looked at it, but not.
no, all you got to
If you
basically got to pay one time fee. It's
exactly,
$3,500. You pay it and it's done. I mean,
that's it.
Okay, so that was the
uh,
money
yeah.
implication.
And
Okay.
So
another thing, when you start doing business, I mean, overseas, and you realize that the limitation that you get with your U.S. passport, with that FATCA act, you'll be surprised. Some bank they want to deal with you at
they
all.
won't deal with you at
They
all.
won't even
At
deal
all.
with you. While with my
Hmm.
Congolese passport, I don't have any issue. So, so as long as you're in line with your taxes, but I mean, lots of places like let's say you want to open a brokerage account in Dubai, they will say no, or in Switzerland, they will refer you to a U.S. based bank. They don't want you as a client because that FATCA thing, which is very difficult. Imagine you go to a foreign bank, you have to fill out what is it, the SS4? What is that? The your tax certification. Yeah, I mean, in overseas bank fail to do so. So I mean, it's complicated when you have a U.S. passport. I mean, when you do business. So
It's far
as long
more
as,
hassles.
of course, as long as if if you make like 50, 60,000 up to $110,000, yeah, that's good. But if you're above that threshold, oh, you're in trouble. People don't realize that. So I was like, okay, so so rather, and also another thing, if you have a U.S. citizen as a partner in a company, that if he holds more than 10%, that entity it's considered as a U.S. based company. Imagine, doesn't make sense. So there's lots of limitation when it comes to that. That's why I'm like, I'd rather travel with any other passport. I mean, when it comes to business, and then deal with my foreign passport rather than the U.S. passport, because there's so many tax implications with it. It's just crazy. And
Yeah.
your U.S. Eritrea, those are the only two countries where you are required to report your global income. The only difference is that Eritrea, they don't have don't have any way of enforcing it. But the U.S. do. They can do it. They can freeze you dollars anywhere in the whole planet. I mean,
Absolutely.
so that's crazy. Those
Yeah,
sanction
they
list.
did it to me. They did it to me in Holland. There's a form that you have to fill out when you open up a bank account abroad, and I
Yep.
opened up the bank account, and I don't even know if I filled out that form yet or something. But one day I went to the ATM, my money, my shit was frozen. I'm like, hold up, what happened? It was like, yeah, United States wants some information from you. I'm like, all right, and it's really just to keep tabs on you. But I still love my country, man. It's the greatest country in the world for me. I love it. And I think with people that say that it's not that great and they stay
Basically.
there, they're not being true to themselves. You know what I'm saying? If it's not that great, then like they say, love it or leave it. You know what I'm saying?
No, America is indeed a great country, man. I mean, it provided me my livelihood, my education. You know what I'm saying? And an education to millions of forms. Like the best all over the world want to come here to study, to learn. Because once you get an American education, you can
Oh,
go anywhere in the world and
anywhere
get a
and
job
apply. That's what I said earlier.
and apply. You know,
If I'm able to do what I'm doing right now, it's because of my U.S. based education. Otherwise,
absolutely,
or I mean, you can apply it. I mean, negotiation techniques and
absolutely,
confidence and the weaker yourself. I mean, it's all U.S. based. I have to give it up to that when it comes to that.
yeah.
I mean, so it's like to me, it's like it's like boot camp. You learn all the
Hmm.
yeah. So definitely,
Yeah, I mean,
that's
you go to Africa, these African companies, you go to Dubai, you go to Singapore, some of these places, they'll hire an American. They'll hire someone who's been educated in America before their own countrymen. You see what I'm
which
saying?
is true.
That's
Which is
how
true.
efficient they believe that U.S. education is. So
But just look
it's
at
the
the best universities. I mean,
yeah,
majority of them are in the United States. Best hospital.
absolutely,
So when I
absolutely.
mean, the stock markets, it's all U.S. based. I mean,
Sure, sure. The
yeah.
wealthy in Africa, they'll go to Europe to do a lot of the medical stuff. Uh, you know, because the African doctors, yes, some of them are good, but for the most part, they don't receive the training at the level of the European or American. So when you get an African doctor in America who's gone back and set up his medical center at the way that you would see it in Europe or America, everybody goes to him, right? Because of the education and the respect for the education
Yeah.
that is provided in America or in Europe. So, man, there's so many bonuses and ways that people. If you're an American and you want to go live out in Broad, man, look and find industries and you know skill sets that you can take somewhere else that people will value, and they'll pay you good money to go there and do that line of work. So, uh,
Yeah, I'm doing that now currently, and that's why I spoke about the Black American privilege. Outside of my race, American privilege. Like there is, even if there's nothing that they can show to justify their thought, but there's just a thought that Americans know their shit. You know what I'm saying? That we're big, we're better, we're this and that, and and a lot of times it's true. Like they look at me like, okay, well, what do you think? And I'm just like, well, shit, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But there's an expectation of being excellent when you come from America, and sometimes people ride that wave and then they get exposed because they know that they're not really living up to the expectations. But what I wanted to say is that I have an Ethiopian and two Congolese, or one Haitian Congolese. I'm not sure how he identifies right now, but basically black immigrants that went to America, right? And that understand and took advantage and are currently taking advantage of the opportunities in America. Those black Americans, a lot of them tend to be Pan Africans, just speak doom and gloom on America and how it's better everywhere else. These are people that have never lived anywhere else. If you're black American, make sure that you appreciate the opportunities that our ancestors fought for. If you are a black immigrant, make sure you show respect to my ancestors who kicked the doors in and who took the licks so that other blacks can come there. And then once you get your opportunities, and then you can choose to do what you want to. You can go everywhere. You can stay in America. But I just want my people to recognize what it is to be a black American.
Yeah,
But
I
y'all, my
agree. And that means I have a question for you. What do you think of Liberia? What are your thoughts on it?
Ooh, about
And
the creation of Liberia,
yeah,
or
the creation of Liberia and their obstacle, what they have to go through the years. I mean, they even though they're from, I mean, actually, if you look at Liberia, they come. I mean, there was, it was created by, the American that were free from the state and created Liberia. But now those same Liberians need a visa to go to the United States. So I mean, it's quite even the ancestor indirectly came from the U.S. So what are your thoughts on that?
okay, so Liberia is a funny subject because if you ask five different people, they'll give you five different answers, specifically over whether the ACS or the American Liberians were colonizers or were they helping or whether they were good or not. But when you look at the name American Colonization Society, their goal was to Christianize and civilize the native Liberians. That's negative to me. And once they went there, they kind of had their own enclaves and did their own thing. There was some ethnic tension there. They started doing better than the locals, which will cause um, animosity. There was some issues of land and things of that nature. I say this, I'm not a Garveyite. I'm not even a Pan African. But when I say Africa for the Africans, I mean that shit. Let the Africans whose parents or who themselves have gone through the struggles and the realities of being an African enjoy whatever goodness comes to Africa in the future. Black Americans should just enjoy the goodness that the United States is already. So I hear Liberia, but I don't want to go to Liberia. There was a couple, and they were saying that the people that went there, depending on who you ask, were good or weren't good. I just say, look, the Crew tribe from Liberia and other groups in those counties around there, that's their land. I'm not trying to go and compete with people in a country that already has limited resources when I got America as a backdrop.
Okay, okay, okay. Makes sense. What about Julian? What do you think of Liberia?
Uh, I don't have any really thoughts on Liberia. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, uh, there are not very many American Liberians even left. To be honest with you, I think they're
That
less
is true.
than not even. I don't think
Even
they're even like
70.
1% anymore. To be honest with
Yeah.
you, I mean, Liberians today, for the most part, they're African people, really.
Yeah.
So yeah, they actually have the highest approval for visas in all of Africa. So
Okay. Okay.
yeah, if you're a Liberian and you apply for a visa, it's almost 90% you'll get it. So there's preferential treatment for
Okay.
Liberians that the American government gives them. But for the most part, I mean, I don't have any thoughts on them. They're doing their
Okay.
thing,
Yeah.
and they're just trying to run a good. They have a decent democracy. They're recovering from war, but they're still very much behind in terms of development for West African countries. I can say that much. Uh, but
Nat,
they're doing what they
uh,
can.
hi Nat, could you answer the question, I hope I'm saying her name correctly. Leigh.
Ollie.
Yes, thank you. Uh, Nat, could you answer it?
I'm trying to look at it, but the font is. I'm on my cell phone, so the font is really small. Could you read it for me, please?
What about
Uh,
Austin telling a white Hispanic woman that black people were chosen to become slaves because of the darker melanin skin can handle the heat or the sun?
Oh my God! I didn't just hear what you just said.
Oh yeah.
That's oh man. Oh, obviously that's wrong, and you can. I don't want to talk about anyone's parents, but when you know that one of someone's parents considers themselves like a different kind of black, like a Creole, you can start seeing the colorism creep into the thought process.
Mhm.
And this comment right here is representative of that. Look, there were a whole bunch of reasons why Black Americans got sold into slavery. It started as intertribal wars, and then it went to slave raiding, and which was just to sell other people. And now, when you're going to sell people, these Europeans that purchased Black American slaves, or Black Americans, what turned out to be Black Americans, which at that point were still Africans, they're gonna be trying to sell the strongest, the most talented, and things of that. Even if they lost the war or they got raided at night, no one's gonna try to take just people because of some stupid idea like what that comment said. It's because that they thought they could use them in wherever they were in their abroad colonies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard
Oh yeah.
him
Even
But
say.
even I'm sorry to cut you, brother, but just how could you say that?
I
How
know.
could you fix your mouth to say that to someone, to a white Hispanic? And
No, no,
because
no, no,
he's
no. She
young,
wasn't white Hispanic. She was Dutch.
she was a white person, a
She was
Dutch
Dutch.
person.
She was Dutch. She was from
He-
Holland.
oh man,
And
look,
she
man.
was more embarrassed than he was. I mean, she was embarrassed. I mean, that he even said that. Uh, I saw her reaction in that video. I mean, she was just like, "Whoa!" Like, I can't believe he just said that to me. You know?
Yeah, she didn't know she was so bedazzled. She never know how to continue.
Hmm.
Yeah.
When the fact that she's Dutch, she obviously knows about the what they call the VOC, the Dutch West Indies Company, and it had nothing to do with dark skin. You know what I'm saying? They were in business with the Ashanti in Ghana, and the Ashanti even fought for the Dutch in Indonesia. I think his name was Kweku Dua Panin. He was like the
Yeah.
eighth king of Ashanti. His nephews studied in the Netherlands in exchange for providing like 300 Ashanti warriors to fight in Indonesia. So the Dutch people definitely know why people were chosen. If it was the Ashanti, it was because they were good fighters. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And a lot of these people, like if you want to know where the people come from, you look at the language they speak now, i.e., who colonized them. So if you look at the Maroons of Suriname, they have an Akan type culture. It's not the same thing, but their language is called Alkans, so they can still communicate with Ashanti people, or at least people from the Akan group. You know what I'm saying? So that dark skin thing, that comes from the mind of a young, arrogant colorist. And I really want someone to get at him and just pull him to the side and say, look, this is the truth about whatever. But at my age, I tend not to preach or try to teach younger guys unless they have a certain amount of respect for me, because otherwise you just seem like the old man wagging a finger at someone. But if you don't teach them and he allows, you know, the wrong influences try to teach him history, then he's going to be doing stupid shit like that.
And what do you think? I mean, what do you? I mean, I would like you to enlighten also. You know about the Barbary slave trade, right?
You mean the Barbary Coast or barbarian?
No, the Barbary, the Barbary slave trade. What happened in North Africa with when they were the Barbary slave? That's when they were capturing and selling European slave to slave market. That happened.
Oh yes.
Yeah. And lots of people don't know that, so it's quite because they are under the impression that only black people were enslaved, even though it was in a larger scale for a fact, but it was not the only group, per se. So yeah. So
and exactly that North African slave trade. We were talking about Morocco earlier, and Arabs, and they're actually called Berbers, and they fly they're under the Amazigh flag, Amazigh. And there's issues between the Arabs and the Berbers. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't just black people that enslaved that are the face of slavery. You know what I'm saying? Europeans enslaved each other. The Japanese invaded other Asian countries. North Koreans don't rock with South Koreans. So it's a human thing. It has nothing really to do with skin color, but really, social status. And those who decided or who worked with people had more military might, they put themselves in a position to take over, enemies in their same territories. And that's just the way of the world. But this guy obviously has a skewed view, and he doesn't have the sense to know when not to speak or what topics not to speak with non-black people about. I was in Thailand and someone told me, he said, I like black Americans. They're not the same like Africans. Africans stink.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I said, do I waste my time trying to explain to this man that, black Americans come from there originally, right? But still acknowledging the differences, but I just have to check. I'm like, yo, bro, we're not doing that. You're not going to shit on Africans and try to big me up. You see what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, people have their stereotypes. And at some point, you just have to separate yourself from them people. But I'm not going to let a non-black person shit on a black person just because me and that person are from different ethnic groups. I don't rock like that.
And another thing also that means about a lot of Indians were brought to East Africa to work as laborer, as a bondage of debt. About 3.5 million Indians were brought to the African continent, and they serve as labor for plantation. Many sugar plantations. That's why when you go to East Africa, you're gonna find lots of when you go to Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, even South Africa, you have lots of Indian, and that's something people do not know. So about 3.5 million Indian were brought there as plantation laborers. So yeah,
of course. And here we call them donkerwit, which means dark white. A lot of these Indians who were brought in to replace enslaved African labor in these colonies. The English were the ones who they outlawed it in 1808, and I think it went totally into effect like around 1810 or something like that. So they needed someone to do the work that was no longer that the enslaved Africans could no longer do. So they brought the Indians in as indentured servants, and these people were from like some of the lower castes. But when they sent them there, who was having problems then? You look at Suriname, you look at Guyana, it became like this competition, and it still exists today politically. You know, if an Indian's in power, he helps the Indians. If a black man's in power, he helps the blacks. In Guyana, they have a Indian prime minister who's running on a ticket, or he ran on a ticket of reparations for the blacks, but he was really just putting a carrot in front of their face, manipulating them. They were our replacements, and they absolutely have no love for black people. Somebody asked a question about in the comments about dating an Indian, and their family found out that their daughter was dating a black one, and they were going to disown her. That's very serious, and it's rooted in anti-black hate. In India, they have a caste system. You know, I think the CDs are at the bottom, and the CDs. No, the CDs are. I think the Dalits are at the bottom, but the CDs are very low. SIDDIS, and these are like people who are from East Africa that got sold into the Indian Ocean slave trade, right? And then they end up mixing with Indians. But you can tell there's some African in. They're like the Black Americans of India, right? But they're like a slave caste, and they're looked down on. And the top are the Brahmins, and so they have a caste system. It's racist against even amongst themselves. Check this out: the diaspora for Indians get shitted on by Indians in India. Even the diasporan Indians in England get shitted on by Indians in India. Just kind of like Nigerians might throw shade at Nigerians living, abroad, saying, "Oh, you done lost your culture." You know what I'm saying? That's just human nature. So it's sad, but it's real.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about Indians is that you would think like the people who are the so-called bottom of the caste would be what somewhat woke, but let me tell you right now, in information technology here in the U.S., some of them have been able to make it out here and get some of these jobs. They actually see themselves to be better than black people. These are the people who are at the bottom of society in India, but they will come here and exhibit the same white supremacist ideology that is being exposed to them over there. I mean, so don't. I mean,
Well,
obviously, I know you call them the Black Americans, but they actually see themselves to be better than black people here in America, bro.
I
So
know.
black people, really, we
um,
have no friends out there, man. Like seriously, we have no friends out there. These people, they are at the bottom. They literally are hired to pick up manure in the streets, but they will come to America and say that they're better than you and me because we're black.
Yep. And also, like I don't know if you remember, I don't know if it's called white cargo, which is the forgotten instrument of Britain. You know, about 200,000 of them were brought into Virginia as breeder. They were raided from brothels in London and brought to Virginia as breeder into the U.S. I think that was like in the 17 or 1800. I can't remember. But yeah, so there's a lot of things that people ignore that so they're focusing, of course, with black in our history, but there are other aspects of it that people don't realize that black were not only enslaved, but it was of course, like I said earlier, in a larger scale, but Indian. So it's a whole thing. It's always been there. It's always been something that exploitation of labor, it still does until this day. It's just in a different form when you think about it. When you look at if you go to places like Dubai, you realize that all those building, all those construction infrastructures actually made by Southeast Indian, and the way they treat it, literally, like it's like they live in labor camp, literally, and that's how it's called, labor camp. You know, and if you look at the Indian, the way they're suffering in those countries is just unbelievable. So, but when they come to Africa, they play like like they run the show. It's really unfortunate.
quick statement. The person previously who talked before you, the two people ago, mentioning the people from India being like the lowest of the caste. I don't know if you're talking about the Dalits. I highly doubt that the Dalits are getting out to America, but if you're talking about the IT Indians, those dudes are not the lowest of the on the totem pole in India. That's not true. Those are a lot of times the people coming from India, they're some of the best and the brightest. Like they're not the lowest of the totem pole. Are they looking down on black people? I'm not going to touch that. That might be true. But I just want to kind of push back a little bit. Those Indians that are coming over, they are not the lowest of the totem pole. They're very bright. They're very talented, very skilled. Contractors from India. I work in the IT field too, by the way.
I mean, I've worked with them. I cannot really say, but I've seen them how they operate in Africa. That's what I can say. But in the US, when I work with Indian, I did not particularly see that because, of course, like you said, the IT one are the brightest one. Like even I think the CEO of, I believe Google of YouTube, and the majority of them are Indian. So yeah, those aren't. But in India, they have a group of black people. They call the Untouchable. Have you heard of them? Right?
Yeah, the Dalits.
Yeah, those are the Dalits. Yeah,
The
so
ones,
yeah, of course, those do not travel. They can't even. I mean, yeah.
correct.
So those don't travel at all. Yeah, the Untouchable. Yeah. Those the Dalits, right? That's what they are. Yeah. And then, have you been to India?
No, I watched the movie Origin. All y'all should watch that, where they touch upon. This is a good segue that you mentioned that the movie The Origin. I think it's directed by I'm forgetting her name. The woman who did the 13th documentary, Ava DuVernay. That's her name. So they talk of one of the last story that they talk about in that movie is the Indian caste system. And when you walk out of that movie, I recommend everybody to go see it. I started to think all this manosphere, all this red pill, all this all just the misogyny. It's tied. There's a historical context to this, and I don't want to light a flame for a conversation on immigrants, but besides the Indians, I just think that this country uses black people to be kind of like the butt of the joke. So a lot of times people will come over here, immigrants or whatnot, and they maybe eventually will look down on black people because it's not. I don't think it's inherently because of their country. I think it's this American society for the most part where America is and the world is kind of like looking at black people, and they always every country needs an underclass. So like when we talk about the Dalits are the underclass of India. So they kind of shit on them, and for America and just like the rest of the world, they kind of shit on black people. They want and they thrive off of underclass people. Who they really want to see fail. America wants to see black people fail, and that's why we have this red pill and the manosphere stuff. It is, and I want this to be remembered in historical context. I don't want this to be forgotten. That when people want to talk about years ago, that when there's this argument about how when they created welfare, there was conditions for a man couldn't live in the home. Okay, if that's true, let's remember today that they were able to convince black men to run away from their homes, run away from their responsibilities, and start looking elsewhere, and breaking up the family even more in different ways. So, I don't, like I said, I don't think if there is, Indians, they're among some of the top salary earners in this country. Indians, Asians.
Yeah, they're the first minority group top earner, followed before it was Nigerian American, but now they've been surpassed by the Indian. Yep, indeed, top earner. Actually, the top earner, they actually earned more than Caucasian in the U.S. For a fact. Yep, the average Indian household. Yep, I saw a study on that.
So everybody, I think specifically in this country is trying to push this narrative that black culture is trash. It's like if you looked online, the funny thing about the red pillars is a lot of them are white. A good portion of them are white, but like they will be up in arms if they see some white girls dancing to some black music, regardless of the culture. They could be in Louisiana where they dance for culture. But if that goes viral, like something went viral the last couple of weeks where these young high school looking girls were dancing to some New Orleans type of music, people were like, this is why we can't find a wife in the West. But it's like, guys, you guys want to idolize Poland, and you guys want to idolize Norway, and you guys want to idolize all these other places. But this country was never that. And first of all, if you guys want that culture, go move there. That's, we don't miss you. Third, it's like, you got to look at our culture, and it's a melting pot of a lot of different cultures. The whole country is not the same. So for these guys to say like I can't find a wife in the West, it's absolutely ridiculous. First of all, you guys don't go to therapy. Second of all, you guys don't go to churches. You don't believe in God. We haven't had that conversation. A lot of these red pill guys don't believe in religion, so they are lost. They don't believe in anything that they don't believe in marriage, partly because there's a godly component to it and a religious component to it, and they think that they don't believe in religion in the first place. So there's just a lot of problematic sides of red pill. I can't really contribute a lot on this international conversation that y'all having. I'm listening. I'm a fan of it. I'm learning. But it's like this red pill stuff. There is go see the movie Origin. It's out of theaters now. You might be able to rent it. But you'll start to walk. I walked out of it and I said, man, there's a historical context that what they did. Spoiler warning is, and I'm not giving a spoiler because I hate spoilers. But go see the movie Origin, and you'll walk away thinking, you know what, this manosphere stuff, there might be a historic component to it. Like a lot of these guys who are red pill leaders or red pill people, like I said, look up the Wikipedia of it. The definition says alt-right. So these Austin Hallmans don't know how close they are to tiki tortures. They are rubbing elbows with tiki tortures, all in a shared disdain of women and misogyny. And it's like, the funny piece about it is like, how do you exist on this earth and you see women as subhuman? You see women as substandard. But you are physically attracted to them. You want to be in relationships. Some of them want to be in relationships with women. It's like, these guys, we've got to break the chain. First and foremost, I've been meaning to say this. These are men whose genes are going to die out in this generation. Let's just call that. They're not. Most of them are not going to be in the next generation. And I applaud the women who are going to make sure that happens. But these are guys who I think, people want to think about incels and say, oh, well, this is this generation's problem. No. Incels they've been around from, for ages, but they didn't have the frameworks, the internet frameworks to mobilize hate groups like they can today. They can target, add you in Facebook and get you voting for Trump. They could target, add you and get you trying to go to storm the Capitol. They couldn't really losers, decades ago, centuries ago. They were confined to their cities, to their neighborhoods. They can't just jump on the internet and be a hero amongst losers like they can today. So it's like, I think that to kind of close the statement, like I said in the last week, like we as men have to stop being so silent, and protect our women, protect our families. Us as Black people specifically, the Black family has always been under siege, whether it was drugs, whether it was crime bills. Like, people will look at the crime bill and say, oh, Joe Biden or other people or drug bills and say they did things that were destructive to the Black community. And there might be truth to that. But what are Austin Hallman, Floyd, and these red pillars doing? It is destructive to the Black community. Like, we are the community that can least afford to be attacked even more. We're in a place where we're trying to heal. We're trying to find our way. We're trying to improve things. We're trying to break generational cycles. And Austin Hallman and Floyd are creating more generational trauma. They just don't see it, or they don't care. So that's that.
Well, what's your name again?
Chris, or /Chris Tiger.
Okay, Chris. Very good insight. Definitely, I like that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, 100%. We gotta keep on bashing our women. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, you're supposed to embrace them and protect them. 100%. I
want to interrupt. Sorry, one last point.
Sure, go ahead.
One of their biggest talking points is the Black woman is the least desirable, and the Black man, I guess, has always historically been the most desirable, or among the most desirable. A lot of that is fetishization, and I think, like I've spoken last week, and I said Black men have kind of lost their way. It's because now the world is starting to kind of look at us differently, and that fetishization, that mandingo, that reputation is starting to wane and starting to fade. And a lot of men, like their whole ideology, their whole image is a fetishization. Like, who are you besides the Black rumors of Black men? And it's like, if we want to talk about the Black women, how they are the least desirable, I don't think so, because like all the women love their features and stuff like that. It's just, again, the Black woman is like the most attacked person, I would argue, in this country historically, because I think people fear Black people in general. They fear us standing up on our own 2 feet. They want an underclass. And if you are able to, whether it's the Black man or the Black woman, if you're able to pin us down and make us like the butt of the jokes and dim our lights, because Black women are beautiful. Features, facial features, body features, shapes, this, that, and the third. But society wants to make those things not part of the beauty standard. To make Black women feel insecure that, oh, what you have is not actually attractive. And it's like there's a societal. What I'm trying to say is there's a societal reason for why Black women are seen as the least desirable, but they're really not. It's part of, and Black men are complicit in it too. It's like Black women are very desirable, and one day that trend will change, and Black men are going to be really looking crazy when Black women are now seen in American society as like among the most desirable. Black men are going to be really in a bad place. Because everybody's when everybody starts coming from Black women saying, "Yo, I want to be in a relationship with them. I'm going to embrace some interracial relationships and marriages." When Black women start to divest, Black men are going to be done. American men. But that's sorry to interrupt.
No, no, I was just pretty much repeating pretty much what you say, kind of as a conclusion that what you've mentioned, it's 100% correct. I mean, you have to be careful with the way we perceive, and which is very important. Sky are not helping by by their behavior. It's really sad, and you're 100% correct. Yeah, I agree with you. Yep. So, Ms. Z, I don't know if you want to conclude, because I've been in this live for it's been going for 5 hours and 49 minutes. So, personally, I'm tired. Got some rest. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess she's on mute. So, yeah.
Black men, Black women, Black children, to show them, to help try to undo some of a lot of the damage that the red pill is doing. Like, you should not be using 304s in your vocabulary. You should not be calling women out of their name. You should not be perpetuating racist stereotypes. This generation, I think they might not understand like all the historical context of like this passport bro movement. It's largely racist.
Yeah, it is.
And,
it is. I agree.
It's because it's like, are African Black women any different than biologically than American Black women? No. I mean, they're trying to fetishize different cultures, but they don't understand. They have no respect for those cultures, and they don't understand that like money is not what makes you a man. Like I really encourage other men to understand that you do not have to make 100,000 or more, 6 figures, to be a man. You could be a man making 40. It's about like who you are, the confidence that you have, the hustle that you have, that you're going to do everything you can for your family and for yourself, and make sure that you're stable and your family's good. But it's just like there's a lot of racism in that red pill space, and I wish we could kind of strip out the incels who actually aren't racist, but they're being led by men specifically worldwide. You want to snake charm them. You want to get them on your side. Start talking misogyny, and we got to break down misogyny in this country and in this world. We got to break down patriarchy and in this world, because just like how we have the Republicans and the Democrats, and there's all these little trigger words that kind of trigger the both sides against the others. The same thing happens in society with men and women. They groom us to teach us that, oh, women have it so easy. They don't really have to work. They can be provided for, blah, blah, blah. And they get it so easy. They don't really have it hard in life. It's because we're never really listening to the other side and saying, like, how, what do you go through? What are the things that you go through? How is your experience different than mine? Whether it's a racial, whether it's a gender, religion, whatever. And this country has a really great way of churning hate, whether it's gender-based, relationship-based, immigrant-based, or whatever. And we can never kind of come together. And I think it's the sad part. It's like, I really wish we could strip out the incels who really just need some help versus the pickup artists and the grifters, like the just pearly things. I'm glad she got the platform, but I'm just like, we need to mentor these Black children, and some other people for other races and other religions need to do the same within theirs too, And we need to try to create a society, quite frankly, that's going to sun these dudes. We need to socially ostracize this red pill from the people who really mean racist intent. They need to be ostracized. Like, I don't understand why on social media, people are able, you'll get your stuff, taken down if you say something harsh about an Austin Hallman, but Austin Hallman can then post racist memes. I mean, maybe not necessarily, he might not necessarily be doing that, but other red pillers can post racist memes and they don't get their stuff taken down. It's like, that needs to be like a federal, like what they're doing to, like, just take yourself and sit back. Think about Black women in America who have to date men, and probably 50% of them, 70% of them are misogynists. The others are, a lot of those are red pill, and 70 might be an understatement. It might be more like 80, 90. And a lot of them are being taken and brainwashed by this red pill stuff. Black women have to find, and women abroad, I mean, women just of all races in this country have to date these men. And the men want to act like, no, the men are fine, they're straight. It's just the Western women. No. I make an argument that culture, the women in this country, a lot of it is shaped by the desires of the men in this country. Like, Black men want to talk about, oh, Black women are the most obese in this country, and there might be truth to that. But what do Black men celebrate? Thickness, BBWs. They love them some overweight women. I'm not gonna, if that's your thing, that's your thing. But let's not play both sides and say, hey, we want women to be thick. We want women to, be very voluptuous. But then we want to look at the stats and start talking BMIs. Come on, guys.
Yep, that is so true. Yeah.
So it's just like, we've got to. And there's never been a generation in this country that has been able to defeat patriarchy, defeat misogyny. This country runs on it. And right now, women are working and getting more education. So unfortunately, misogyny is kind of like screaming out to reclaim its golden years. It wants to keep women in the house. I don't know why they want to do that. I mean, we're talking about an economy that was not like our grandpas. It was not where you could just go to the Ford plant and get you a nice pension, get you a cushy little job. It's not like that anymore. And it's like, if you look on social media, one of the things I love to quote is like, you don't see any women 40 years or older, championing the trad wife movement. And if you do see women, they're conservative women. You don't see a lot of liberal women. If you can afford to retire your woman, listen, I'm applauding you. That's great. But we're talking, and this is a men and a women type of thing. I think some of the problems is like, we set the entry level as a lifetime achievement. Retiring your husband or your wife is a lifetime achievement. That's not that's not the baseline. So that should be something you work towards. You should not be pushing over time. You should be a trad wife. You should be a stay-at-home wife. Listen, if you can afford to, great. The average man can't do that. And I think so it's like, we need to find a way to define masculinity that's inclusive of men who cannot afford to retire their wives, not afford to, live, have these opulent lifestyles or these traditional households. We need to create a new tradition, and it's going to take courage to step away from this indoctrination, whether it's religious, whether it's society, whether it's generational, that our ancestors and relatives and parents and society and social circles have been indoctrinating us with. We've got to have the courage to have these conversations and say, does a man that has a dual income household, how does he we define a new way of living? Our mentality of, well, if you ain't 6 feet and have pecs and have this pack and 6 figures and you're not, no. You're a salary. You're a man of any religion. You are a man, regardless. We need to, specifically for Black men, we've got to get rid of this culture of, I hate to say this, but I love to say this. We need to get rid of this culture of being breeders. We need to and be more of husbands, or just straight up good guys. Like if you don't, because you don't have to, you don't have to
Strictly
get married.
here.
You don't have to have kids.
Sorry. Hi, guys. I really need to take a little bit now. I wonder if Strictly can open, a room so that we can take the conversation there.
To
What do
conclude,
you mean?
well, I mean, pretty much. I mean, I will agree with what Maroon Tiger was saying. So taking the idea to be able to change the narrative. I mean, like you said, protect our women, embrace our blackness, and because I mean, like you said, and especially black women who are like the less desirable. So we have to change that, and we kind of, I mean, we are the one kind of creating those stigma, and then those, especially, I mean, those passport travelers. Like, personally, I'm not considering myself as a passport bro, just as a traveler, and then you made some really good points. So I think we should change those misconception, on how we perceive abroad, and and I think it's a long way ahead, but it's attainable. We can do it. You know, we get together. Change, look at things the positive way. I think we can make that happen. So that's pretty much my take on that. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yep. So because I know because although we can go on and on and on and on. So yeah,
Yeah.
that 6 hour life. But Maroon Tiger,
I'm,
do you have a channel?
I have a channel because I have an account, but I don't have a channel per se. I've I've been in thought. I've thought about it. Um, I haven't decided whether I would do a channel or not. I'd love to if I could get the graphics together. 'Cause I think I have some podcast equipment, but like, yeah, I'd love to collaborate on other people's channels. It helps me get
Yeah,
this
because it's
stuff
very good
started.
because you have some very good insight, and then it's deep. I mean, it really it's some food for thought. I mean, like it really make me think about the pursuit of certain things because because your approach it's as a black American, but my approach is as an African who spent some time in the state and went back to Africa and traveled abroad. So it's a different narrative because of course, my first two wives were from the U.S. and as I say, I don't have anything negative to say about them. So to me, it's been a pleasurable experience. So I look at things a different way, the same way passport bro were looking at women overseas, more conservative women. I was looking at the women that was empowered, and to me that was a attractive part about it. Women that can actually make things happen, do things on their own. So to me that was attractive part about it. So as compared to a conservative woman that has no say so in her household, and so just a yes ma'am, yes sir. So it's quite interesting to hear from you, and in the positive aspect of it. So really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that kind of really lit me aflame about the Passport Bros is in the early goings before we had the Austin Hallmans and Floyd, there was just the definition, and it was like almost like it was written from the
Yeah.
hands of the devil because they had everything covered. They had you believing like, oh, these are high value men. They just want to get more bang for the buck. And I'm like, yo, these women aren't groceries, okay? And then another one was like, hey, we're gonna marry these women in these countries, and then we're not gonna bring them back home. We refuse to bring them back home. And I'm like, where's the love in that? Like, what if they want? What if they get a job in America? And they would say like, we're just gonna divorce those wives. I'm like, wow. Like, so they don't believe in love. Like, that's
Yeah,
the,
I know.
the
Like
crazy thing.
yesterday, I had a live with a friend of mine that migrated from the state to DR, married this beautiful Dominican woman, and they had three beautiful kids. But once she reached the States 2 years ago, when she got permanent residency, she left him.
Yeah.
But she was that so-called conservative woman. So we need to understand that a person is the product of his own environment. So once you remove that person from the environment, you put to empower environment, you realize that you will adapt to it because as a human nature, we always want to do better. And that's something we need to take in consideration. So as far as I'm concerned, there's no such thing as a bad or good woman. I mean, to me, they're all women in a different aspect of it with their flaws and their positivities. I just have to embrace it and look things a different eye. That's that's pretty much what I think about it.
These same guys are the same guys will say, don't single mothers are the problem with the black community. But then, hey guys, go sleep with single mothers because they're for recreational use only. What kind of man talks like that?
I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. It's very unfortunate. And sometimes I was like, okay, well, as black men, we criticize those women, but are we doing our part? That's the question.
Bingo.
You know, what are we doing? I mean, it's easy to say that, but I mean, is the problem us or them? You know, that's we always look at. I mean, it's not a one-way street. I mean, you know, it's a two-way street. So I'm like, you know, are we up to par? What are we doing? You know, it's to criticize, it's to say that, but you know, like we look at the guy Floyd criticizing woman. I'm like, I said, well, this guy cannot hold a household. It's impossible. He doesn't have the capacity nor the quality to do so. So who is it to say that, you know, American women, child support and this and that? Of course they have to do a child support system. Otherwise, what they will do, they will just abandon the kids and leave it. So they have to put the same in place that can enforce those things to make sure that the child is not out of the basic necessities. So, you know, to me, I find it totally normal. I have nothing against it, you know. So I don't know. So it's weird when I look at those things, you know, I have a totally different approach when it comes to that, you know. I don't like that at all.
We gotta normalize telling people that they should not be able to talk about stuff that they actually don't aspire to become. Like, if you don't want to become a father, I don't want to see you in the comments or the conversations of fathers' rights. If you don't really want a serious relationship, get out of relationship conversations. If you don't want to have children, stop talking about single moms and families. It's not your life, and
Exactly.
you don't have any experience. Like, these people want to talk about husbands. That is a hard job. A wife or a husband or a father or a mother, those are hard jobs to run. I mean, to be
Yeah.
in. And these are dudes who want to be perpetually childless. These are dudes that are going to listen to Rollo Tomasi's and say, "Oh, for me to be a high value man, I'm going to get a vasectomy." What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding
I
me?
agree.
Uh,
Yep.
so
Maroon, unfortunately, I see that I mean, Miss Z has to go to work, so
oh yeah,
we would have
that's
put the that conversation, so we'll take it some other ways. So let's keep in touch, bro. Really, it was a pleasure talking to you.
yeah. I hope I see you on some other panels.
Okay, yeah, we sure will. You know, so check my channel. It's called at Strict to Travel.
All right. Yeah, and again for the keeping Africa passport bro free, I'll just land the plane. Thanks again, and I love the fact that you're creating these lives and giving us a platform to be able to talk about this. But you know, I'll end that there, and I'll see y'all on some other panels.
Okay,
Bye.
thank you. Okay, God bless. Have a great day. Bye bye.